A man earns 100,000 a month but can't even afford a pack of instant noodles, while his newlywed wife can get 10 kilograms of rice just for going out for an evening. It turns out that a few days ago, the global temperature plummeted, and the human living environment became increasingly harsh, leading to the gradual collapse of social order and rules. The once omnipotent money has turned into waste paper. Only beautiful women and food are considered hard currency. Yet, for such precious food, I can have as much as I want, because I accidentally awakened the Apocalypse sign-in system, which not only allows me to obtain a large amount of food but also various weapons and supplies. At this moment, after a day of being a beast of burden, I was sweating profusely while waiting for the elevator to go home. Suddenly, a disdainful voice came from behind. I turned around to see a stunning woman covering her nose, glaring at me with a face full of disgust. "You smelly delivery guy. Stay away from me." The woman's name is Shinwanyue, and she lives next door with her newlywed husband. She works at a bank, and her husband, Wang Shang, is an executive at a company. They consider themselves social elites and look down on people like me, who are at the bottom of the social ladder. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind, "Congratulations, host, for successfully binding the Apocalypse sign-in system. In 5 hours, the world will enter a frigid apocalypse. To ensure the host's survival needs, this system will provide various sign-in rewards daily, all of which will be stored in the system space. Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1. Unlimited food, including various foods, drinks, and beverages. 2. Medical first aid kit, containing all medical items available on the market. 3. A Desert Eagle with an infinite magazine. 4. A can of hairspray that makes you look stunning instantly. I was overjoyed and chose option 1. Since the rules of survival have changed, don't blame me for being rude. What are you looking at? It's already exhausting enough to work all day, and now I have to deal with people like you. What bad luck. Shinwanyue showed no signs of hiding her disdain. Just then, the elevator arrived, and I walked in with a cold smile, while Shinwanyue clearly intended to wait for the next one. However, before the elevator doors closed, I casually said to Shinwanyue, "If you're hungry, remember to come find me." As the doors closed, Shinwanyue trembled slightly, then filled with rage, "What do you take me for? To go find you just for a bite to eat? You smelly delivery guy. What did you say? Get back down here." Shinwanyue shouted angrily, banging on the elevator doors, but I had already gone up. Back home, I comfortably lay on the sofa. With a thought, 2 cans of ice-cold cola appeared in my hands. I poured one into my mouth and played with the other. Since this is the extreme cold end of the world, I need to find the warm clothing supplies later. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a rapid and intense knocking on the door sounded, and outside came Shinwanyue's angry shout, "You delivery guy. Explain to me what you meant by that just now. Don't hide inside and stay silent. I know you're home." I slowly frowned. Is this never ending? What's wrong? "Xiaoye, why are you knocking on Lindong's door?" When my husband came out, Shinwanyue angrily repeated what I had just said. "This delivery guy actually mocked me. I want him to not be able to stay here." Hearing that my wife was mocked, Wang Shang was also furious. "This kid is looking for death, right? Xiaoye, don't worry, I will definitely deal with him." Before I could finish speaking, I opened the door and looked at the two with a cold gaze. Wang Shang met my eyes, and his anger subsided significantly. He was only 1.7 meters tall, while I was over 1.8 meters tall. If a fight broke out, the outcome was obvious. Shinwanyue, however, didn't know what fear was and pointed at me, cursing, "You filthy loser, explain to me what you meant by that just now, or I won't let this go today." I slowly revealed a cold smile and took a step forward without saying a word. Shinwanyue was frightened and stepped back, urgently looking for help from her husband. Wang Shang's eyes turned, and he suddenly smiled. "Lindong, you must be tired after working all day. So, get some rest early." After saying that, he hurriedly pulled his bewildered wife back into the house. Back home, Shinwanyue glared at her husband. "Honey, why did you run? Didn't you see how he was just now? He dares to be fierce with us after doing something wrong. Are you scared?" Wang Shang quickly shook his head in denial. "Wife, you're wrong. I'm not afraid. I'm considering our safety. We are social elites with a happy family. Someone like Lindong, from the lower social class, will definitely be envious. If you provoke him and he goes crazy to retaliate against us, what will we do?" Upon hearing this, Shinwanyue shivered and felt a wave of fear. "So what should we do, honey? Let's leave it at that. You must always remember the principle of retreat for the happy. We are the happy ones. When encountering such people, it's better to take a step back if we can." Shinwanyue looked at him with uncertainty. "Really? Of course it's true," Wang Shang said seriously, but inside he felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, the other party was not some thug, or he wouldn't be able to handle it. After I found all the warm supplies, I closed the doors and windows tightly and waited calmly for the end of the world to come. At night, a sudden cold wind swept through the hot air, and heavy snow began to fall from the sky. In just half an hour, the temperature dropped sharply from 38 degrees to 0 degrees, and it continued to fall. As the clock struck midnight, a mechanical voice sounded again. Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1, 10, 000 sets of thermal underwear made of special materials, capable of withstanding extreme cold of -100 degrees. 2, a wireless battery pack, containing batteries for all electronic products on the market. 3, 10, 1000 USB drives, containing all films and TV dramas from Blue Star, including adult films. 4, a box of chewing gum that you just can't stop eating. I thought for a moment and decisively chose option 1. The temperature drop was too severe. Keeping warm was the most important thing. After putting on the thermal underwear, my eyes lit up. This thermal underwear not only kept me warm but also actively generated heat, so even my exposed face and hands didn't feel cold. After solving the problem of food and clothing, I sat by the window with peace of mind. Many tourists from the south happily ran outside, curious about the sudden heavy snow, as it rarely snows in southern cities. Suddenly, a scream came from downstairs, and I hurriedly looked over, my pupils involuntarily shrinking. Under the illumination of the community streetlights, a young man's face suddenly sprouted blue pus-filled blisters the size of eggs, and all exposed skin was covered in blisters. Looking very frightening, people around hurriedly avoided him, looking at him in terror. What is this? Help me! Help me! The man urgently sought help, but within half a minute, the blisters on his body burst, oozing disgusting pus, and as the pus flowed out, his body stiffened, his eyes wide open as he fell to the ground. Ah! Someone died. Soon, the people around were terrified and scattered, and the community was in complete chaos. I frowned and looked closely, unable to help but gasp in shock. In just a short while, more than a dozen corpses had fallen below the community. I looked for a while and then withdrew my gaze. I opened my phone to find that information related to the whole world is running and university is toxic was trending. Countless people were seeking help and wailing. What is going on? Is it the end of the world? The safety bureau's phone lines are all busy. What should we do? Does anyone have bottled water and snacks? I am willing to pay a high price to buy them. Smart people had already sensed that this was not an ordinary disaster, and stockpiling food and water had become a top priority. I checked the doors and windows again to ensure that the snow wouldn't blow in before I went to sleep with peace of mind. The next morning at 8 o'clock, I went to the window to look outside and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The corpses from yesterday had all been buried under the snow, and the snow had already surpassed the first floor, with the temperature dropping to -30 degrees. After checking the facilities in the house, as expected, the water, electricity, and gas were all down. But I was not worried at all. I continued to hide in the house, eating hot pot and drinking hot tea. At 12 o'clock, the rewards for the new day arrived. Ding! Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1. A Desert Eagle with an unlimited magazine. 2. Strength level upgrade. 3. An apocalyptic sled that can glide on ice and snow, allowing for unhindered travel. 4. A can of carbonated drink that makes you burp infinitely. Although I really wanted the Golden Desert Eagle, I ultimately chose option 2. I felt a surge of powerful strength suddenly arise in my body, and at the same time, a line of information appeared in the upper left corner of the system. Strength level 6. After feeling it, I punched the solid wood dining table, and a fist-sized hole was immediately smashed into it. Yet my hand didn't feel any pain at all. For the next 3 days, the heavy snow outside continued to fall intermittently, and I still didn't go out. I finally came across the long-desired Golden Desert Eagle again, and I also found the talent skill that guarantees a hit. For the third reward, I chose the constant temperature stove. This is a device shaped like a stove but only the size of a palm, which does not need charging or burning oil, and comes with sufficient energy. Just a few of these at home would keep the place warm. I glanced at my nearly dead phone and found that someone in the owner group was already calling for a resource exchange in the underground garage, so I decided to go down and take a look. Staying cooped up at home all day eating and drinking lazily wasn't a good idea, so I put on a thick down jacket, covering myself up to just leave my face exposed. Although it wasn't cold at all, I still had to put on a show. At this time, the underground garage was already crowded, with people shouting energetically, "I have a 30,000 mAh power bank, and there's still half the charge left," looking to exchange for a bottle of mineral water. "I have a pack of cigarettes," looking to trade for instant noodles or bread. Most were focused on exchanging food and water, while a few others wanted to trade for medicine. Lin Dong walked with a lurch and saw the two families of Wang Shang and Shenwanyu. At this time, both of them were wrapped into dumplings, only revealing two weak and miserable faces. What was placed in front of them was some gold and silver jewelry. It seemed that in order to survive, Shenwanyu had already taken out her dowry, but it's also been a few days since the end of the world, and everyone knows that gold, silver, and money are now waste, and no one is even bothering to patronize them. Shenwanyu looked up and saw Lin Dong's smiling appearance. Her mind couldn't help but remember what Lin Dong had said that day. If you get hungry, remember to come find me. Could it be that Lin Dong already knew it would snow heavily? But Lin Dong didn't go up and jump on his face either. He didn't like taking the initiative. As he strolled around, he stumbled upon another superb girl whose posture was not below Shen Yu's, and his eyes lit up as he looked at her. Although the other party was wrapped tightly, his features were exquisite. The bright eyes look like jewels. The eyebrows are striped very delicately. The lips are slightly pale, but the petal lip profile is as flattering as it can be. More than that, even the thick down jacket slightly outlined the perfect explosion of the body. Proper Mercedes-Benz big G.A. With a height of 1.75 m. If he wore high heels, he would probably be almost as tall as Lin Dong. When did the neighborhood get this kind of extreme? Ice cream. Chapter 4, Chaos Begins. The woman, who by the looks of her face was in her late 20s, was alone and had curled herself up in a corner. In front of them were some brand name bags and cosmetics and so on. The same as Shen Yu's two families. No one even looked at them. You might as well be laying out cash. It's all useless junk anyway. While observing, Lin Dong was eavesdropping on other people's talk and probably compiled a few useful pieces of information. The first is that the toxins inside the snow are only contagious by skin contact and are not airborne. That's kind of good news. Otherwise, who dares to open the door for air? Even if they didn't starve to death, they would be suffocated alive. The second good news is that some people who can't stand the hunger have done bold experiments. As long as the skin with a waterproof substance, such as clothing inside a plastic bag this kind of way, and umbrellas to block the snow, you can walk in the snow is not deep. The only trouble is that the roads in the neighborhood are now so deep in snow, more than 3 meters, that it's impossible for manpower to get through to look for supplies. Of course, there are quite a few people talking about modifying their vehicles using tools available to them at home to try and see if they can drive out. Lin Dong thought it was all bull ********. With this thickness of snow, an excavator would have a hard time driving out, let alone a small car. It also shows how little people have. The third piece of news made Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a little worried. That is, those corpses that were poisoned to death by the snow. All of their pupils were white, and each of the corpses was frozen in an extremely twisted position, which made them look very oozy. These corpses, they won't all turn into zombies later, right? Lin Dong couldn't help but speculate in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Once the weather warms up and the bodies thaw, they are likely to come to life. It seems that in the future, if you encounter an option that can enhance your strength, you should just choose it brainlessly. The stronger you are, the greater your chances of surviving will be. Handsome, do you have any bread or instant noodles? I spent tens of thousands of dollars on all these designer bags. Can I get something to eat instead? Ling Shui couldn't help but open her mouth and ask when she saw a young man walking away and slowly approaching her. Lin Dong returned to his senses and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This woman's voice is clear and melodious, with a hint of flirtatious flavor. Very nice. These things of yours are useless. Can you be more practical? Lin Dong recklessly surveyed Ling Shui's pretty face. Ling Shui bites her lips. She is actually clear. All this time, brand name bags and so on are floating clouds. One by one are wrapped into dumplings hungry. Who still have the heart to dress up with bags? It's just a matter of refusing to die. She lived alone, with no man to rely on, and the only thing of value in such a brutal time period was her own body. But she didn't want to give herself away so easily just yet. Handsome. So, is this okay? Ling Shui pondered for a moment and pulled out a black plastic bag from her pocket. Completely unnoticed, he dropped his ID on the floor. Lin Dong realized with his eyes that the woman's name was Ling Shui. Taking a look at the plastic bag, he was filled with black lines on the spot. It's full of all kinds of stockings. Long, medium, one piece, halter, fishnet, the list goes on. MMP. You're shouting handsome, but in reality, you still treat me like a stinking beggar? Ling Shui lowered her voice. Handsome. These are all the ones I've worn and not washed. You, off. Lin Dong threw the plastic bag back and pulled another piece of bread out of his own pocket. I live in building 5, 301, and if you want food, come to my house. We're all adults. You should know what I mean. After saying that, he gave her a look, collected the bread and turned his head away. Ling Shui's pale lips are almost biting blood. If it is before the end of the world, such a stinking beggar she will not even look at a glance. I did not expect the end of the world. The stinking beggar actually let himself go to accompany him? Pissed off. But what could be done? People have food. Lin Dong continued to loiter for no more than 2 minutes when suddenly, 3 big men suddenly rushed out from the safe passage of Building 7. The man in the lead had a face full of crossmeat, and was a ruthless character at first glance. And, all 3 had kitchen knives in their hands. Liang Meng waved his hand. Grab it for me, said a horse. First rushed to the nearest stall. The stall owner is an old woman. stalls on a can of old age milk powder. Was Liang Mang snatched a hand over. Hey, 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 why are you robbing me? Someone's robbing us. The old lady grabbed Liang Mang's arm in a deadly grip, wanting to recapture her milk powder, which was her only hope of exchanging it for food. Geez, looking for death. Liang Mang's eyes flashed with cold light, picked up the kitchen knife, and ruthlessly chopped down. Pust. The blood light appeared. The old woman's head was set in the chopper and she collapsed helplessly. Ah, murder! I don't know who shrieked. And in an instant, everyone began to scatter in panic. Lin Dong watched coldly, slowly walking towards Building 5 with the crowded crowd. After so many days, order is finally starting to break down. In the face of living, what goodness and human glory will completely dissipate. And this murder today will be the beginning of chaos. What are you waiting for? Give me the old man to rob. Liang Mang also killed for the first time, but as a gangster, his mental quality was still good. Yelling at his two little brothers and slashing towards the nearest person. Pure Shark was mad and didn't care if the man had food or not. He'd chop it up first. The two little brothers, inspired by their big brother's momentum, also began to go on a killing spree. Ling Shui rushed to her home when Liang Mang killed someone, and she didn't even have time to collect the designer bag ID on the ground. Wang Shang was pulling Shenwanyu in a frenzy, but everyone was running, and the pampered two were quickly knocked down. Hubby, husband. Shenwanyu was so scared that her legs and feet were so weak that she couldn't climb up at all. Wife, get up. Wang Shang tried desperately to pull her up, but he, who was also hungry, could not pull her up at all. Seeing that Liang Mang had already rushed towards the side with a knife, Wang Shang gritted his teeth. Wife, wait for me. I'll go find someone to help. With that, he scattered and ran off without looking back. Hubby, save me. Shenwanyu was shocked. She never dreamed that her new husband would leave her behind, and seeing that the thugs were about to rush over, it directly made her cry. When Lin Dong saw it, he immediately rushed over to help her up. This was his prey. He couldn't die like this. Follow me. Feeling the strong and powerful arms, Shenwanyu then saw that it was Lin Dong who saved her and was touched in her heart. Liang Mang kills people with purely indiscriminate attacks, cutting whoever is closest, until the people in the underground garage have run out. The three brothers stop, looking at the 7 or 8 corpses that had fallen on the ground, with others wailing while clutching their broken arms and thighs. The blood-covered Liang Mang let out a sardonic laugh and hacked them to death one by one. Ha ha ha, big brother, New Zealand dollars. That one worked. The two minions quickly searched around the underground garage, obtaining quite a bit of food. Their plan was simple. Come down to chop people and rob things. Others must be scared to run away. The stalls were too late to take away. They could only be cheap. Liang Mang estimated that the food they grabbed this time was enough for the three brothers to eat for 2 days. But the back will not be good to rob. These people will certainly be afraid of locking the door of the room not to come out, and then want to get food can only find a way to break the door. Come on, let's go back first. At that moment, another junior suddenly ran over with an ID card and a lewd smile on his face. Boss, I found something good. Chapter 5, work for me and get 3 meals a day. Liang Mang took a look and his eyes also lit up. What a beautiful woman. This is a photo ID, and all women who rely on beauty filters and makeup to get out of the house will show up in front of a photo ID. But this woman called Ling Shui on the ID card. Melon face, a pair of eyes bright and moving, proper superb beauty. The only unfortunate thing is that the address on the ID card is not from the court neighborhood. It could be a tenant here. I don't know which building or house she lives in. The little brother who found the ID card was called Zhang Peng, winked and said cheerfully, Boss, I haven't touched a woman for a few days. This is excellent. Must let the little brother have a taste. Liang Mang hemmed and hawed and laughed. There is no hurry. Let's get the food back first, and then build a tool that can break the door, and then hit up one by one, and sooner or later we will bump into it. And there's a lot of women in this neighborhood, so the three of us can have a lot of fun. The three of them went home with evil smiles on their faces. Lin Dong blocked the door to the safe passage after taking Shenwanyu away before returning to the 3rd floor of the 5th building, until she saw the door of her house. Shenwanyu finally had the strength to stand still, immediately broke away from Lin Dong, and went to smash the door in a furious manner. Wang Shang, you open the door for me. You coward. You have the nerve to leave your wife and run home alone. Open the door now. The sound was loud and frantic, and Linden smiled as he opened the door to his house, leaning against the doorway with his arms wrapped around him to watch the show. Hiding in the house shivering, Wang Shang heard his wife's voice, only then trembling through the cat's eye look out, see only Lin Dong and his wife 2 people, before finally bravely opened the door. Xiao, you're fine, come in quickly, or that group of people rushed over again. Wang Shang, as if the person who just lost his wife and fled was not him, hurriedly trying to pull his wife into the door. Shenwanyu was not happy, flinging away her husband's arm and pointing at him. She scolded, Wang Shang, Are you still a man? How did you make a promise to me before you got married? What? You left me in danger and ran off on your own. I was so blind to marry you, woo-woo, said crying to himself. Seeing Lin Dong on the sidelines watching the show, Wang Sheng's face was a bit ugly. Holding up a smile and said, "It's like this, Xiao Ye. I'm not afraid. I'm not looking for someone to help me out. It's just that no one is willing to help me. I really have no choice. Is running back to find tools ready to go to save you. You have to believe me, Xiao Yu. Then why are you closing the door?" Xin Wanyu asked the exterminator. Wang Sheng was completely speechless. Xin Wanyu continued to cry, "Home can drink, all eat all. Just now even my gold bracelet are lost. I want to do I'm young. I don't want to starve to death after you." At this time, Xin Wanyu was helpless to the extreme. Wang Sheng is equally helpless. Spare him, the self-proclaimed social elite. Hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. High-end elite class. In the face of this situation does not have a single solution. Suddenly, Wang Sheng looked towards Lin Dong, who was holding back a smile and eating melon, before he finally realized that something was wrong. This kid, he's looking good. The face was rosy and didn't look like it had been starved. "Lin Dong, do you have food in your house?" Wang Sheng asked tentatively. Lin Dong truthfully admitted, "There is, and there are a lot of them." Now, even Xin Wanyu stopped crying and her eyes lit up. "Great, Lin Dong, can you share some of our food?" Lin Dong revealed a bright smile. "That naturally won't work, Lin Dong pulled out a can of Kuolo from his pocket, opened it and poured a mouthful, burping contentedly. Drinking ice cola in the winter is pretty cool, too. Wang Sheng's two mouths were glaring out of their eyes, and their mouths, which had long been dry, couldn't help but moisten, drooling. This stuff is purely and simply something you loved before the end times and can't afford after. And this was also side evidence that Lin Dong's family had many supplies, or else who would have nothing to do but take out coke and pretend? Lin Dong, you see, we are neighbors." Wang Sheng revealed a fawning smile. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. As long as you are willing to share a little bit of us, and when the disaster is over, I will arrange for you to join me in the company. 6,000. No, 8,000 a month for you. Lyndon snorted. Asterisk. It's still a sand sculpture that hasn't recognized reality yet. Seeing the hands of the Kuolu just drink a mouthful and freeze into ice, Lin Dong helplessly threw back to his house, and pulled out a can from his pocket to continue to drink. Wang Sheng's two families' eyes had turned green, and they were even more convinced that Lin Dong had a lot of supplies. Xin Wanyu bit her lip. "Lin Dong, do you think this is okay? We are willing to pay for it. 100 for a bottle of water, and we'll pay 10 times as much for whatever we can eat, okay?" Lin Dong continued to snicker. "You're a two." Wang Sheng's two families dared to be angry. "Well, then what would it take for you to be willing to share some of our food?" Wang Sheng asked helplessly. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly as he looked towards Xin Wanyu. "Tell you what, my house is a mess these days and I'm short of a woman to help me clean it up. I can hire my sister-in-law to be my maid and come to work at my house from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day, specializing in serving my food and living. Salary. I'll give you 3 meals a day and allow you to bring home a loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water every day, okay?" Xin Wanyu instantly blushed and scolded angrily. "Lin Dong, you've gone too far. Who am I to clean up your house? You're also too much of a despiser, right? We're all adults. We don't have to talk about it." If she and Lin Dong were allowed to share a room with a man and a woman alone, she wouldn't be eaten dry? 3 meals a day, I'm afraid, becomes 2 things. Wang Sheng was also enraged, but he still kept some sense and didn't make a move. Frowning, he said, "Lin Dong, this definitely won't work. Look at it like this. I'll help you clean up the house with your sister-in-law, and we'll make it absolutely clean for you." Lin Dong spread his hands. "Men aren't welcome in my house. If you guys aren't happy about it, then forget it." With that, he closed the door to the room. "Anyway, I've got food and drink and I'm not cold, so I've got plenty of time to take my time." Wang Sheng's two families looked at each other in dismay, and then Xin Wanyu exploded again. "Wang Sheng, we're not done with this matter of you leaving me to escape." After saying that, he went home in a huff. Wang Sheng could only rush to comfort his wife. At night, Lyndon woke up from his nap and decided to cook a hot pot for dinner. Beef tripe, lamb, shrimp sliders, yellow throats and so much more. And 302 house. After the quarrel, Wang Sheng two people once again fell into silence. After all, the quarrel is also very exhausting. And now all the family can eat and drink all consumed clean. And then noisy down will not help. Suddenly, Xin Wanyu's nose sniffed slightly. "Strange, why do I smell the aroma of hot pot? Is it an illusion?" Wang Sheng also huffed, his heart greatly shocked. What a hot pot flavor! The two of them looked at each other face to face. They were already hungry in front of their chests, and now stimulated by the smell of hot pot, they were even hungrier. Wang Shang quietly opened the door to the room, and finally confirmed that the smell was coming from Lin Dong's house, and his heart immediately came alive. Honey, why don't you go work for Lin Dong? Chapter 6 Taking down the neighbor's wife. The maid code? Null. Chapter 7, Battle Maid? A maid's suit? Null. Chapter 8, It's all a mess. The rules are falling apart. Null. Chapter 9, Ling Shue's plea for help. Trapeze artist? Null. Chapter 10, Rescuing Ling Shue. I don't keep a useless dog. Null. Chapter 11, Surviving the End Times. Learning to kill. Null. Chapter 12, Roll it up. Roll it up. Roll it up. Roll it up. Null. Chapter 13, Betrayed by her husband again. Xinhuan Yu shark goes crazy. Null. Chapter 14, The maid's little thoughts. Null. Chapter 15, Li Xiaoyan's reversal. Null. Chapter 16, Bullied in the workplace. Null. Chapter 17, The master's warning. The king of the house meeting. Null. Chapter 18, Your gun is fake. Mine is real. Null. Chapter 19, I love watching beautiful women fight. Null. Chapter 20, Cold ice fish slapping haphazardly on the face. Null. Chapter 21, What does it mean to be compassionate? Null. Chapter 22, Being a chow thief again. Null. Chapter 23, Is death scary or Lin Dong scary? Null. Chapter 24, Snowball fight. Null. Chapter 25, Guess it's true. It's really going to turn into a zombie. Null. Chapter 26, The RV arrives and the ex-girlfriend calls. Null. Chapter 27, Out of the neighborhood. At the mall. Null. Chapter 28, I'm sorry, I have no morals. Null. Chapter 29, Early for New Year's greetings. Null. Chapter 30, Mui de Mui de. Null. Chapter 31, I'm not afraid of death. Unless you really kill me. Null. Chapter 32, We're sisters for life. Null. Chapter 33, 4 people, 5 groups. Null. Chapter 34, Apologize to me. Null. Chapter 35, Mutant Serum. Arrival at Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. Null. Chapter 36, Even death is a luxury. Null. Chapter 37, In the last days, there is no good or evil, only the strong and the weak. Null. Chapter 38, Another way to help others. Null. Chapter 39, I can only take 3 people with me. Null. Chapter 40, Best friends, torn. Null. Chapter 41, You must like me, right? Null. Chapter 42, Small time enhancement. Null. Chapter 43, To kill or not to kill, that is the question. Null. Chapter 44, Come stand in a line. Zip. Null. Chapter 45, The mutant great white dog. Null. Chapter 46, Letting you stop reading novels. Null. Chapter 47, I'm afraid this is a bit painful. Null. Chapter 48, Foundation. Null. Chapter 49, Why don't you ask me? Null. Chapter 50, Within 10 meters. The gun is fast and accurate. Null. Chapter 51, I'm a joke. Null. Chapter 52, It's fun to keep a little mystery. Null. Chapter 53, Nye Xiaochen dancing in front of Rudra? Null. Chapter 54, Of course I'm going to the Western Paradise, but I'm not going to my home. Null. Chapter 55, The Golden Girls. Null. Chapter 56, This awakened one is an old sex maniac. Null. Chapter 57, Rich people still form cults? Null. Chapter 58, Brainwashing? Liang Jihan is trapped. Null. Chapter 59, Lin Dong eliminates the 3 evils. Null. Chapter 60, The Jade Lady comes to the door. Null. Chapter 61, Why is your knife glowing green? Null. Chapter 62, You two are actually quite in love. Null. Chapter 63, The Xia family awakens. Null. Chapter 64, The absolute talent of Xia Qingyu. Null. Chapter 65, Chen Yunshi runs away? Null. Chapter 66, Little sister's heart is quite poisonous. Null. Chapter 67, Woman, you've got my attention. Null. Chapter 68, You must come to the Hongmen banquet. Null. Chapter 69, What, the end times are going away? Null. Chapter 70, Your circle is really messed up. Null. Chapter 71, The beautiful teacher shark is crazy. Null. Chapter 72, The high school flower finally bows down. Null. Chapter 73, Sister-in-law so strong? Null. Chapter 74, Xia family misery. Big star angry. Null. Chapter 75, Hell's devil suit. Null. Chapter 76, The devil's suit. A favorite of maids. Null. Chapter 77, The enmity of killing your wife is uncommon. Null. Chapter 78, Xia Qingyu vs. Bug Brother. Null. Chapter 79, 2-level SAXS at your doorstep. Null. Chapter 80, Xia Qingyu vs. Jiangzhu. Null. Chapter 81, A gift for Bugsy. Null. Chapter 82, The witty Xia Qingyu. Null. Chapter 83, Torture of Liang Jihan. Null. Chapter 84, Wormwood's death. What a ruthless foundation. Null. Chapter 85, Yes, I'm sick. Null. Chapter 86 Misunderstandings and Young Heartbreaks. Null. Chapter 87 The Sisters and Brothers Are Crazy. Null. Chapter 88 Naze vs AOU. Null. Chapter 89 It's All for Your Own Good. Null. Chapter 90 Washing Your Face with a Bomb. Null. Chapter 91 The Maids Are All Powerful. 1. Null. Chapter 92 The Maids Are All Powerful. 2. Null. Chapter 93 Lin Dong vs Ishiyama/Ishmael. Null. Chapter 94 Last Words Don't Speak in Tongues. Null. Chapter 95 A Tea is Greener Than a Tea. Null. Chapter 96 The Second Phase of the End Times. Strange Rain. Null. Chapter 97 Tianxin Orphanage. No. 3. Null. Chapter 98 Chen Tianxin's True Face. Null. Chapter 99 I'm a Real Soulless Person. Null. Chapter 100 Heartlessness. Null. Chapter 101 Not only to kill, but also to kill the heart. Null. Chapter 102 The Great Evil Lindong. Null. Chapter 103 Lindong's Hardcore Fans. Null. Chapter 104 Dispute Over Maids. Competition for First Place. Null. Chapter 105 The Salted Fish Among the Maids. Null. Chapter 106 Who Said the Logistics Post Was Safe? Null. Chapter 107 Is That You? Sure? Null. Chapter 108 Master Gene. The Four Great Diamonds. Null. Chapter 109 Only the Dead Don't Have to Take Customers. Null. Chapter 110 Do You Know How Osamu Got Its Name? Null. Chapter 111 Frozen Fish Is His Final Destiny. Null. Chapter 112 The Woman with the Secret. Null. Chapter 113 You Don't Have a Pretty Sister? Null. Chapter 114 Growing Bigger and Stronger. Creating Brilliance Again. Null. Chapter 115 The Way to Conquer a Woman. Null. Chapter 116 Little Kunzi. Showing Your Chicken Feet? Null. Chapter 117 The Maiden Dispute Revisited. Splits. Null. Chapter 118 Existence Beyond Version T0. Null. Chapter 119 New Deacon's Ability? Null. Chapter 120 Submit or Die. Null. Chapter 121 Throwing Dirty Water. Qin Shuyao's Anger. Null. Chapter 122 Qin Shuyao's New Weapon. Null. Chapter 123 Gathering of the Masters of the Zodiac. Null. Chapter 124 Big Snake Arms Can't Hold Long Legs. Null. Chapter 125 Head of the Maids, The Demon Squad. Null. Chapter 126 This Girl is Bad in Nature. Null. Chapter 127 The Difficult Shadow. Null. Chapter 128 The New Situation in Jiangcheng. Null. Chapter 129 Mutant Eagle. Serum Lost. It was only after a long time that the poisonous fiend slowly transformed into its human form, the scales on its body fading away. Hiss, it's really good. Poisonous Fury spat out his snake letters full of excitement. This vigorous and furious sense of power was simply overwhelming. The only drawback, though, is that it tends to make people delirious. The awakening serum itself would already amplify the dark side of a person's heart, and the reinforced serum injection was a direct detonation of it. And if it wasn't for his own amazing willpower, I'm afraid that he would have completely turned into a big snake monster. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Poison Fury called for someone. Clean up his body, and from now on, you're the new head tech. A short-haired man instantly turned his old face pale. I shouldn't have come in the first place. Poison Fury, how many of the enhanced serum 1-0 have you gotten out? Short-haired guy, there are currently 3 left besides the one you injected. Well, after a moment of contemplation, Poison Fury waved his hand. Leave 2 as spares. Send additional helicopters to transport 1 back to headquarters for analysis of samples. Roll out the production line for me in large quantities and step up the manufacturing of the enhanced serum. Quick! Before long, the entire Foundation was busy, and Poison Fury stood at the window, watching a helicopter slowly fade into the air. As long as the serum was sent back to the headquarters, the Foundation branches could obtain the samples, and combined with the shared scientific research data, it was completely self-sufficient, and the Foundation's road to power had taken another big step forward. Altitude 700 meters. Continuing to climb. Winds normal. Barometric pressure normal. Continue to climb. Activate noise-reducing propellers. Activate reflectors. Turn on stealth mode. Inside the helicopter, an enhanced serum, protected by a perilous box, just lay inside. The 2 pilots were chatting away when, suddenly, a radar alarm sounded. Attention! Attention! Unidentified object ahead approaching at high speed. The 2 froze and looked sharply at the radar. What is it? Is it some other helicopter? No, this unidentified object is fast. Let's avoid it. The helicopter began to turn around. However, as if the red dot on the radar recognized them, it actually flew off course as well. At the same time, quite a few people in Jiangcheng heard the loud shouts and looked up. In the next moment, only a behemoth was seen revealing itself in the thick dark clouds. A mutant eagle with wings spread out nearly 100 meters wide appeared. its eyes staring at one spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this? Big bird. What a big bird. Holy, this size, it's comparable to a Boeing, isn't it? The two pilots in the helicopter winced in unison. Didn't they turn on stealth mode and noise reduction? Why did it feel like they were being targeted by a mutant eagle? The mutant eagle was so fast and close that the helicopter couldn't dodge. The massive eagle's talons cut through the fuselage with ease and crushed the cockpit with one hand. Boom! The crowd watched in disbelief as a large explosion ignited in the sky and the wreckage of the helicopter began to fall along with the flames. Poison Fury's eyes bulged. Lean, where did this mutant eagle come from and why did it happen to crash through the helicopter? That's got reinforcing serum in it. Lord Poison Fury, our helicopter. I saw it. The serum was locked up in a special safe. It can't be destroyed by an explosion like that. Mobilize all station personnel. Go find me the wreckage of the plane. Never let the serum fall into the hands of others. Yes, the Foundation, which had been shrinking for a long time, was forced to show its tracks because of this accident. The mutant eagle that had done this, on the other hand, shook its claws and shook its wings to rise into the clouds, completely disappearing from sight. For a while, half of Jiangcheng was in chaos. The conversation was accompanied by mutant eagles and big bangs. Times have really changed. An eagle that big can't be stewed in one pot. Come on, that thing's so big and it can fly. We're not even big enough to give it a run for its money. Say, what did it blow up? That blast came out of nowhere. Drones? Bull asterisk 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 drone. Whose drone can create such a big explosion? I'm guessing it's a stealthy helicopter. Didn't you guys see the propellers? Invisible, and you can't hear a thing. What an advanced helicopter. Because the explosion landed on the west side of Jiangcheng, many people were keenly aware that a helicopter that could have such advanced technology might have something good inside. The crowd began to rush west. In the middle of a mountainside, Xia Qingyu was holding a small ice can in her hand, her face pale and panting. Chen Yunshi, who was beside her, wasn't much better. But the emperor is not a man. Ice irrigation head in the middle of the shadow is still caught. A small group of black fog in the inside of the rampage want to escape. Few chased you for 2 days. Let's see how you can still escape this time. Xia Qingyu showed a rare color of joy. This shadow wasn't strong, and either one of her and Shen Yunshi against each other would be able to easily beat the shadow. Nah, the supernatural ability was really weird. The two women chased him hard for 2 days and almost escaped by him many times. Honestly, where is your Foundation stronghold? Chen Yunshi asked sternly. However, the shadow just banged the bottle over and over again, not saying a word. Just as Xia Qingyu was considering how to torture Shadow, suddenly there was a loud bang in the sky, followed by the wreckage of the helicopter landing just a hill away from the two women. The two women looked at each other and rushed over. It's the Foundation's helicopter. Xia Qingyu met the logo on the fuselage from the flames at a glance, and the shadow in the jar suddenly crashed violently, as if in a hurry. Chen Yunshi's eyes lit up. Let's go rummage around. Maybe we can find information on the Foundation too? Xia Qingyu smiled bitterly. It's all shattered into this. What information is also? The words suddenly lurched, for in her afterglow she saw a dark, square object. After pulling it out, I realized that it was a safe, worthy of a Foundation. Chen Yunshi marveled. What kind of material is this made of? Surprisingly resistant to explosions and falls? Xia Qingyu stretched out her hand and slowly poured cold air into it. With one cold and one hot, the safe finally couldn't hold up and began to deform. When opened, a tube of red liquid was preserved in it. Intact, the shadow crashed more violently at the sight of this. Chen Yunshi, what is this thing? I don't know, but it's important to the Foundation. Xia Qingyu looked at the sharp-eyed shadow. With a small hand, the ice canister turned into a lump of ice, which was then crushed in one hand. The shadow was completely crushed into slush. Chen Yunshi was anxious. Hey, why did you kill him? We went through so much trouble to catch him. Now, we don't need to go to the Foundation anymore. Xia Qingyu revealed a confident smile and took the serum into her arms. You can tell by the way he's acting that this stuff is important to the Foundation. What you mean is, Chen Yunshi's eyes lit up. We don't need to bother looking for them. Just wait for them to deliver them to our door? Xia Qingyu nodded. She recognized it. It was the enhanced serum. If you use it yourself, can. Getting rid of Linden? Chapter 130, Saffron Society. Lu Ou. Null. Chapter 131, The Chiefs Gather. Null. Chapter 132, Do You Deserve This Name? Wan Yu. Long time no see. Jiang Zhu was the first to greet. The crowd was stunned. The leaders of these two forces really knew each other. Xin Wanyu sneered. It's only been 3 days since we've seen each other. There's no need to pretend to be sympathetic here. Jiang Zhu frowned. Wan Yu, I have no intention of stealing from you. Why are you so aggressive? Then what winter bamboo club are you building? My people are going to your southern district to look for someone. Why are your people blocking it? Xin Wanyu disliked back nonchalantly. Ginger Bamboo hadn't had time to speak. Suddenly, a thin man pushed his way out of the crowd. Several beauties. Are you looking for me? Lin Dong's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the delicate four great beauties and could not help but lick his tongue. Liang Jihan frowned. Who's looking for you? Who are you? I, Lin Dong. The person you are looking for is none other than me. Lin Dong confidently patted his chest. In the crowd, many people covered their faces and backed away. This kid, dead. As expected, Ling Shui coldly said. Just you are worthy of this name? Get lost if you don't want to die. Lin Dong said unhappily. How is it unworthy? My parents named me this. Before the words fell, Ling Shui had already struck out in lightning, her small hands choking Lin Dong's neck to death, and the latter's face quickly turned red. Go down and ask your parents if that name is random? Ling Shui finished her sentence with a forceful palm and straightaway pinched his neck off, his head tumbling helplessly to the ground. Crowd. Holy, this woman is so violent. Ling Shui shook off the blood on her hand and took out a tissue from her pocket to wipe it clean again, as if she had done something very normal. Liang Jihan, alright, it's pointless for you guys to argue anymore. Take your seats first. The atmosphere between the several women's swords was only slightly eased. There were only two possibilities when all four of them showed up and the master still hadn't come out. Either that, or the owner is no longer in Zhangcheng. Either that, or the master is still hiding in the shadows watching them. Behind the caravan, Li Shua gasped and finally caught up. Luckily, the RV wasn't traveling fast, or we would have lost it. Seeing that the chief had already entered the VIP seats, Li Shua had the intention to go in and rub the air conditioning, but he stopped in his tracks. It's better not to die. Cars aren't even allowed in, let alone private rooms. Li Shua looked around. Now there are too many people in the square. I don't know how much effort it will take to squeeze in, so he found a nearby building and drilled in. Nice view from the third floor, but there are still bodies here. Then go to the fourth floor? The fourth floor is too messy and there's no place to lay your head. Go to the fifth floor. Li Suk saw the door to the room on the fifth floor open, and it was still clean inside, so he couldn't help but rejoice that this was the place. But just as I entered, I saw two women and one man. Who are you guys? What do you want to hide here? Li Shua asked nervously. It was so dark inside that only a tiny bit of afterglow from the plaza allowed him to see shadows, otherwise he would have been taken by surprise. Qin Shuyao blushed scarlet as she fastened the last button and grunted coldly. What do you mean we're hiding here? Get lost if you don't want to die. Yo-ho? Other than my chief, I haven't seen any chick who dares to fool around in front of me. Li Shua was furious and stepped forward. As he got closer and closer, he finally saw Qin Shuyao's face through the dim light. Holy, what a beautiful woman. It didn't lose out to the chief and deputy chief at all, and in terms of face value and temperament alone, it was even above them. Turning his head to look at the man again, his back was turned and he didn't see it, and the woman under his ass. Holy, another superb one. Li Shua's heart immediately came to life. He didn't come for nothing this time. He even ran into two superb products at once. This wave earned him that what? This friend, which power are you from? In his heart, he had already made up his mind that as long as he wasn't one of the four major forces, he would immediately take out and snatch these two women. Trellis, to have such a beautiful woman as a stool is intolerable. Lin Dong didn't turn around, propping up his chin and looking out. Oh, I'll be in the world. Oh, the World Society. It seems. You're from the World Society? Li Shua glared. This is a bad situation for the Tama. Although previously, the Zodiac Hall Master of the World Society had offended Shenwan Yu and was blown away by her, and even the World Society had to compensate a sum of supplies. It doesn't mean that the World Council is really weak, at least, to him, Li Shua. He couldn't afford to mess with himself. May, how can you miss such a beautiful woman in front of you? Is that so? Dare I ask if you're a Hall Master level figure of the World Society? No, just a regular little brother. Qin Shuyao stifled her laughter. Is Master planning to play pig and eat tiger? You've used Master Jin's daughter as a stool. What kind of ordinary little brother are you? Li Shua's eyes lit up, then his smile slowly grimaced. Little brother then don't blame. Quiet, it's starting down there. Li Shua was just about to lash out, but his eyes couldn't help but be drawn outside, only to see the night sky. A red flower petal suddenly floated down, brightly colored and beautiful. The crowd in the square looked up. What the hell is a lower petal? It's not poisonous, is it? The scene was chaotic. In the next second, the entire Saffron Club staff shouted in unison. The Saffron Club chief has arrived. The crowd was only slightly less disorganized, and then once again there was a silence. In the night sky, Lu Oyu, who had long pink hair, stepped on the flowers with her feet, like an elf, and descended gently and slowly. Around her, countless red petals fluttered around. Gulp fairy. This is the leader of the Saffron Society? Surprisingly, she's also an extreme beauty? This horse appearance is simply handsome. It is said that the alien's powers are all obtained from the poisonous snow. I am going to pile up the snowman now. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Here comes another death-defying bastard. Xinhuan Yu and Jiang Zhu couldn't help but skim their mouths as they watched Luo Yu make such a tawdry appearance. It's fine if you hide, but you have to make a scene. That's good. We'll have another member of the rip-off crew from now on. Lin Dong's eyes were slightly bright as he watched. This time it really wasn't in vain. This girl was not only pretty, her system score should be in the range of 86 to 87. And even her psychic abilities were so fancy. It was a bit interesting. Moreover, it was a rather rare level 5 alien. Knowing that quite a few of the aberrations that he had met during this period of time, other than the Foundation's products, all the other autonomous awakened were basically at level 2 to 4. This chick was really powerful. Could it be that she is also from the Foundation? Lin Dong secretly guessed. As for Li Shuo, he was now drooling, completely forgetting to turn on Lin Dong. After Luo Yu landed on the ground, she elegantly did a bow. Welcome to all of you. Today is the first trading auction of our Saffron Club. I have prepared many goodies here for all of you, and I think it will surely make you all satisfied. At that moment, a cold grunt came from the VIP box. The Saffron Society has some guts. You want to steal business from me? Aren't you afraid of being swallowed by a tiger? Master Kim took the lead. Chapter 133, One man holding 10,000 people hostage. Luo Yu's might. The crowd went silent, eyes as wide as brass bells. Here we go. I didn't realize that Master Jean was so grumpy that he snapped when the leader of the Saffron Club first appeared. It's not in vain that we've come here for nothing. There's a lot of fun to be had. Luo Yu's face remained unchanged as he looked towards the VIP room in the center and bowed slightly. I believe you are the leader of the World Society. Master Jean. Master Jean grunted coldly. Knowing who I am, how dare you open a trade fair? Luo Yu laughed. It seems that Master Jean has some misunderstandings about our Saffron Society. So Luo Yu is here to clear up some confusion for you. Solve the puzzle? Master Jean became even more angry. Little girl, when I was in the Jiangchang Road, you were not yet weaned. What a big mouth. However, Luo Yu remained unchanged. Master Jean, you are a respected old-timer. It's only right that you teach me a lesson. But there's one thing I need to remind Master Jean. This time, it's not the same as before. Master Jean glared. So what? Could it be that you? Master Jean, hear me out first. Luo Yu interrupted nonchalantly. Lin Dong revealed a smile. This woman has some style. Master Jean was disliked just like that. I know that you plan to set up a trade fair, Master Jean. And even more than that, you've already established a chain of industry. My little lady admires that. But Master Jean, you've misunderstood me in one respect. I'm calling it a trade show this time, but it could actually be considered an auction. And your trade show is for all those survivors who can afford to go in and spend money. And my auction, although the words are a bit hard to hear, the fact is that my auction, which goes for a one-time sale, is relatively more high-end. The implication is that you take your civilian route and I take my high-end route, and we actually don't interfere with each other. Master Jin's face was grim. On what basis do you assert that we have no auctions in the World Society? Luo Yu covered her mouth in mock surprise. Could it be that Master Jin means? Do you intend to grab both ends and not give the rest of us a single chance to drink the soup at all? I naturally. Master Jean was violently stunned. Then his face turned blue. This little girl has some tricks up her sleeve, if he dares to admit it. Do you think Winter Bamboo and Winter Moon next door will be vegetarians? Once the anger was aroused and Lin Dong was not around, then he would meet the joint strike of the three female chiefs, and even the joint targeting of all the big and small forces in Jiangchang. The end could be imagined. Lin Dong couldn't help but clap his hands. Wonderful. What a great move to steal the concept and turn the tables. There's something about this woman. Li Suk tilted his head in confusion. She's giving your boss a hard time. What are you so happy about? This time, after finally seeing Lin Dong's side face, he suddenly felt a bit familiar. After half a day of thinking about it, I couldn't remember who it was. Master Jean said grimly, little girl, it's a smooth talker, but it's a fact that you robbed my business. Do you want to argue? Luo Yu couldn't help but giggle at her words. Master Jean, this is again a joke. Now the order collapsed. There is no such thing as robbing business. I am just a little earlier than you. If you really have a complaint, you can call the Trade and Industry Bureau to complain about me, hahaha. This statement caused the crowd to roar with laughter. You! Master Jin's face turned red and white for a while in anger. In this encounter, he was considered to have completely lost to Luo Yu. Martyr! Why are all the young people nowadays so demonic? Okay, I'm old and my head can't keep up with you youngsters, but what if I have to make it impossible for you to drive? Master Jean was determined to turn the tables. He couldn't believe that Lin Dong wouldn't help himself. The atmosphere was instantly tense. Several hall masters were also rubbing their fists, and some even pulled out their guns, with a tendency to make a move at the drop of a hat. However, Luo Yu remained calm and collected. Master Jean, why are you forcing me to be a little girl? Luo Yu wore a wry smile as her slender index finger drew a circle and a brightly colored petal appeared on her fingertip. Just as the crowd wondered what she was going to do, they saw a finger lift and the petal snapped into the air. Boom! Over the square, an explosion ignited. The range, comparable to C4. The crowd's eyes bugged out. What kind of power is this? Bomberman possessed IUR. Master Jean frowned. What did this mean? You think showing off your powers will? The words lurched to a halt. Not only him, but many of the people in the room came back to their senses and looked in horror at the beautiful petals on the ground, on their shoulders, and on their heads. There were even people who carried a few petals in their pockets. These petals, they fry. When Luo Yu appeared, the entire square rained flower petals, the number of which must have been at least several 100,000. That means they're standing on countless C4 bombs right now? There were quite a few people on the spot who were planning to slip away. It's too damn scary here. I'm just watching the fun. It's not that bad, is it? Luo Yu laughed delicately. Everyone, since you're here, you're the guests of the Saffron Club, and it's a bit heartbreaking to have to leave before the auction even starts. But how could those people listen to them? On the spot, a number of people scattered and ran wildly. The fastest one running was about to run out of the street when, suddenly, an explosion went off. The man was instantly blown to pieces. The others who were preparing to flee immediately had their feet stomped and their faces turned pale. There's no escape, except for the square. The whole street was sprinkled with petals, and whoever escaped died. Master Jean snapped. What exactly do you want to do? Holding 10,000 of us hostage by yourself? Do you really think that the Winter Bamboo Society and Winter Moon Society leaders are just for show? The first order of business is to pull these two on board before we talk. However, the four Shinwanyu girls were silently propping up their chins with a look of complete disinterest. Although Luo Yu's exploding petals were tricky, it was easy and simple for them to leave or finish Luo Yu off. Luo Yu lightly laughed. Everyone doesn't need to be so excited. The purpose of Luo Yu inviting everyone here is still just an auction. Out of this, I just hope that the first auction won't be too cold. As long as everyone waits quietly for the auction to end, I will let everyone leave peacefully. Master Kim's fists were clenched, but he had to sit back down. It was also true that even if Luo Yu had the ability to kill everyone present, the reputation of the Saffron Society would be completely stigmatized, and it would also be boycotted by the other survivors, which was not worth it at all. The same number of people sensed this and retreated back with a strong sense of fear. Chief Luo, you must keep your word. Luo Yu smiled sweetly. Keeping my word. After all, I'm not a bad person, and my main purpose is still to do business with you all. Crowd, you're not a bad guy when you're stepping on a bomb. And now, the auction host. Satisfied, Luo Yu stepped aside as a young man took the stage. Ha ha ha, I think everyone has already felt Chief Luo Yu's enthusiasm, so without further ado, let's invite the first lot. The stage pulled down the curtain and the crowd watched with both fear and anticipation. Chapter 134, The Sky-Priced Hwazi. The host shouted excitedly. The first lot, 10 strips of Hwazi. Starting price, 1 packet of instant noodles. Each increase shall not be less than 1 packet. There's a lot of poverty everywhere. Ha! The curtain was drawn back, and the table was indeed set with 10 brand new Hwazis. The crowd was stunned. Even Hwazi could be put up for auction? Look at your excitement. You'd think it was 10 gold bricks if you didn't know. Even though this stuff was pretty expensive before and after the end times, it wasn't as important as having a full stomach. Not in the eyes of an old smoker. Of course, immediately, someone raised their hand. I'll give you 2 packs. Who are you looking down on? I'll take 3 packs. I'll add 3 packets and a ham sandwich. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So expensive? I'm giving up. I'll take 4 packs. With 1 bottle of mineral water. Hiss, even the water is out. How trenchant. The big man who called for mineral water couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth as he felt the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd. Quite a few people realized that for a real old smoker, spiritual food is more important than food. In the VIP box, Master Jean grunted out coldly, 6 packs. The crowd was once again silent, then let out a gasp of surprise. Master Kim made a move. How generous is that? The others instantly stopped bidding. The host was a bit embarrassed and was still selling the propaganda, but the crowd didn't dare to say anything else. Luo Yu, who was on the side, cursed in his heart, old fox, you're really something. It was reasonable to say that Hwazi's deal would definitely be higher, but when Master Jean shouted like that, where did the others dare to call? It's not worth offending Master Jean for Hwazi. Judging from the conflict just now, Master Jean was somewhat vindictive. In the box, Master Jean laughed coldly. Little girl, don't you just want to earn more? The old man won't let me. Anyway, The old man's call is within the rules, so lift the table if you can. Besides, the last thing I need is supplies, and when all the crops in my field are ripe, I'll have you begging me on your knees in turn." The host was embarrassed. Is there anyone else to call? 6 packets of instant noodles at a time. 6 packets of instant noodles twice. 6 packs of instant noodles. 1 box. Suddenly, Shen Wanyu spoke out. Master Jean was stunned. What did this mean? Whose side are you on? Didn't you see Luo Yu threaten you? Women's brain circuits are so confusing. Just as Master Jean was still speculating, Jiang Zhu raised his hand. 2 boxes. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. These 2 women were at each other's throats, so he would not be polite. Shen Wanyu gazed coldly at Jiang Zhu. 3 boxes. Little. I do all the work of passing cigarettes to the master, and you say you don't want to grab it? Ginger bamboo, 5 boxes. It's true that I don't want to grab it, but you've been aggressive repeatedly, so I'm going to grab it. Shen Wanyu, 7 boxes. Ginger bamboo, 8 boxes. 9 boxes. Lin Dong was staggered for a moment and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Looks like the maids still care about themselves. However, Li Shuo was in a hurry. What is the chief doing? It's just a few strips of wazi. Do you need to take out so many instant noodles? It's not like we don't have any at home. Linden cocked his head. Oh, who's your alpha? Humph, that would naturally be Wanyu. Li Shuo was incredibly proud. Called so close? Lin Dong frowned slowly. Then what is your position in the Winter Moon Society? As soon as Li Shuo fooled around, he couldn't stop. Position? Who are you looking down on? Then he looked around and couldn't help but whisper. On the surface, I'm considered to be on the same level as your World Society's Zodiac Hall Master, but privately, I'm on the same level as Wanyu. Hey, you know, said raised his eyebrows and gave Lin Dong an ambiguous look. Lin Dong revealed a wry smile. Really? That's right. The corners of Li Shuo's mouth were about to turn up to the sky. Not only Wanyu, even Ling Shui is with me. Ha. Do you understand? Qin Shuyao was furious. What are you talking about? How could Wanyu and the others possibly be with a commodity like you? If you dare to talk nonsense again, Li Shuo said disdainfully. You're not them. How do you know? I think you're jealous. He. Qin Shuyao's breath shook cold as she looked at Lin Dong. Master, can I chop him into slags? However, Lin Dong was looking puzzled. There's no rush. Keep watching the show. He naturally knew that Li Shuo was bragging. It's just a jumped-up clown. Let Wanyu kill him with her own hands. At the auction, the crowd had been numbed by the 2 women's mutual price increases. Can't live for 10 wazu? 20 boxes. Jiang Zhu, if you still want to continue this stalemate with me, then I will wage war on you. Shen Wanyu's tone was icy cold. Jiang Zhu bit his lip and finally said nothing, not raising the price. Indeed, as Shen Wanyu had said, they actually didn't mind the supplies at all, and they had established the club to make it easier to find the master. As long as they found their master, they would naturally leave with him, whereas his master was never short of supplies, which was why he raised the price so unconcernedly. But this move undoubtedly made Shen Wanyu's relationship with herself even worse. If the owner doesn't show up, it took the host a long time to recover from the huge surprise of 20 boxes and excitedly shouted, "Congratulations to the leader of the Winter Moon Society, for auctioning off 10 wawas for the huge sum of 20 boxes of instant noodles. That's 20 cases, a total of 480 packs. Enough to keep a person alive for a year if you save your money." Ling Shui moved the instant noodles from the RV and the deal was struck. Next is the second lot. The curtains were drawn back and there was a coolly dressed woman with a medium to high face, a nice figure and heavy makeup. Even though there was a campfire next to him for warmth, he was still freezing and his eyes were hollow. Shen Wanyu and the girls lost interest after taking a look. This is the kind of stuff that the owner doesn't see and has been played with I don't know how many times before being put on the shelf. While they couldn't look away, the crowd of men at the bottom of the stage got excited. Even if the face value was not as good as those alpha females, they had been specially dressed up, so it was still pretty wow. Starting price, 2 packs of instant noodles, such a stunning color to take home. Each increase shall not be less than 1 pack. As soon as the moderator's words fell, the crowd called for bids. I'll take 3 packs, 4 pack, and at that moment, Master Kim spoke again. 5 packs. Sure enough, the crowd's excited expressions once again lurched and they didn't dare to shout anymore. Master Jean gritted his teeth. I don't believe this kind of goods you two are still willing to shoot home. Luo Yu looked at Shen Wanyu and Jiang Zhu expectantly, waiting for them to quote another high price. However, the 2 women looked indifferent and didn't look away, with no intention of raising the price at all. Chief Wanyu, Chief Jiang Zhu, you too, not interested, X2. In the end, Master Kim shot the woman back for the super low price of 5 packs of instant noodles. Master Kim was so proud of himself. A little girl is a little girl, although her heart is hard enough, she is still too young. A woman of this caliber can be considered top quality among ordinary people. And you're even putting it up for auction? When Lousy's 100 Flowers house is completed, they will be Lousy's money-making tool, earning back tenfold and 100-fold. The auction, which continues. No one noticed that hundreds of heavily armed men had slowly begun to surround the place. Chapter 135, Mutiny. Foundation debuts. Lin Dong watched with interest, and as he scanned through the crowd, his gaze suddenly straightened. You who? You're hiding here. The auction still continues, with the next 3 lots in a row, all of which are women of great poise. Again, they were all auctioned off by Master Jean at a low price, infuriating Luo Yu's teeth. No, if this keeps up, this auction will be ruined. A gesture was made to the stage boy, who came quietly over. Change the back lot to Wazi, quick. The little brother understood and left quietly. What no one noticed was that in the crowd, 2 figures wrapped in very bulky wrappings, also quietly disappeared into the crowd. The little brother entered the storehouse and swallowed his saliva as he looked at the storehouse full of supplies, but he couldn't dare to move. He could only secretly take out 10 more Wazi and arrange them into the tray and cover it with a red cloth. Turning his head to look at the mountain of supplies, he sighed. How many beauties do we have to replace this with? Alas! Suddenly, it felt like a cold wind was blowing behind her. The scared little brother turned back in a hurry, but it was empty. What's that? Wind up? The little brother scratched his head, picked up the tray and left, coming backstage before giving Luo Yu an okay sign. Only then did Luo Yu break into a smile. Congratulations to Master Jean for once again auctioning off a beautiful woman. The auction so far, Master Jean has already auctioned off 4 beautiful women. The other brothers should cheer up. The crowd bristled. Master Jean is determined to go against the Red Flower Society. We don't have the ability to get involved. The curtains were drawn again, and the hosts got a mental jolt as they caught Luo Yu's eyes. Ready's my streets. In view of the fact that just now there are a lot of brothers and sisters did not shoot the desired treasure. So we Saffron Club special hemorrhage. This auction, the host excitedly opens the red cloth first. Still 10 Wazoo. Starting bid, 1 box. What's this? What's this? When the crowd heard Huazi return to the stage, they came to stare with spirit and were equally stunned. Luo Yu's stretched brows suddenly furrowed and she stood up. Even Xinhuan Yu and the girls were puzzled. I saw on the tray, neatly arranged 9 Wazi, and a tube of an unknown red liquid. 9? Oh ho! The Saffron Club has made a mess. What the hell is that? I can't see it. A tube of red liquid? It can't be anyone's blood, can it? It should be a prank. I guess Master Jean is going to laugh at it. Lin Dong condensed his eyebrows, and just now, Mooning in under her buttocks couldn't help but tremble a little in her petite body when she heard the red liquid. Looks like she knows what it is. Master Jean got up and laughed. Ha ha, the Saffron Society can't come up with anything here? Who are you trying to fool with this tube of whatever? If you really can't get it out, Master Jean, I can finance you a few for free. Don't play stumpy on us. Luo Yu glared at her little brother with questioning eyes. What's this? The little brother shook his head in horror. I don't know. I did count 10 was and put them in. I don't know what this thing is. Waste. Why don't you hurry and bring another one over? Luo Yu was furious, but still put on a smile and got up. Oh, let everyone laugh. This time it's our Saffron Club's negligence. I promise. The words suddenly lurched, for in the sky, there came a roaring sound, beating of the heart. The crowd also looked up in confusion, only to see 4 military helicopter gunships, slowly appearing over the square. Huge illuminating lights were aimed at the stage. This sudden appearance of helicopters drew sideways glances from the crowd, and someone with a sharp eye noticed that the logo on these helicopters were the same as those on the helicopter that crashed during the day. For a while, many people smelled the flavor of conspiracy in their hearts. Meanwhile, all around the neighborhood, a number of heavily armed troops suddenly sprang up and surrounded the area. Holy, I just came over here to have a good time. What's with the bombs and being held at gunpoint? Damn, I'll never get together again. The helicopter blared an announcement. All of you, crouch down with your heads in your hands and do not resist, or you will be killed. Just below the helicopter, several gun barrels were aimed at the crowd on the ground. The scene was once again chaotic, and a number of people once again ventured out, trying to break through the defenses of these troops. Clattering sound, bullets poured out mercilessly, and a number of people were immediately shot in the head or shot through a sieve. Luo Yu's pretty face was icy cold. Damn it, where did these people come from? Are they sincerely trying to destroy my Saffron Society? The body spun gracefully, and a palm-sized rose sprang up in her hand, and with a gentle push, the rose flew into the air. Just as Rose was about to crash into the helicopter, out of nowhere, a feminine male voice rang out. Mirror shadow refraction. In Luo Yu's astonished eyes, the rose unexpectedly disappeared into the air, and then at the other end of the plaza, a skyward explosion ignited. The bomb rose had somehow managed to be moved 100 meters away. Seeing that the crowd was being mercilessly slaughtered, the Xenos hidden among them couldn't sit still. Tetrali drop. I'm an alien. I must not die here today. Let me do it. A burly man roared up to the sky. His figure violently grew in size, transforming into a black-furred gorilla nearly 3 meters tall. Roaring and slapping his chest, he leapt high into the air. The crowd watched expectantly. However, at the next moment, a bullet shot straight at him, and the chimpanzee in the air, surprisingly, quickly degraded into a human form and fell to the ground, his face full of horror. What's going on? Why aren't my powers working? The helicopter blared its announcement again. Everyone, no resistance. Hold your heads and crouch down. The crowd then obediently crouched down, terrified. Li Shua swallowed and stepped back trembling. Lin Dong seemed to be smiling. Ha, the show has just begun. Why are you leaving? Li Shua hurriedly signaled for silence and whispered, you don't want to die. This group of people have fierce firepower. I don't want to put my life on the line. What about your Wan Yu and Ling Shui? Leave them alone? I don't care if they die. If you lose your woman, you can find another. If you lose your life, you lose everything. So scummy. I like it. Don't worry. We're pretty well hidden here. As long as you don't make a sound, no one can find us. Li Suk pursed his lips and stayed. Lin Dong propped up his chin and looked at the strong man wailing on the ground. The LV3 on top of his head was still there, indicating that the supernatural ability was still there, but it couldn't be used. It looks like the weapon the Foundation assembled this time has the effect of temporarily suppressing psychic powers. That's not bad. After one of her attacks fell short, Luo Yu didn't continue to attack, clenching her pink fists as she stood in the center of the stage. After the crowd in the square had crouched down with their heads in their hands, the troops really didn't continue firing. The troops spread out in poison fury boarded with 5 men, 3 men and 2 women. The long-haired man among them was the one who had deflected Luo Yu's attack just now. Luo Yu stared and grabbed the serum. You guys want this thing, right? Let us go and I can give you the thing. As soon as these people appeared on the scene, she sensed that they were all above her strength and could not be beaten. Poisonous Fury raised an eyebrow, his smile gradually turning grim. Chapter 136, Crazy Luo Yu, Martyrdom of 10,000 Flowers. Lin Dong was somewhat slightly surprised as he looked at their ranks. The vertical pupil man at the head was level 8, and of the 5 people behind him, 2 were level 7 and 3 were level 5. Further back, there were a dozen or so level 2 to 4 scum. Ah, new coin. When did the Foundation's power get so fierce? It was already more powerful than the weakest maid. Chan Yunshur. I worked my ass off to get to level 31. Should I go around the Foundation when I need it in the future? However, there was something wrong with the state of the vertical pupil man and the 2 level 7s. Their eyes were bloodshot and they looked emotionally unstable. A hideous smile appeared at the corner of Poisonous Fury's mouth. No one can negotiate terms with the fund. Mirror Xian? The long-haired man smiled grimly and extended his palm in a slow circle. Mirror and shadow reversal. A strange change of light appeared in his hand. Luo Yu only felt an emptiness in her hand, and in the next second, the tube of red liquid had appeared in Mirror Xian's hand. Eyes snapped open. What kind of psychic ability was this? Poison Fury received the serum, and the smile at the corner of his mouth suddenly gave way. It's not an enhanced serum. Where did you put the stuff? It's not a serum. It's a tube of blood that's been replaced. Luo Yu's brows furrowed as his mind raced. What's a fortified serum? But it doesn't seem to be something he needs, so can he take advantage of it? The serum is naturally kept in a safe place by me, and I still say, let us go and the stuff will be given to you again. How dare you? Mirror Hen played with his long hair and walked out. Took our stuff and still want to leave? No one in the world would dare hack our Foundation's stuff. Yes? Suddenly, a cold female voice sounded. The VIP box door opened, and the 4 Shinwanyu women walked out at the same time. Poison Fiend's pupils shrank and his brows furrowed. Sure enough, all of Lin Dong's women are here. Ling Shui hugged her arms. The Foundation's breath is not small. Last time I looked for you, I let you escape early. This time, leave all your lives behind. Poisonous Fiend coldly said. Several of you, your grudge with the previous deacon has dissipated with his death. I have no intention of feuding with you beauties. Let's keep our wells clean. How about it? At that moment, taunts resounded once again from the crowd of people holding their heads and crouching down. You sure know how to excuse yourself. 2 bloatedly dressed figures stood up, simultaneously ripping off their thick cotton suits to reveal their delicate faces. It was none other than Chen Yunshur and Xia Qingyu. Chen Yunshur snorted, deliberately sending people to approach me, turning around and clearing them out, and now saying that you have no intention of feuding with us? Why are you more teared up than I am? Qin Shuya was excited. Great, they're all here. Master, shall we go down? However, Lin Dong still shook his head. There's no rush. Keep looking. Poisonous Fury's face sank to the point of dripping. Of Lin Dong's several women, All of them had unexpectedly arrived except for that crazy batch of female teachers. Now that's trouble. Ling Shui skimmed her mouth. You're good at grabbing credit. What are you doing jumping out at this time? It's you guys who robbed us of our credit, okay? Chen Yunshi crossed her arms. I was the one who took the risk of pretending to be taken away by the Foundation's people. And then I was the first to snatch the serum with Sister Xiaoyu. And all of this was us laying the groundwork. Okay, Ling Shui. Hey, this little still got it? Poisonous fury stared at Chen Yunshi dead in the face. So the serum is still in your hands? You can't use it. Return it to me as soon as possible. Xia Qingyu pulled out the serum from her bosom and turned it upside down. If you want it, come and get it yourself. The atmosphere was instantly tense. Although Luo Yu didn't understand the reason for these people's hatred, but as smart as she was, she could sort of see that she had accidentally become a pawn in the game between the two parties. The auction that she had worked so hard to organize was stirred up by Master Jean in the front and then interrupted by these two groups of people, making her furious. I'm the leader of a party, and I'm being toyed with like this? All give me death. Luo Yu's pretty face was furious and her hands violently closed together. 10,000 flower martyrdom. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of flowers in the square erupted in a continuous big explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Flames shot up to the sky, and the terrifying heat and flames instantly engulfed the figures of everyone present. Ah, don't! Many people wailed and begged for mercy, only to be engulfed in flames. Whether it was the crowd, the Foundation, or Xinhuan Yu and the others, they were all enveloped within the explosion. Qin Shuyao pretty face turned white on the spot. Master, I'll go save. There's no need to save. It's fine. Lin Dong still smoked blandly. The system didn't indicate that the maid was injured or dead, indicating that it was all fine. After all, it was still hard for a level 5 alien to injure them. A huge explosion with a shockwave shattered the buildings and glass around them, and smoke billowed out, but no one wailed. Those troops brought by the Foundation had taken cover at the beginning of the explosion, so they suffered less damage. But those who were right in the middle of the square were either vaporized into slag, or their arms and legs were blown about, and they couldn't be more dead. Even the handful of shifters who had lurked in the crowd didn't escape the blast. The nearby sky was illuminated by this large explosion. The fire then went out, and rolling smoke ignited in the same place, and the originally leveled square was gone, leaving only a large pit. Luo Yu jumped back to the edge of the big pit, his face pale with a sardonic smile, not feeling the least bit guilty about blowing up 10,000 people. Next up were these gun-toting troops, but most of them were ordinary people who couldn't stop themselves. Those Foundation forces, on the other hand, seemed to have been ordered long ago and remained around the edge, neither retreating nor closing in. Ka-chow, ka-chow. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out from the thick smoke, and Luo Yu's gaze was stunned. A large wooden sphere was seen slowly spreading out, with charred wooden branches strewn everywhere around it, and the sphere was covered in wreckage. The wooden balls slowly dispersed, revealing the miserable figures of Master Jean and several Hall Masters. That time just now, Master Jean quickly summoned countless trees to surround them with extreme reactions, which barely escaped the explosion, and this hand had already drained Master Jean dry. Who, Saffron Society, the World Society and you, will not rest in death. Master Jean gritted his teeth. This woman is a lunatic. However, Luo Yu was not the least bit afraid and smiled coldly. Master Jean, forgive me. Just now the situation was critical. I was also forced to. Bang! A sudden shot rang out in the smoke. Luo Yu only felt a pain in her thighs, and looked down dully, where, at some point, a bloody hole had appeared. Not only that, the alien energy that flowed freely in his body also suddenly became unusable. How is that possible? Luo Yu staggered to the ground, his eyes full of shock, only to see the smoke slowly disperse. A strange light refracted out, and Poison Fiend and the others stood unharmed in the pit. Mirror Xian held a massive transparency in his hand that pulsed like a Rubik's Cube. It was he who had transferred those of his people away with his powers just now. Think you can destroy my Foundation just like that? Too naive. Chapter 137, Chaos breaks out. On the other side of the thick smoke, a crystal-clear ice prison slowly revealed itself. In the ice prison, Chen Yunshi and Xia Qingyu were safe and sound, and at the same time, in the vicinity of the big pit, Xinhuan Yu's 4 women also jumped back. With their reaction speed, it was enough to jump away before they were engulfed in flames. Luo Yu's eyes flashed a trace of powerlessness. The one he wanted to kill didn't die, but the ones who accompanied him died out. Xinhuan Yu coldly said, Foundations, not a single one left. The figure burst out, pointing directly at the poisonous fiend. Suddenly, a huge ice cone suddenly blocked the way, and Xia Qingyu flung her spear. Why should I listen to you? Taking the initiative to kill the poisonous fury, Chen Yunshi was not happy. This is the fish I caught. It should be left to me. Pulling out 2 daggers, he also rushed towards Poison Fury. Just as Ling Shui was about to kill her way out, Liang Jihan skimmed her lips. Since everyone is grabbing it, I'm not going to let you guys grab it. Jiangzhu, go! With that, he stopped Ling Shui's path. Jiangzhu nodded his head and killed Poisonous Fury from the other side. Xin Wanyu, however, stopped her. For a while, the scene was completely chaotic. Poisonous Fury's nose is all twisted. Each one of them treats me like a weakling, giving Mirror Xian a wink. Mirror Xian understood, and the transparent Rubik's Cube in his hand turned again. Mirror and shadow separation. In an instant, the scene in front of everyone's eyes changed, and in front of Poisonous Fury's eyes, only Xia Qingyu remained. Everyone else was moved to another location. Now the situation became Xia Qingyu versus Poisonous Fury, Chen Yunshi versus Mirror Xian, Shen Wanyu versus Jiangzhu, Liang Jihan versus Ling Shui versus the others. Luo Yu was confused. Why were these people in such a mess? Your supernatural ability is troublesome enough, so let's take care of you first. Chen Yunshi picked up her dagger and stabbed. Mirror Hen moved with a confident smile. Swish! This strike, however, fell short and directly penetrated his body, as if what remained here was a shadow. Mirror shadow cut. Chen Yunshi instantly felt a cold sweat running down her back and reflexively jumped away violently to the side. However, Mirror Xian's supernatural powers were unpredictable, and he still scratched his abdomen, crimson blood staining his clothes. Chen Yunshi's pretty face turned grim and solemn. You've provoked me. Shen Wanyue looked at Jiangzhu coldly. Since the opponents have been divided, I'll teach you a lesson first. Jiangzhu said helplessly. Wanyu, why bother? Cut the crap. Since I intend to take the position of the head maid, I'll have to beat all of you into submission. Shin Wanyu naturally knew that this was unnecessary, but she chose to walk down one path. Whether her master was watching in the shadows or not, she was going to push for the position. Jiangzhu sighed and could only stand in a ball with Shin Wanyu. Liang Jihan and Ling Shui were also arguing endlessly between them, but when they saw the people from the foundation surrounding the two of them, they instantly reversed direction back to back. After all, neither of the two women had any intention of competing for the position. They were just supporting different people, and there was not much conflict. Liang Jihan pulled out her twin guns. You take care of those few aberrations, I'll take out the troops. Ling Shui, no problem, but after the fight later, you're not allowed to help Jiangzhu. Angela Liang. Qin Shuya was in a hurry. How did they mess up on their own in the face of a great enemy? Master, if the master was there, the few of them would have flushed out the foundation in minutes, and as a result, the conflict is now too chaotic and has turned into this situation. I guess I'll have to teach them a lesson later. Linden, keep looking. His gaze rested on Xia Qingyu. Chen Yunshi and Mirror Xian were both level 7, and the latter's supernatural ability was very strange, so Little Green Tea would need to work a bit harder if she wanted to win. Ling Shui was under little pressure against a bunch of 2s, 3s, 4s and 5s and a level 7. There was even less to say about Angela Liang. The two of them, Xin Wanyu and Jiangzhu, had practiced against each other countless times and were half a caddy. The only place to look is here at Summer Qingyu. This vertical pupil man is a level 8. How is he going to fight a big star who is only level 7? Xia Qingyu felt a strong sense of danger in Poisonous Fury, just like the feeling she had when she first encountered Lin Dong. This man, better than himself. Why don't you attack anymore? Does your conscience hurt? Poisonous Fiend smiled sorrowfully. Xia Qingyu coldly snorted. Besides Lin Dong, no man can overpower me, even if he is stronger than me. So what? The ice lance was waved, throwing up dozens of ice picks to stab out. Poisonous Fury stayed put. His green pupils flickered slightly and shot out a faint gray dark light, instantly petrifying and shattering the ice cone and shooting it towards Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu's pupils shrunk so fast, the body shifted sharply to avoid it. The dark light chased after it, and in desperation, Xia Qingyu erected an ice wall and was instantly petrified. Ice World. Xia Qingyu changed her stance, and a powerful icy cold aura erupted. The Poisonous Fury spat out its snake letters and disappeared in a flash. Out of sight. Where are the people? Xia Qingyu observed vigilantly and suddenly felt a fishy wind coming from behind. A huge snake's tail lashed out, and Xia Qingyu flew out 100 meters away on the spot, forcibly stabilizing her figure with the ice spear. Xia Qingyu spat out blood on the spot, looking at the large snake in horror. At this time, the Poisonous Fiend had been completely serpentinized, and his strength and speed were all upgraded by a notch as he laughed and rushed over. Too weak. Too weak. You think you can turn against us with the serum provided by our foundation? The petrified light and the serpent's tail cooperated in the attack, and Xia Qingyu could only resist bitterly, her pretty face icy cold. Weak. The word was like a bayonet, sticking deep into her heart. Ice snowstorm. Xia Qingyu gritted her teeth and summoned the ice snow tornado with an extremely cold aura, and the great snake's actions were put on hold. Hiss! The Poisonous Fiend twisted its snake body, and a mouthful of intense poisonous mist was sprayed out. Xia Qingyu hurriedly propped up the ice wall to resist, but the toxin was too violent, and in the blink of an eye the ice wall had melted. Ha ha ha, I'm now full SS rank. You're no match for me. Poisonous Fiend laughed wildly, his body attacking furiously without stopping. Chen Yunshi, covered in blood, glanced at Xia Qingyu's miserable state and couldn't help but shrink her neck. The foundation's gotten so good? Zhang Zhu and Shen Huanyue stopped at the same time and frowned at the large snake. The power of the foundation has been somewhat beyond their expectations. Just about to move, Xia Qingyu snapped, "Don't come over, I'll take care of it myself." Bang! Just as she finished, her petite body was jerked off again, crashing into the cobwebs on the walls of the building. Poisonous Fury's green eyes were already filled with scarlet as he raised his head to the sky and laughed. The foundation leads the course of the times. No one can stop the foundation. Xia Qingyu, you go to hell. The eyes shot out petrifying rays as thick as arms, while the mouth spewed out a green poisonous mist that covered all escapable range. Xia Qingyu's eyes were filled with obstinacy and madness, and her hands violently blocked. Hexagonal ice prison. Swish swish swish. 6 layers of ice prison were violently erected on the ground, protecting it like a nesting doll. The first layer of the ice prison instantly broke, followed by the second and third layers. Xia Qingyu inside the ice prison clenched her silver teeth and took out that serum. Poison Fiend's pupils shrunk. How dare you? Pust. With a sardonic smile, Xia Qingyu stuck a needle into his chest and injected the serum. Chapter 138 Beautiful Poisonous Fury vs. Hai Qingyu. Click. The ice prison all shattered, and Xia Qingyu only had time to hold up a small ice wall in front of her body after injecting the serum, before her body was heavily blasted away, crashing through the earthen wall and revealing a large hole in which her figure disappeared. Poison Fury was about to rush in and make up for it when suddenly, plop plop, a powerful heartbeat came out, as strong as the beating of a drum, only to see the hole. Suddenly a small, bloodied hand stretched out and stood out as it grabbed the hole. Everyone in the room felt their heartbeat miss a beat. Xia Qingyu stood at the entrance of the cave drenched in blood, her forehead blood staining her small face, looking miserable. On her body, a glowing red liquid was running down her veins, clearly visible even through her skin. The aura on his body was surging crazily, his hair slowly turned white, and the style of snowflakes emerged in his pupils. Now, who exactly should die? Xia Qingyu laughed fiercely. The veins on his body were as obvious as gnarled dragons. His legs slightly bent and violently stomped out explosively. The violent force hardened and collapsed the entire building. In the next moment, the sinful shadow suddenly appeared in front of Poisonous Fury's eyes, and accompanied by the sharp and icy aura of the ice lance, rushed to zap his head. Poison Fury instantly twisted away, but was still cut on the scalp by the ice gun. Green blood splashed and sprayed Xia Qingyu's face. However, at this moment, Xia Qingyu was like Qin Shuya possessed, licking the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her smile became more and more hideous, and she once again raised her gun and stabbed explosively. Lin Dong stroked his chin and his eyes lit up slightly. That red liquid was actually a serum that could enhance his psychic abilities. Good stuff. Big Star's level jumped to level 9 from level 7 just a moment ago. Well, it's almost time to catch up with Shen Huanyue and the others. However, the current Xia Qingyu was in a state of madness, so it should be a side effect of the strengthening serum. It seems like it's safer and more secure to have your own gargoyle crash boosting method. At this time, Xia Qingyu, indeed crazy general, chased after the Poisonous Fury punched, hard to Poisonous Fury to whack full of injuries. Green sprayed a place. Lord Poison Fiend. Mirror Xian was still slipping Chen Yunshi, and when he saw Poison Fiend's tragic state, he hurriedly displayed his large hand and the transparent magic cube turned. When the ice spear was about to pierce the Poison Fury's head, the tip of the spear pierced the air and landed elsewhere. Fighting me and still dare to be distracted? Chen Yunshi seized the opportunity and instantly killed in, stabbing Mirror Xian in the abdomen, the red blade penetrating the back, and then a flying kick. Mirror Xian also crashed down into the building. Poisonous Fury got a respite gap, hastily backed up to pull away. Vertical pupil sweeping a circle, instantly changed body icy cold. Ling Shui had already hardened several other alien henchmen to death. Liang Jihan killed the troops alone, dodging bullets while still being able to perform an occasional hand-tearing of ghosts. The anti-war drama was not so outrageous. Shen Huanyue and Jiang Zhu each held their arms in pressure. Mirror Xian's life and death were unknown, and the Foundation was left with only one of themselves among those who came this time. A snake. An infinite sadness sprang up in his heart. This mission, it was a complete failure. Just because of a mutant eagle, it had disrupted all of his plans, and now it was providing power to this woman. Xia Qingyu, this wave is a total loss. As soon as he turned back, another ice lance struck, and the nearly 10-meter-long huge snake body was jerked away and landed in the snow. Xia Qingyu danced her ice lance and laughed hideously. This feeling of vigorous and exuberant power is just awesome. Poison Fury shook his snake's head and got up. his vertical pupils staring at her in death. Although I have been defeated, the Foundation's great goal will not be shaken. Today, even if I die, I will never let you have a good time. After saying that, the snake's body suddenly twisted violently and mechanically. The flesh on the snake's back wriggled as if something was about to break through the flesh. Cut it out. Two bloody fleshy wings unfolded, and Poisonous Fury was ecstatic. Ha 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 ha. This is the evolution of mankind. The evolution of mankind. Ah ha 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 ha. The snake's body suddenly lifted into the air, and it was not clear how the wings, 50 centimeters long on one side, were able to drive such a large body. The serpent's mouth opened and greenish light gathered in its mouth. Obviously it was about to make a big move. Xia Qingyu frowned slightly and closed her eyes for a moment. The two crystalline, snow-white and gorgeous ice wings actually took shape. The ice wings gently flapped, and in the midst of everyone's astonishment, Xia Qingyu slowly rose into the air, leveling off with the poison fiend. At this moment, the red aura in Xia Qingyu's eyes faded, as if she had regained her peace. Perhaps it is true, as you say, that the Foundation will usher in a new era and help humanity evolve. But none of this has anything to do with me. Xia Qingyu's tone of voice changed. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her expression was quite calm, but there was a smell of a storm before it came. All I know is that I have never been more refreshed than I am right now. All I know is that I, Xia Qingyu, will be free from bondage from now on. The extremely cold aura on his body erupted without a care in the world, and crystal snowflakes rained down within a 100-meter radius. It wasn't poisonous snow falling from the sky, but rather, Xia Qingyu had changed the weather in a small area with her own power. And at this moment, the poisonous fiend could no longer listen. This was the last strike he could send out after gathering the last strength of his entire body. Snake breath. A large gray-green ball of light with a diameter of more than a meter shot out in lightning. It contained not only snake venom, but also the power of petrifying light. Xia Qingyu snapped her eyes open. The ice gun in her hand dissipated. Her hand slid gracefully, and she shouted harshly, "Xian ice snake soaring." In an instant, behind it, 5 ice snakes 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket took shape. The ice snake snaked out and collided with the snake's breath. Boom! The air once again produced a large explosion. Gray-green mixed with white shockwaves spread out, and a powerful wind swept once again, blowing away the dense corpses on the ground. In the center of the explosion, snake breath instantly petrified one of the ice snakes, but there was no more to follow, and the remaining 4 ice snakes opened their mouths to bite at the poisonous fury. The poisonous fury's snake body was instantly frozen, and was then crushed into slag by a hard impact. Jiang Cheng's new deputy deacon of the Foundation had fallen. On the other hand, inside the broken hole, Mirror Xian was covered in blood and was carried out by Qin Yunshi and thrown on the side of the road like a dead dog. Looking at Xia Qingyu in the air, who looked like a fairy being independent despite her tattered sleeves, she couldn't help but spit out her tongue. "It's broken. I'm the most vegetable again." Li Shuhua at this time has been shocked, jaws are going to drop. Today is considered to let him completely eye-opening. The battle between the alien, like the gods and goddesses fight the general powerful. But luckily, his own boss Wan Yu was still fine. Lin Dong got up and stretched his waist beautifully. Phew, the first half of the big show is over. We should go down. As soon as he turned his head, he just happened to lock eyes with Li Shuhua. "No? How come the more I look at you, the more familiar you look?" Li Shuhua tilted his head to recall carefully and finally remembered. "Your name is Lin Dong, right?" Lin Dong touched his nose and nodded. Li Shuhua was instantly surprised. "Good, wow. I brought people all over the city to look for you. I didn't expect to have good luck today. I finally ran into you. Kid, let these 2 women come over. I'll leave you a whole body." He said that he even took out a pistol from his waist and pointed it straight at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, Chapter 139, Women Gathering, Reprimanding. For this kind of minor character, Lin Dong didn't even have the interest to make a move. "Mud, just the way the 3 of us are dressed you can tell you're dealing with 3 shifters. Where did you get the nerve to use a gun on us? Let's go. Leave him alive and take him with us." Lin Dong walked out the door after saying that, and Qin Shuyao followed. Li Shuhua immediately felt that he was belittled, and angrily shouted, "You step on the horse." Pust! The blade flashed. Li Shua's right hand was chopped off, with a flat break comparable to an industrial cut. Ah! Li Shua immediately covered his broken arm and let out a heartbreaking scream. Mooning Evening slowly withdrew her knife and picked up Li Shua's collar without a word, like carrying a small chicken. The beautiful eyes stared at Lin Dong's back in a complicated manner. His own class, this time, was completely emptied. Now in the Jiangcheng Foundation branch, other than those researchers, the management was left with himself and the half-dead Mirror Xian. Although he had not been exposed for a while, what was next? Continue to stay with Lin Dong? Then one will be completely fused with Yu Qin's body. But if you leave, all your previous efforts will be in vain. What to do? Mooning Yan was caught in a heavenly battle. On the square, Chen Wanyue frowned. After fighting like this, the master hasn't even shown up yet. Could it be that he has already left Jiangcheng? Liang Jihan walked over and couldn't help but sneer. Now you've been working for nothing, haven't you? I really don't know what you're wringing your hands about. As soon as the words left his mouth, his gaze suddenly lurched and looked into the distance, his beautiful eyes snapping wide. An intense excitement involuntarily surged through his heart, and his face flushed red. Lord! The person who came was, naturally, Lindong. The other maids turned their heads. Xin Wanyu instantly reddened her eyes. Jiang Zhu aggrievedly bit her red lips, and Ling Shui had already excitedly rushed over with her arms raised high. Master! The voice was sweet and cloying. Chen Yuncher suddenly felt her heartbeat accelerate and her pretty face slightly reddened. What's going on? Why was she nervous when she clearly didn't like him? I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Only Xia Qingyu stood in the distance without saying a word, her eyes filled with a complex light. Li Shua in the back had forgotten about the pain at this point, and his entire body froze. Master? Boss Ling Shui called him master? Before he thought that Lin Dong was Xin Wanyu's husband or boyfriend. How come look at this urine? These women are his? Maru Spice. Ling Shui was just about to prepare to give Lin Dong a spring experience, but she suddenly noticed that Lin Dong's smirking demeanor was already vaguely cold. Hurriedly breaking sharply, twisting the hem of her clothes, she said pitifully, Master, I miss you so much. Several other maids rushed up to form a circle. Master, where have you been all this time? We've searched all over the city but we can't find you. Yes, you've been away for a while. We're all. Woohoo. Master, you promise me that you'll take us with you wherever you go from now on, okay? At this moment, the maids could no longer control their hearts, and said their hearts. It wasn't until Lin Dong wasn't around that they realized that they couldn't leave this man for a moment. Although the man had used his tactics on each of them, he didn't care about anything now. They just want the master. Even Shen Yuncher was red-eyed and deflated at this time, timidly pulling on Lin Dong's sleeve, like an aggravated little daughter-in-law. Lin Dong looked around and announced, Xin Wanyu, Ling Shui, Jiang Zhu, Liang Jihan, Qin Shuyao, the five of you, set up a group called the Demon Group. Group leader, Qin Shuyao. The maids were stunned in unison. Behind Lin Dong, Qin Shuyao poked her head out with a smile. Hi. It was only then that the women saw her and Yu Qin, and instantly realized that the beautiful teacher who was the most reluctant to be the head of the maidservants was actually the first to find her master. Xin Wanyu said with some reluctance, Master, kneel down. Lin Dong's tone was icy cold. Xin Wanyu was stunned, her expression pitiful. Ling Shui still wanted to plead for mercy, and just as she was about to open her mouth, Lin Dong indifferently said, You kneel too. The two women knelt wistfully. Mooning evening threw Li Shua over at the right time. The two women were once again stunned. Why was he in the master's hand? At this moment, Li Shua, covering his broken arm, was pale. Bosses, save me. Xin Wanyu's pretty face instantly turned white. Li Shua, what did you do? Li Suk's eyes reddened. Didn't do anything, I just bragging about it. The voices are getting smaller and smaller. Qin Shuyao kicked him furiously. Then how did you brag? I am. Li Shua's body was shaking like a fascia gun. Where did he dare to say? Xin Wanyu's chest rose and fell violently with anger. Her tone sullen. Tell me the truth, or else, I'll break you into pieces right now. Li Shua wailed in his heart. Bragging that you and boss Ling Shui and I are. It's that kind of relationship. Xin Wanyu and Ling Shui's eyes snapped wide open, and they straight away felt like something was about to explode in their heads. You're bragging like that in front of the master? You're just. There is already a way to take death. The killing intent on the two women's bodies instantly blossomed. Qin Shuyao bristled. More than that, he even tried to kill his master. I'll kill you. Ling Shui was furious and threw a heavy punch, blasting through Li Shua's chest. Xin Wanyu flashed her sword and cut off Li Shua's son with a single slash. The two women fought non-stop, and Li Shua didn't even have time to beg for mercy before he was completely beaten into a pile of rotten meat. I'm sorry, master. Please punish master. Xin Wanyu kowtowed with tears. Lin Dong laughed. You think I made you kneel because of that? Xin Wanyu looked up in shock. This kind of small character is not worth my anger at all. Lin Dong's tone was icy cold as he pulled up her hair and carried it to his eyes. What I'm angry about is that you disappoint me so much. You're the first maid I've taken on. Smart, calm, and I did consider, previously, having you manage them, but as smart as you are, you're confused when it counts. Xia Qingyu's just pressed a little bit step by step, and you messed up and completely lost control. Like a mad dog. It should be clear to all of you. Not just you. Everything you have, I gave you, and I'm happy to see you compete in a healthy way. But if there's any more of this mindless infighting, I'll take away everything you have. Xin Wanyu tearfully bowed her head. Her own haste was finally exchanged for her master's anger. Lin Dong looked at Jiang Zhu. Before you let your fiancé go without authorization. Jiang Zhu decisively poofed down on his knees. I can understand. that is what you owe him. In order to return the favor, so I will not pursue. But in the future, if you meet Xia Beichen again, don't kill him, let him go crazy. Ha? Jiang Zhu looked up in confusion. What kind of operation is this? Lin Dong looked at Liang Jihan again, and the female security officer knelt down in an equally dumbfounded manner. You didn't do it wrong this time. Before, it was you and the girls who were too aggressive. You also had no choice but to help Jiang Zhu, although it's not much use, so you don't have to kneel. Chen Yunshi's eyes crystallized. Master, then I. Lin Dong smiled. You're not bad either. Turn you around and become a member of the second group. Yay! Chen Yunshi danced with excitement. As for Big Star, Xia Qingyu smiled coldly, and the ice gun emerged in her hand. Chapter 140, Xia Qingyu's Resistance. Xia Qingyu gazed at Lin Dong with a grim gaze. Are you guys done with your house games? The maids were stunned in unison. She's crazy. Linden pulled out his ears. You're going to defy me? Humph. Resist? Xia Qingyu danced her ice lance and her ice wings unfolded behind her. Only the weak deserve the word resistance. It's still not clear who's strong and who's weak now. Before, submitting to Lin Dong was to gain power. Now that she had power, and had even adapted to her current power after a great battle with the poisonous fiend just now, her battle power was bound to increase drastically. Lin Dong, you are my Xia Qingyu's first man, and I'm not some thin-skinned person. Fight me with all your might. If I win, you have to submit to me. If I lose, I will be your maid from now on with all my heart and will never have second thoughts. How? Lin Dong was watching her squarely and suddenly laughed out loud. Not how. You've wiped out your entire family and you have the nerve to say you're not thin-skinned? Xia Qingyu stared. Then I can only. Stop beeping. Lin Dong interrupted with a wave of his hand. And I don't know who gave you the confidence. Just that one tube of serum? You can't win. And after you lose, I won't kill you and kick you off the maid team. The women were once again stunned. When did the master become so kind? Where's his sympathetic and heartless persona? But looking at Lin Dong's sorrowful smile, the women all shivered in unison. The master must be holding back something bad. Xia Qingyu's spirit was shaken. This is what you said. If you lose, I can also be kind enough to spare your life. And from now on, our well water does not offend river water. After all, it was the man who took away his first time. Even if he didn't love it, his heart was always a little bit of a different emotion. Qin Shuyao thoughtfully pulled out a cigarette from her chest and helped Lin Dong light it up. And the maids took a step back in unison, letting their master go about his business. Alas, Sister Xiaoyu is truly crazy. I really don't know what she thinks. Chen Yunshi had a helpless look on her face. Shen Wanyu stroked her chin. It should be the problem with that reinforcing serum. It seems like that leader of the foundation is just as crazy as all of you. It seems like the serum affects people's minds. Ling Shui beautifully stretched a lazy waist, or master's way is good. Comfortably raised the level. Xia Qingyu, this really do not know good and bad. Mu Ningyan snapped. What comfortable way? Oh, aren't you the master's newest maid? Could it be that you don't know? Ling Shui burst into a bad joke. Qin Shuyao, master said she's considered a probationary maid, just like Yunshi before. That's still a maid. Ling Shui came over her head and whispered. Then you didn't talk to master. That? Mu Ning Evening's pretty face blushed. When? Of course there is. Ling Shui was surprised. That's strange. We're all. Ling Shui. Xin Wanyu droned on, her eyes suspiciously sizing up Mu Ningyan. Mu Ningyan withdrew her gaze, her eyes lowered. Cracking the case, it turned out that Lin Dong was using that kind of method to boost the strength of these women. It was really an unbelievable ability. Then why hadn't he been able to analyze the DNA samples he had secretly sent back to Poison Fury earlier, but instead had taken the risk of continuing to work on the reinforcing serum with its side effects? Moreover, several other women had been elevated in this way but not herself. Could it be that Lin Dong already guessed that he was from the Foundation? Thinking of this, Mu Ning Evening was icy cold all over her body. Looking at Lin Dong's back, not knowing what she was thinking, Liang Jihan tilted her head and carefully measured Qin Shuyao. Suddenly said, Hey Shuyao, it's only been a few days since I've seen you. Why do I feel that you've become so much prettier? At these words, the maids turned their heads. Yeah, have you been using any brand of skincare products lately? Skin is white as jade fat, yeah. Even the cheeks have slimmed down a bit, the contours are softer and the features appear more defined. And it feels a lot bigger there too. Yo, ha. Honestly, when did you find your master? It's not just the appearance. I feel as if Mr. Qin's temperament has improved a lot as well. Yo. Being chased by the ladies, Qin Shuyao smiled daintily. This is all thanks to the master. Ling Shui came over. Master's credit? Fine shivering. That's. Qin Shuyao squirmed for a moment and whispered a few words into Ling Shui's ear. Really? Ling Shui's eyes lit up. It can be applied externally or internally? So amazing? I've had a lot of them before. Why don't I feel any change? Qin Shuyao's pretty face blushed slightly. Master said that he unlocked this ability only after his recent strength increase. For a moment, the women's eyes lit up. Xinhuan made up her mind on the spot. Go to the head of the team, who loves to be whoever. The old lady wants to become beautiful. At this time, Master Jean then brought his men far around. Mu Ning Evening nodded and walked over. Dad, are you alright? The Xiaoqingyu in the air had a wild aura around her. Even the air seemed to be freezing up, and her small hands slowly danced. Xian ice snake soaring. A big move right out of the gate. 5 ice snakes snaked and flew towards Lin Dong on the ground. The ice snake that condensed this time was even thicker and more powerful than earlier. However, Lin Dong was always blandly holding a cigarette, slowly pulling out his right hand from his pocket and freezing the fish in his hand. As the ice serpent approached, the frozen fish swung violently and smashed down. Snap! The first ice snake was easily headbutted, and without its head, its carcass rushed to the ground with inertia and shattered into an ice slag. Followed by, Number 2, Article 3. Lin Dong just stood still and waved his hand in a phantom manner, easily taking care of all the ice snakes. Xiaoqingyu's beautiful eyes suddenly stared up. Lin Dong solved it a little too easily. Linden smiled and withdrew his hand to shake the ashes of his cigarette. Go on. He didn't even put out his cigarette. Impossible. The power that I've worked so hard and fought so hard to gain, why would it be inferior to you? I don't believe it. Xiaoqingyu broke her defense, starting to frantically mobilize the power within his body. His white hair was like snow. Xian Ice Snake Show. This time, it was 9 ice snakes. Ice snakes snaked and flew overhead, even faintly hissing as they rushed down from all directions. Lin Dong shook his head. What difference could there be between 5 bars and 9 bars? Master Jean looked straight staggered. Lin Dong brother really fierce Shiner you say. Before the words left his mouth, there was a sudden blur before his eyes. Mu Ning Evening transformed into a streaming shadow and stabbed Lin Dong's back straight in his hand with the Tang sword. The scene appeared too suddenly, but the maids, who were always watching their masters, still reacted. How dare you? Qin Shuyao's eyes were instantly bloodshot. Her demonic suit came online, and her large sight stabbed at the back of Mu Ningyin's head. Not only her, Xinhuanyue and the girls also copied their small pink fists respectively, and with the sound of breaking wind, they killed from all directions. At this time, Mu Ningyin, who was still some distance away from Lin Dong, was already in a situation of certain death. However, Mu Ningyin was not the least bit afraid, and her beautiful eyes suddenly looked towards Mirror Xian, who was like a dead dog not far away. At the same time, Mirror Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Mirror Shadow Replacement. Chapter 141, Mu Ning Night, Soul Split. This scene happened so suddenly that the crowd only felt a sudden trance before their eyes. Qin Shuya was instantly horrified, because the object of her attack, at some point, had changed from Mu Ningyin to Lin Dong. Not only that, the targets of the other maids had similarly become Lin Dong. The situation now became that Lin Dong's head was covered with ice snakes, while the front and back were the iron fists of his own maids, and there was a death scythe at the back of his head. There's no way out anymore. Mu Ningyin was then moved to a remote location with a look of anticipation and excitement. This strike was the strongest attack that the strongest few people in Jiangcheng could currently erupt with, and Lin Dong would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Lin Dong, these women were trained by you, so let you personally taste their power. Qin Shuyao hurriedly withdrew her strength. Master, little. However, Lin Dong suddenly snorted and the frozen fish in his hand disappeared. Snapped his fingers. It was as if the pause button had been pressed and a gray filter had been added to everything in front of me. A mysterious fluctuation erupted from his body, an invisible ripple spreading, like a stone being thrown into a calm lake. The weird thing was that wherever the ripples went, space was distorted. The ones who bore the brunt were Qin Shuyao and the others, their delicate bodies suddenly being compulsively twisted after coming into contact with the ripples, spewing out large amounts of blood and severed limbs. The ice snake shattered into slag, and everything around it was obliterated by the ripple. Spatial oscillations. This was a new skill acquired the day before yesterday, and the layer of ripples, which was space distorted by vibrations, could tear apart three-dimensional things within a certain range. The filter faded, and only then did the vision of everyone present see that Qin Shuyao and the girls were all spewing blood, kneeling helplessly on the ground. Everything that just happened was in a flash. Maid Xinhuan Yu's death detected. Is it? Maid Ling Shui detected. Lin Dong, resurrect them all. It was also the first time he used this skill, and he didn't realize that the first ones to taste the power were actually his maids, which was a little embarrassing. Golden light instantly rose from several maids, and broken arms and limbs recovered. Mu Ning Evening's almond eyes were round and full of disbelief. That's okay? Suddenly, Mu Ning Evening felt the hairs of sweat rise straight up, and before she could come back to her senses, an ice lance had already attacked, piercing through her abdomen and pinning her to the ground on the spot. The other ice spear had already stabbed at Mirror Xian. That conversion just now was his last remaining strength. and he could only watch as the ice spear zoomed infinitely in his pupils. Lord, Xiaoqingyu didn't even look at them, and reflexively wanted to go up to ask Lin Dong, but suddenly stopped in her tracks and bit her red lips tightly. What's wrong with me? I'm caring about him? Mooning Evening's forehead was sweating from the pain, and her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Dong with resentment and complexity. She had tried to kill Lin Dong countless times before, but Lin Dong was too cautious and never wanted her to stay with her at night. Poisoning has been tried many times, but again, to no avail. Unexpectedly, this time, she actually let her find an opportunity that wasn't considered a good opportunity. And Mirror Xian was also considered to be in place to cooperate, and the attacks of those few women were all diverted to Lin Dong. It was just a pity that Lin Dong's ability was just a bit beyond expectation and even a bit bizarre. The ability to mercilessly decapitate your own woman on the spot, as well as immediately bring her back to life? Qin Shuyao and the girls slowly stood up, looking at Lin Dong with some fear and afterthought. The master's ability is truly bizarre and unpredictable. Lin Dong came in front of Mu Ning Evening and cupped his chin. Is it because your foundation has absolutely no intelligence in this area? So it made you misjudge. Mu Ning Evening. Once these three words came out, Mu Ningyan was instantly horrified and her pretty face turned pale. Not only did he know I was from the foundation, he even knew my real name. Master Jean was confused. Who is Mu Ningyan? Isn't my daughter Yuqin? Yuqin is dead, Lin Dong said indifferently. It's just that this woman's psychic ability is rather special, occupying your daughter's body. What? Master Jin's old face went white. When? It should have started the moment I entered Isamura. When Mu Ning Evening's identity was revealed, she stopped pretending to be proud and indifferent, and her face was full of scorn and unwillingness. Looks like I underestimated you. No less. Foundation great goals. Snap. Lin Dong slapped away, and her pretty face instantly became red and swollen. Don't talk such nonsense. I ask. You answer. I was expecting a big setup, but all I got was a handful of backstabs? Foundation. You're a disappointment. Hee, you think that this is considered capturing me? Mu Ning Evening laughed miserably. Her pupils instantly hollowed out. A black shadow scurried into the ground. At the same time, the system made interface. Mu Ning Yan's data automatically changed. Made 8, Mu Ning Night. Circumference, 48J-20-36. System score, 89. Current strength, level 6. Made set, none. Compared to before, it's just a change in the trim stats and system scores. Previously, the data recorded was Yuqin's, but now it's Mu Ningyan's own data? Yoo-hoo! What kind of blow-up body stats are these? Even the ratings surpassed the big star Xiaoqingyu. Lin Dong was very much looking forward to seeing her in her true form. The maids instantly sensed that the dark shadow was leaving. There! Various attacks fell with a bang, smashing countless large holes in the ground. However, the wisp of shadow was not solid and could not be hit at all. Shuyao? Lin Dong got up, not in the least bit of a hurry. Qin Shuyao nodded her head as the demon's wings spread out, a ball of black and red flames burning in her hand as she smiled seductively. Hell's fire. The flames were thrown out, instantly imprisoning the black shadow in place, then forming a fire prison wrapping around it. What is this? How could the world possess this kind of power? The black shadow erupted into a miserable scream. This black and red flame can cauterize the soul. Lin Dong looked at her with a smile. There are many things you can't understand. Honestly explain where the Foundation's headquarters is, especially your main body. Never. The black shadow erupted with a determined aura and slammed headlong into the flames. In just a moment, the fire burned into nothingness. Qin Shuyao hastily dispersed the flames and spat out her tongue. How did it burn? Lin Dong rolled his eyes. Forget it. This should be considered a wisp of her soul split or something. The ability is strange enough. We'll meet it later anyway. Far away in the mountains, the Foundation's headquarters castle. Secretary Yen elegantly carried a tray of coffee to the door and knocked gently. Lord Inspector, I've come to bring you curry. Put. Suddenly, there was a sound of spitting blood in the room. Secretary Jin's face changed and he rushed in. Lord Inspector, what's wrong with you? Inside the ancient and fragrant room, an extremely beautiful and pretty woman was leaning against the bed and spitting out blood. Mu Ningyan's main body. The beautiful woman was 1.8 meters in height and was wearing a red lace nightgown, revealing her long, round, snow-white legs. And what's even more amazing is that the upper half of the body that is called a thin branch hanging fruit. Horrible. Melon face without powder, but with a natural seductive meaning. Without looking away, Secretary Yen carefully wiped the blood from the beautiful woman. After a long time, the beautiful woman slowed down, only her face was still pale. Damn it, Zhang Chang's soul split has been obliterated. Secretary Yen immediately glared angrily. Obliterated? Even if your soul split is not strong in combat, at least no one can hurt you? Mu Ning Evening closed her eyes for a moment to recuperate and faintly said, Pull out everyone from the Jiangcheng Foundation branch. There will be no more branches in Jiangcheng in the future. Lin Dong, this time my foundation has suffered a heavy loss, and I will definitely get it back from you in the future. Chapter 142, Setting You Free. Master Jean looked at Yuqin's body and burst into old tears. Lin Dong sighed. Yuqin had completely failed to even get on his maid's system, and he couldn't even resurrect him. What a waste of a beautiful girl. Lin Dong looked at Xin Wanyu and Zhang Zhu. You two leave whatever messy forces you have under you to Master Jean. We're leaving. The maids were stunned. Leave and go where? Lin Dong, of course I'm going to swim in the mountains and do a lot of evil. Bah! To be chivalrous. There was nothing left to play in Jiangcheng. It was time to go out for a stroll. And Lin Dong already had a mature idea in his head about the establishment of maids. Looking towards the complex-looking Xia Qingyu. I'm a man of my word. I won't kill you. You can go on your own. We're done for now. Xia Qingyu was stunned, and an indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. He was already too much stronger than he was back then, and even if he faced the Foundation, he had enough power to defend himself, and Lin Dong was willing to let himself go. But why? What about a hidden pain in the heart? It's obvious that if you just leave her, you can control your own destiny. They teeth clenched. Xia Qingyu lowered her head. Well then, you guys, take care. After that, he turned his head and left. Chen Yunshi came over and smiled with evil eyes. Master, when have you been so kind? What? You want to go too? Lin Dong looked at her. No, I'm not leaving. It's not easy for me to turn around. I'll be following my master for the rest of my life. Chen Yunshi hurriedly shook her head and hugged Lin Dong by the arm. Lin Dong lost his smile. Is he that kind? Wanted to fart, eat it. Calling up the maid system, he silently adjusted Xia Qingyu's level back to level 1. A woman like Xia Qingyu is bent on nothing but the pursuit of power. So fine. I'll take away your power. I'm looking forward to that look of panic and helplessness when you realize you become normal. Think it's going to be fantastic. Turning his head to look at Master Jean, he said, Master Jean, in the future, Jiangcheng will be handed over to you to take care of. Turn around and let all the people from the Winter Bamboo and Winter Moon clubs come under your command. I hope that when I come back someday, I will be able to see a brand new Jiangcheng. These several big forces, only the Golden Master is seriously planned. After all, people will planting. Jiangcheng, all the survivors of the future survival of the hope, all in the Golden Master's ambitious within. It's still essentially a labor squeeze, though, and even has many inequities. But so what? Now, it is the end times. Even with Lin Dong's advance explanation, Master Jean had already disposed of all the corpses in the eastern district that had been poisoned by the poisonous snow en masse, and had begun to build a fence, in order to, just in case one day, the temperature rises and the city is full of zombies, being hit by a huge surprise. Master Jean still couldn't be happy, miserably hugging Yuqin's corpse. Many thanks, brother Lin Dong. Then the western district sighed. Where is she? Lin Dong similarly turned his head in consternation. Just now he was busy dealing with Mu Ning evening Xia Qingyu, completely forgetting Luo Yu. All that was left in its original position was a bloody bullet that had been lost. Hey, this woman is tough enough. This is a direct snap out of the leg. Xin Shuyao, master. I'll go after them. No need. Lin Dong smiled, his gaze looking into the distance. She'll come to us. Go away. With that, he took the lead in boarding the caravan, waving his hand at Master Jean, and prepared to leave all the way west after skulking around the city and letting Shen Wanyue and Jiang Zhu finish their respective explanations of the aftermath. Looking at the caravan's taillights, Qingniu asked in a low voice, Master Jean, I'm sorry for your loss. With Lin Dong and the others gone, then there will be no one left in Jiangcheng to stop your unification. Master Jean nodded softly and hugged his daughter's body tighter. Lin Dong, he is not destined to be trapped by a small Jiangcheng. Pass the order down. Fully receive the management of the Winter Bamboo Society, Winter Moon Society, and screen the talents. Speed up the progress of our facilities. I want all the survivors in Jiangcheng to listen to our World Society within a month. You guys go do it. Looking down at his daughter's body with pity, Master Jean reddened his eyes again. Shiner, although you died long ago, Lin Dong is after all your man. Then he is even my son-in-law. I will do my best to consolidate Jiangcheng. When he comes back, it will definitely be a new scene. The night was quiet, and Xia Qingyu walked alone on the street, frustrated. Where do I go next? Lin Dong's sudden letting go was completely unexpected, and now that she was finally free, she was bewildered for a moment. The Xia family has been destroyed by itself. Lin Dong, I'm afraid, has also left. If before she had thought that she could build a force and be a small overlord, now, she had completely lost her mind in that regard. Xia Qingyu looked up and frowned furiously. Strange, why am I so cold? It wasn't until then that she noticed that something seemed to be wrong with her, only to see that on the street corner, two men were sneaking around and making their way. brother, this chick is staring at the street all by herself? Hey, what are you waiting for then? If you don't find any food, it's not a bad idea to find a pretty girl. Hey, brother, look, this chick looks like that who? Let's see. His Xia Qingyu? It's Xia Qingyu? Oh my god, brother, we've made a fortune today, ha. It's an actress, and we're sure to sell a lot of supplies after we're done with it. The two of them recklessly commented on Xia Qingyu, strongly holding back her trembling petite body. Xia Qingyu coldly said, do you want to die? The left Wang Gang yohoed, big star is so hot. You still think you're a star? Go with our brother. Don't force me to do it. Wang Mang on the left smiled evilly. Brother, can I go first later? Wang Gang, on what grounds? I'm the older brother. I'll go first. Wang Mang, hey, why don't you respect the old and love the young? When my mom died, she told you to give me the benefit of the doubt. Wang Gang, I trampled a wall. You say not this okay? Once I say I come to anger. As the two argued, Xia Qingyu's eyes grew colder and colder. Go to hell. The right hand was held in a false grip and stabbed at Wang Gang. The air, quiet. Xia Qingyu's eyes snapped wide. Where's my ice gun? Wang Gang scratched his head and watched as Xia Qingyu pestled herself with her small hands and slapped back with a backhanded slap. Snap. I thought you stabbed me with a knife? Scared the hell out of me. This slap, on the spot, slapped Xia Qingyu's head, staggering back, barely leaning against the wall before she didn't fall. At this time, Xia Qingyu completely forgot about the pain on her face. Her heart was shocked beyond measure, and she looked at her hands dumbfounded. Where are my powers? Where's my power? Wang Gang frowned. This big star isn't acting in a movie and getting obsessed. Is he crazy? He said and was ready to keep kicking up. Wang Mang hurriedly blocked. Hey, brother, you do what? It is not easy to meet a beautiful woman. You do not give again killed. Also, Wang Gang looked around, casually recognized a house, and as he tugged Xia Qingyu's hair inside, Xia Qingyu struggled violently, but could not break free at all. No, let go of me. Master, help me. Chapter 143, there are those she'll give away herself. Wang Mang laughed out loud. Brother, look, she even called me master. Wang Gang raised his hand and slapped Xia Qingyu again. Marred, look clearly. I'm your master too. Xia Qingyu cried Pear Blossom with rain, always tough and calm her. At this moment, like a helpless lamb, his body trembled violently, his heartbeat accelerated, and he frantically mobilized the power that was originally like an arm's length, but there was no response at all. The pride and self-confidence that was once there instantly collapsed at this moment. As she thought about it, only Lin Dong had the ability to strip her of her powers. Now, without her powers, how could she talk about freedom? Even survival is a problem. Wang Gang threw her into the house, and Wang Mang skillfully grabbed a pile of waste to make a fire and looked at the panicked and helpless big star with a fierce smile. Brother, before me, after you? Wang Mang skimmed his mouth. How come I'm behind? Again? Before the words left his mouth, suddenly, a red petal floated down in front of him. What's this? Just as he was about to raise his hand to touch it, there was a loud boom. The petals exploded. Wang Mang's head was blown up on the spot, and Wang Gang's face was blurred. The brother's dream was not realized after all. Luo Yu limped in, her eyes staring straight at Xia Qingyu. I know you, big star Xia Qingyu. I really didn't expect that the big star, the little pride of Jiangchang, is actually a man's dog? Luo Yu frowned. You ruined my auction and the saffron club that I built up with my own hands. I'll kill you. Thinking you can get away with not speaking and acting pathetic? Luo Yu frowned. Her wrist rotated, and a gorgeous red rose appeared in her hand. However, it was as if Xia Qingyu had lost her soul. Even when the rose flowers flew in front of her, it was as if she couldn't see them. Luo Yu reflexively sensed that something was wrong and did not rush to detonate. Where's that spirited look you had just now? Where was your courage when you fought your master? The word master activated her violently. Xia Qingyu instantly raised her head. Master, I'm going to find master. Stumbling to his feet, he stumbled out the door. As Luo Yu pinched the jade neck, Xia Qingyu's eyes instantly filled with blood. Her face flushed red, but it was as if she didn't feel it, her mouth still muttering. Master, let go of me. I'm going to find master, before he goes far away now. You're crazy, aren't you? Luo Yu threw her back again. I overheard him just now. He let you go of his own accord. Why are you still going to him? At the moment, Luo Yu's desire to eat melon was running high. She also wondered how Xia Qingyu, who was so spirited just now and hated to destroy the sky and earth, was now weak like this. Xia Qingyu was trembling, her face filled with remorse. I was wrong from the start. I can't stay away from him. I can't stay away from him for the rest of my life. Xia Qingyu, who had always been lonely and proud and self-reliant, was helpless like a child at the moment. Luo Yu was even more curious. It's just a man, isn't it? Why can't you leave? Since you chose to leave, then stand on your own 2 feet? Xia Qingyu laughed miserably. You don't understand. The master's ability is very special. You've seen the other few women, right? Half a month ago, they were just ordinary people. But now, they all have fighting strength no weaker than what I just had. You mean? Luo Yu's pupils contracted violently, and waves of terror rose in his heart. Naturally, she was well aware of how difficult it was to obtain psychic abilities, and she had struggled and hovered on the line of death countless times before she had survived the poisonous snow's toxins and obtained psychic abilities. And that man, to have the power to awaken people? Xia Qingyu lowered her head. More than that, the reason why the Foundation sabotaged your auction today was because of that serum. That serum has the power to enhance psychic abilities, but carries strong side effects. But the master has a much easier and more enjoyable way to help people improve. Luo Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. What way? Previously, Luo Yu still felt that she was invincible, but after tonight's incident, she also sort of understood that there was a sky beyond the sky, and there were people beyond the people. If yourself, Xia Qingyu looked at her squarely, a hint of inexplicable meaning flashed under her eyes. I can't tell you. I must now hurry to find my master and pray for his forgiveness. If he rushed up to his master so bluntly and begged for his forgiveness, he would surely not shake himself, but it would be promising to send this Luo Yu to his master. Luo Yu was oblivious to the fact that she was being set up, and in her mind she guessed over and over again what was the easy and pleasant way out. Thank you for saving me today. I, Xia Qingyu, will remember it in my heart, when I find my master and regain my strength. In the future, if you, Saffron Club, need any help, I will definitely be obliged to do so. Xia Qingyu struggled to get up, just took 2 steps, and stumbled and fell again. Luo Yu rolled up her eyes. My auction was disturbed by you guys. The backbones have all run away. The Saffron Club already exists in name only. Xia Qingyu, so what are you going to do? Originally, I wanted to kill you to vent my anger. A flower petal appeared in Luo Yu's hand and played with it on her fingertips. But now, well, I'm interested in that master of yours method of ascension. I can send you to him, but only if he helps me ascend. Xia Qingyu laughed coldly in her heart and fell for it, but on his face was a hesitant look. But master, no buts. Luo Yu waved her hand and said coldly, you only have 2 choices. Either, I kill you now, either that, or I'll send you after him. Okay. Xia Qingyu agreed with a bitter face. Bitch, you're the one who rushed to deliver. Don't blame me. The 2 men went out so far into the night, following the tracks pressed out by the caravan, all the way west. Inside the caravan, the maids were doing everything they could to please Lin Dong, with Xin Huanyue working extra hard. Ever since she was irritated by Xia Qingyu, she was very anxious about her appearance, and now was the perfect opportunity to make herself beautiful. Similarly, Chen Yunshi was also working hard to level up, and since she had passed her probationary period, she naturally wanted to even out the level difference with the other maids. The RV was on autopilot and staggered away from the river city. At midnight at night, the rewards are refreshed. Tick-tock, today's sign-in bonus, with the following options. 1. Evil Spirit Rakshasa set. 2. Unlimited cigarettes, including all types of Blue Star. 3. 10,000 explosive collars, detonated by the host's will. 4. A novel that's been updated for 15 years and still hasn't been finished. Lin Dong, pick one. The power of the set is self-evident, and naturally there is no reason to miss it since you have stumbled upon it. Within the system space, just like the previous Hell Demon set, the Evil Spirit Rakshasa set was also a card. It's just that the graphics on the cards are pretty different from the Hell Demon. The overall red tone is dominated by the red. Wings red, very demonic. Headborn slender double horns. Looks very bizarre and evil. Who should be rewarded for this one? Chapter 144, The Attacking Boar. The RV traveled until dawn. After a busy night, Master Lin went into sage mode. The maids went to sleep individually, and he sat in the driver's seat by himself in a refreshed state. This night, most of the maids' system ratings had increased by 1 point, while Xin Huanyu had increased by 3 points due to her selling performance, and her rating had now come to 85. In addition to fairer and more bouncy skin, the entire aura of the person has been drastically improved. The sense of being a human wife is simply pulled full circle. As for the levels, other than Chen Yunshi, who was pulled up to level 10, the other maids remained at the same level for the time being, still at level 10. Since Qin Shuyao was given the right to be the leader of the group, naturally, she should also be given a little bit of special treatment, 5 levels more than the other maids. As far as the eye could see out of the car window, a white-capped hill with tree trunks that had long since been crushed by the snow looked a bit tragic. At that moment, a small black dot in the distance attracted Lin Don's attention. With that, the black dots got closer and closer. It's a human? Lin Don lost interest after a glance and was just about to turn his head when his eyes were suddenly drawn to it. Behind that group of people, about 100 meters away, there was a mutated boar of enormous size. It was clear that the group was running for their lives. Boar eyes blood red, a pair of sharp tusks dripping with blood, the height of 5 meters to run up the speed of strange and incomparable. There's an old saying that when a bear is chasing you, you don't need to run faster than the bear, just faster than your companion. The truth is playing out in this moment. Running at the end of the pack was a middle-aged woman and young man. Mom, run quickly, that monster is coming after us. Who, son, Mom can't run anymore, can you carry me on your back? The young man struggled for a few moments, and with a fierce face, he shook off his mother's hand and ran wildly without looking back. The woman was stunned, and immediately stumbled and fell into the snow, looking at her son's back full of unbelief and shouting, "Dezhuang, save Mom, Mom doesn't want to die." Yet Big Strong, as his name suggests, was full of grimaces and sulking furiously, overtaking one after the other. And not surprisingly, the women ended up being torn in half on the spot by the mutated boar. As she was dying, the woman still stared blankly at her sons wildly running back. The boar ate one more person, finally slowing down its pursuit, but the remaining 7 people didn't dare to stop at all. The one in the lead was a skinny middle-aged man, and after seeing the huge caravan, his eyes immediately lit up. "Hurry, it's the rescue team coming, run that way." He didn't need to be guided, but the crowd spotted the trail of the RV and ran this way. "Open the door, you're the rescue team, right? Open the door." The group slapped the RV dead on. It wasn't long before the car finally stopped. The car door opened and Lindong stepped down expressionlessly. He didn't want to care about these people, but it couldn't be helped. The mutated boar had already eaten the woman's body and was boring its way over here. "I'm afraid the RV won't be able to carry a LV3 pig surging forward." When Jiang Qing saw the car door open and felt the heat wave that hit his face, he was instantly overjoyed and peeled off Lindong to get on the car. "Get out of the way and let me up." Lindong frowned and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up with one hand. "Get out." This scene instantly stunned the others, shivering and not daring to come forward. Jiang Qing's face reddened. "Right, I can't." Lindong indifferently glared at him, but did not kill him, but closed the door of the car and stopped the boar from going. "Ahem." Jiang Qing got a respite and coughed violently, his eyes looking at Lindong's back in shock and with unbelief. A few others ducked behind their cars and poked their heads out. "This guy's from out of town, isn't he? He's got a lot of nerve. He can handle a boar? FFS. It's better if he's dead. The car is ours." The car keys in his body. He died. "This car how we go up? You guys, he's wearing so little. He's not even afraid of the cold. Could it be like what's on TV? With superpowers?" After seeing the caravan, the mutant boar was as if it had seen a toy, and ran over furiously, directly invisible to Lindong. Lindong, on the other hand, stroked his chin. "Such a big head of pig. How long will it take to finish eating na?" With that, the frozen fish swung violently upwards. Bang! The boar's huge body jerked upward. Its limbs were brought off the ground, and then it fell heavily to the ground after reversing 360 degrees in the air in a circle. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood on the spot, and his piggy head lolled, never getting up again. Crowd. That solves it? They came out with at least 20 people. Now there were only 7 left. The rest were all made by the boar. And they didn't expect this young man to lift his hand and kill them in seconds? This is too fierce. Jiang Qing's eyes instantly brightened up, his eyes twittering, not knowing what he was thinking about. And Big Strong was red in the face, his chest heaving violently. While Lindong was considering whether the mutant pig could be eaten or not, Dezhuang ran over and sternly questioned, "Why didn't you make a move earlier just now? If you had made your move earlier, my mom wouldn't have died." "Linden, there's something wrong with you." Turning his head, he tried to go back to the RV. Dezhuang was unforgiving and grabbed Lindong's arm. "It's all your fault. You obviously have the ability to save my mom. Why did you have to wait for her to die before you made your move? You're the murderer. You're the executioner. I'm not done with you on this unless you let the RV go. I can go to hell." Lindong got upset and slapped Big Strong's head to explode. "In all my years of living, I've never seen you so shameless." Jiang Qing hurriedly rushed over. Un gong, calm your anger." Lindong rolled his eyes. "I have killed people, you just come out to let me rest my anger." Jiang Qing smiled bitterly. "You don't know, eunuch. Dajian's father was killed by a mutated mountain chicken, and now that his mother is also dead, the child's heart is bitter, so his words are a bit over the top. So you can forgive him." Lindong looked down at Big Strong's headless body and nodded silently. "Okay, I forgive you." Jiang Qing, seeing that Lindong was about to leave, Jiang Qing hurriedly pulled Lindong back. Cough cough. "Eunuch, you saved the villagers of our Gula village today. You are our benefactor. We would like to invite you to be our guest in Gula village. What do you think?" Lindong rolled his eyes. "Not interested." Eunuch, You must give me face. Jiang Qing sold his plea. This person is so powerful. We must drag him back to the village no matter what. When there are mutated beasts attacking the village again, the safety will be guaranteed. Is your face worth a lot? Lin Dong had a displeased face. He was still waiting to seal the city. Jiang Qing's face was bitter, but he didn't dare offend Lin Dong. Gung, our village is further down this road, so why don't you just stop by and have a seat? By the way, I have to tell Kong about the situation ahead. After all, the ancient forest mountain in front of us is very dangerous. Chapter 145, Entering Gulu Village. Brother Daijuan? Lin Dong frowned at him. This guy seemed to want him to go to his village. Okay, then, go over and sit down. Jiang Qing was overjoyed. That's good. Then let us get on the car together and go to our village. You guys lead the way on foot. Lin Dong threw down a sentence and got into his own car. Jiang Qing was frozen in the snow. A few others came over and whispered, Uncle Jiang, do you really want him to go to our village? He has a bad temper. I'm afraid. Jiang Qing shouted in a low voice. Pay attention to me. The benefactor has saved our lives. When did the villagers of Gulu village become such ungrateful people? The crowd bristled and scowled, not daring to say anything else. Jiang Qing looked to the windshield and immediately nodded and led the way in front. As he passed by the boar carcass, Lin Dong couldn't help but poke his head out and ask, this boar is just left like this? What family? Even the boar do not want. Just now the pig's hooves running wild in the snow can be proved. This pig, even the snow toxins can be immune. Drag back completely, not afraid of bad. If this is seen by the gang in Jiangcheng, if not 100 people die, they are sorry for these thousands of pounds of meat. Jiang Qing smiled awkwardly. Kong, we have food in our village. Forget it. Really? Lin Dong then said no more, thinking that the stock of supplies in the countryside was indeed quite a bit better than in the city. The caravan traveled slowly for most of another hour, and finally a village came into view. Only, at this moment, the village looked dilapidated and broken, with corpses everywhere, and a white-haired old man, who was organizing the villagers to carry the corpses. Without exception, these corpses had all been chewed on by mutated beasts. The sudden appearance of the RV caught the eye of the crowd. Lin Dong, on the other hand, frowned as he looked at Gulu village, always feeling a bit familiar. Jiang Qing gleefully ran towards the white-haired old man's ear and whispered a few words. Just as Lin Dong got out of the car, the white-haired old man came with a face full of respect and excitement. Gung, thank you for saving our village, said he was going to shake hands. However, Lin Dong looked around as if he couldn't see. What's going on here? The white-haired old man sighed deeply and explained. It turned out that Gulu village, because it was situated at the foot of Gulin mountain, after most of the poisonous snow had melted, the mutated beasts in the mountain took this place as their first prey, and rushed to the village every now and then to eat people. The villagers were ordinary people, and were powerless against this mutated beast, so they could only hide. But every time the beasts attacked, a lot of people still died. The village of Gulu, which originally had a population of nearly 1,000, now has less than 100 living people. The white-haired old man was the village chief here, named Zhu Sanping. Zhu Sanping's dim old eyes, his afterglow surveying the caravan from time to time, turned his head to Jiang Cheng and said, since Gong was invited back by you, then take Gong to your house. Make sure to entertain him with good wine and good food, and don't ever neglect Gong. The folklore of our Gulu village is to know what's good for you. Jiang Cheng nodded. You can rest assured, village chief. Kong, this way please. Lin Dong looked back at the caravan and followed Jiang Cheng away. The maids were catching up on their sleep anyway, so let them continue to sleep. All the way to Jiang Cheng's home is a 2-story small building. It seems that before the end of the world, Jiang Cheng is also considered a little money. Enthusiastically inviting Lin Dong to his home, Jiang Cheng said smilingly, please sit down, Mr. Lin Dong looked at the messy home and couldn't help but frown. Let's get right to the point if there's anything. That Gu Linshan, what's the situation? Jiang Cheng sighed and looked toward the looming mountain at the entrance. I won't hide it from you, Your Excellency. Before the snowfall, that Gulin mountain was the forbidden area of our Gulu village, with all kinds of wildlife thieves in it, and all of them were ferocious. As a result, after the snow, a lot of wildlife in the mountains have mutated. You are going west, right? The road, it can be quite treacherous. I insurance estimate that there are at least no less than 1,000 mutant beasts like that boar just now inside. Kong Yu. Linden pulled out his ears. So, Jiang Qing laughed, that's why I suggest that you, Gong, should not go west. It's too dangerous. How about you just stay in Gulu village? No how. Lin Dong stood up. If you're just scaring me a bit like that, then you can go to hell. The aura on his body suddenly erupted, and Jiang Qing was so frightened that he knelt on the ground on the spot, trembling violently. Eunuch, spare my life. I won't dare to say such things again. He couldn't even understand how people were so violent nowadays. Killing at the drop of a hat? Lindong slowly withdrew his chi and sat down, suddenly smiled. It's also considered that you have provided an intelligence. Then I won't kill you. Didn't the village head ask for good wine and food to entertain me? It just so happens that I am hungry. Serve the food. Jiang Qing got up with a frightened heart and rushed into the kitchen. Not long after, he came out with a few bowls and soup pots, and smiled sarcastically. That, Unkong, please sit down for a while. I'll go get some food and be right back. Lindong, you don't have any food in the house, do you? Go on. Receiving the promise, Jiang Qing ran out without looking back. He just left not long ago. A tiger-head child ran back, about 4 or 5 years old. Facial contours in Jiang Qing has a few similarities. See strangers in their own homes. Jiang Chun is not afraid to be born to walk in. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Lindong, your father invited me. Oh, and where is he? Off to get dinner. Oh, so what are you doing in my house? Eat your family's food. Oh, then you. Where's all the bull asterisk. Kid, shut your mouth. Oh, Jiang Chun shrunk his neck, but did not care, and ran back to his room, took out a rag doll, held a needle in his hand, and zapped at the rag doll. The rag doll's face was covered with a picture of a man. The man looked unassuming, belonging to a very plain and unassuming look, and appeared to be in his 40s. The photo has numerous pinholes in the forehead, obviously rotted from being stabbed. Lindong's attention was drawn to the man simply because his picture looked more and more familiar, but he didn't think of it for a moment. Kid, who are you zapping? Jiang Chun held up the rag doll. Oh, Zhu Dajuan. He's a sinner in our village. Zhu Dajuan? Lindong thought. This seems to have gone viral from a previous vegetarian singing competition, and is also affectionately known as Big Army Brother because he always wears a military coat. No wonder it looks familiar, and I had previously seen a video of Zhu Dajuan returning to the village online, so I was vaguely impressed. Lindong came slightly interested. Why is he a sinner in your village? A hateful expression appeared on Jiang Chun's small face. Because he owed our whole village money and killed my brother. My dad told me that he owes our family over $100,000, and my brother got sick and died last year because he never paid our family back. Lindong sked. Although this little guy was young, the hatred in his body could be real. At the same time, in Gulu village, 2 silhouettes appeared. Chapter 146, Gulu village, knowing and returning favor, because she had no more supernatural abilities. At this time, Xia Qingyu wrapped herself up tightly, only revealing a pair of eyes. Seeing the caravan parked here, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Great, we finally caught up. This night, if Luo Yu hadn't brought her along, I'm afraid she would have died on the road long ago. She was really fed up with her weak self, and it was worse than killing her. Luo Yu was also relieved. Then what are we waiting for? Xia Qingyu rushed over impatiently and slapped the RV hard. Master, are you there? Master? I'm Chengyu. Master, I'm back. Please open the door. However, no matter how much she tapped, the RV showed no signs of opening. The system output of the post-apocalyptic caravan, perhaps to cater to Lindong's tastes, the soundproofing effect was exceptionally good, and the sleeping women inside did not hear it at all. Luo Yu glanced at the driver's seat and wondered, is the person not inside? Just at that moment, the villagers of Gulu village sparsely appeared, heading in the same direction. The 2 women glanced at each other and curiously followed, casually pulling a middle-aged woman and asking, hello, I would like to ask. Oops, don't pull me. If I'm late, I won't make it. The woman flung her arm away impatiently, her feet flying. Luo Yu, let's go. Follow and take a look. The 2 women trailed along, noticing that the women even appeared to be competing as they merged with the crowd. Auntie Lee, I'm ahead of you this time. Humph, so what if I let you go first? There are only 2 of you in your house, but there are 4 of us in mine, and I brought all the big pots. Hey, don't argue. I don't know if there are any fresh vegetables to eat today. I'm tired of eating pork stew with vermicelli all day long. Little Zheng. Third Master, I'm getting old. Why don't you just line up at the back? Ha, Third Master, don't rely on your old age. Every time you're allowed to be in the front of the line, and when it's my turn there's just a little soup left. Both women were a little surprised that they were in line for food. This kind of scene is very rare in the end times. Could it be that the master has been generous? Xia Qingyu couldn't help but be curious. All the people are lined up in front of the door of a detached villa. Not long, the door was opened. Zhu Dajuan with a naive smile, with his wife to carry out 2 large pots. One pot is white rice and the other is pork stew with vermicelli. Folks, please line up in an orderly fashion. Watching Zhu Dajuan and his wife methodically playing one meal and serving the other, Xia Qingyu and Luo Yu simultaneously cocked their heads, their eyes full of disbelief. He seems to be Zhu Dejun? Xia Qingyu recognized it. Luo Yu also recognized it and marveled. Brother Dajuan is so nice? Look at the length of this line. At least dozens of families. His family to support so many people? An old man shivered and received the beaten rice, tasted it and said unhappily, Did you know? The rice is a bit hard. Don't you know that third master I have bad teeth? Zhu Dajuan smiled bitterly. Third master, our village wells are all polluted by rainwater. Our family really doesn't have much water. So don't. What do I care? If dinner is made this hard again, I'll smash your stall. The old man left with a face full of displeasure. Zhu Dajuan looked forlorn, then braced himself for a smile and continued to fight for his food. The two women sort of realized that these villagers seemed to hold great malice towards Zhu Dajuan, and basically every one of them would make things difficult. Uncle Dajuan, can't you get some fresh pork? Aren't you afraid that my family will get a bad stomach if you get this dead pork? Tatsu, where can you get fresh pork in this world? Pigs are frozen to death. Then I don't care. If I get a bad stomach, you have to pay for it. Hey, give me some more. Who can eat with this little? Aunt Feng, you are the only one in your family. Look at this. What do you mean? You don't think I can eat? I'm just eating your family's rice? Do you have to say such things? Okay, I'm sorry Auntie Feng. I'll give you more. That's more like it. Dajuan nah. This morning the mutant beasts have bitten quite a few villagers in our village. You're strong. Go back to the back of the mountain and dig a few pits for them to bury. I don't want you to bother with the corpses. I've already arranged for someone to pile them up there. Second uncle. I have to go out this afternoon to figure out how to get a water source. Can't you just let them dig for themselves? What are you talking about? Several of our families have died. Everyone is sad. Can't you make time to come out? Have you forgotten the Gula village's tradition of repaying favors? How do you think you got where you are now? It's all because of us folks. Okay, Uncle too. Don't you say anything. I'll go. Well, get your hands dirty. And don't forget the water supply. And remember to make a soup for dinner. Xiaoqingyu's pretty face was icy cold. It's too much. What gives these people the right to be able to enjoy what he's paid for with peace of mind? And they still don't know how to be satisfied? Even bad-mouthing them. They're a bunch of blood-sucking leeches. In Zhu Dajuan, Xiaoqingyu saw her own shadow. Previously in the Xia clan, she was also so sucked blood like this by a group of so-called clansmen, and forced her to drain all the value from her body. Luo Yu raised her eyebrows. What? You still want to see injustice? Let me make it clear. I don't want to get involved in this kind of thing. Xiaoqingyu, she didn't have the ability to intervene if she wanted to. That's when the team finally took its turn at Jiangqing. I saw Jiangqing set several pots and pans all over the table. Dajuan hurry up. Besides these meals, fill me up with all the good wine and meat you have at home. Zhu Dajuan had a dark face. Brother Cheng, aren't you making things difficult for people? What for a difficult person? Jiangqing looked ill at ease. You're to blame for the death of my family's boss? This is what you owe me. Hurry up. I have guests at home. Brother Cheng, your words are a bit excessive. Zhu Dajuan's old face turned a little red. What do I owe you? Just because I don't have the money to lend you, you're blaming me for your son's death? Are you still being reasonable? Jiangqing looked at him in shock, then instantly became furious. Kicked over the rice stall. Zhu Dajuan's wife could not dodge, was drenched in rice, a butt on the ground. However, as if Jiangqing didn't see it, he pointed at Zhu Dajuan's nose and scolded, How do you talk to me? Why are you willing to lend money to others but not to me? If it wasn't for you, my son wouldn't be dead. I know, you've got your wings hardened. You think you're a celebrity now that you've become popular, and you look down on us folks. But Zhu Dajuan, you give me to remember, when your father died, I have come over to eat a banquet. That horse is a favor, for an ungrateful thing like you. I'll go back to your father's grave and talk to him to see what kind of a thing he taught. Chapter 147, Greedy Villagers. Sad Zhu Dajuan. Zhu Dajuan's chest rose and fell violently with anger, his tiger eyes glaring at Jiangqing in death. Feng Hui, Zhu Dajuan's wife, stood up in tears, surnamed Jiang. You've gone too far. A few years ago, Dajuan came back after earning money, and helped the village to build roads and borrowed money to build your house. Jiangqing, do you dare to say that your house wasn't built with money from Dejun? It's not enough that you borrowed money and didn't pay it back, but you borrowed and borrowed again and again, and borrowed all the money in our hands, and then you turn around and blame us for not borrowing money? When did Gulu village become such an unreasonable place? Said the man as he began to spill in place. However, those villagers didn't buy it. Don't you know to go out and earn money when you're broke? I've checked on the internet, but Big June can get a few $1 million just by going out and singing. How much have we only borrowed? That's right. Still saying we're unreasonable? Sisters, you really has long hair and short eyes. When Dajuan was poor in the past, my family helped you a lot, and now you're not even happy to lend you some money? I tell you, Howl. I heard that the big army in the outside are Mercedes-Benz, BMW to come. I asked him to borrow money to buy a BYD he cannot get out of the money. I am afraid that all the money spent on the outside of it. Between the words, there was not the slightest hint of guilt for being a vampire. There was just greed for not sucking enough blood. Zhu Dajuan's eyes reddened. Folks, Zhu Dajuan did not have any place to apologize to you. After the snow, I saw that you all did not eat, and took the initiative to share the food in the family's cellar. And then you are like this. I had to take my family and move. The moment these words came out, a group of villagers then panicked. After all, Zhu Dajuan was the only one in the entire village whose family was willing to bring out food to share. If he left, the rest of them would either starve to death or be bitten to death by the mutated beasts. Even Jiang Qing was embarrassed. Humph, what kind of asshole words are you saying? At this time, the village chief Zhu Sanping went and returned, leaning on his crutches and glaring angrily. Zhu Dajuan, I think you want to go to heaven? Do you want to deceive your teacher and destroy your ancestors? Have you forgotten me? The village chief, and your second uncle? Zhu Dajuan's anger instantly receded. Bitterly, but second uncle, they're just too much. Zhu Sanping came trembling. They are indeed excessive, but you are even more so. Actually trying to run? My Zhu family has lived in Gula village for generations. Your father, your grandfather, your grandfather's grandfather, including me in the future, will all be buried here. You can go. You can go now. If you dare to leave Gula village, I'll die right in front of your house. When it goes down, I'll tell your dad. I'll tell your grandpa. Let them see what has come out of our old Zhu family. Zhu Dajuan instantly couldn't speak. His old face reddened beyond recognition. Luo Yu marveled. What a powerful threat. If this was me turning my head and leaving. You don't understand, Xiaoqing Yu sighed. I've seen a lot of people like this when I used to shoot a movie. Their attachment to their homeland is engraved in their bones. Even when they encountered flash floods and earthquakes, they were unwilling to leave. Those mountains and waters are their roots. Without roots, just like rootless duckweed, the heart is always empty. Zhu Dajuan is being held to death, said thinking of himself again. The Xia family was destroyed by his own hands. Where are his roots? When she thought of her stupidity in thinking that she could leave her master, Xiaoqing Yu's heart was hard and tight. As expected, Zhu Dajuan was silently angry for half a day, and finally had a bitter face. Second uncle, I am just a moment of anger. You don't get angry. Feng Hui was not happy and blurted out, Dajuan, you're just too nice, so they all bully you. If you ask me, let's just go and get the hell out of here. Zhu Sanping raged for a moment. Asshole. Ahem. He was so angry on the spot that he was shivering, as if he was going to go to his death in the next second. Zhu Dajuan hurriedly went up to assist. Second uncle, don't be angry. I won't leave. Feng Hui, just cut the crap and listen to me. The crowd had also been consoling in a variety of ways, with words that were nothing more than accusations against Feng Hui. Something about having long hair, being uneducated, not knowing what's best for you, and so on. Feng Hui ran home in a huff, crying and covering her face. Zhu Sanping also got better at the right time, admonished, Dajuan na. Jiang Qing's family did come to an important guest. He did not mean to make things difficult for you. Your home, those good wine and good food, what? All to him it. At this point, the villagers who hadn't gotten their meals yet asked, then what are we going to eat? The rice is all for Jiang. Jiang Qing instantly a cold glare, got the army turned over, and now they're all hungry. At these words, the villagers at the back of the group responded. Zhu Sanping pondered for a moment and shouted angrily, what are you all doing? Don't you have any arms or legs? Can't you cook for yourselves? All day long you just point to the army to feed you all by yourselves? The villagers shrank their necks as they were scolded, and Zhu Dajuan's heart rejoiced. My second uncle still understands me. However, the next second, Zhu Sanping, you go to the cellar of Dajuan's house by yourselves, move what you want to eat by yourselves, and go back and do it by yourselves. Zhu Dajuan was instantly shocked. Second uncle, how can you? Before the words fell, the villagers, on the other hand, rushed into his house with a burst of cheers, turned over the cellar and began to rob it, and even those who had already hit the rice, also joined in. Holy, that's a lot of frozen pork. I'll take this half fan. I've been eating too much meat lately, so this jar of pickles is mine. Don't grab it. Didn't you just beat the food? So what? That little meal doesn't even fill you up. When Feng Hui saw her family's cellar being robbed, she sat on the ground and cried, don't rob it again. What are we going to eat after you've robbed it? Zhu Dajuan's 10-year-old son rushed into the cellar in tears. Aunts and uncles, don't grab it. Yet no one paid any attention to them at all. Jiang Qing, on the other hand, swaggered into Zhu Dajuan's house, looked at the meal on the table, and immediately became furious. Good wow. I told you that you only get us one dish all day long, combined with your family of 3 eating 3 dishes? Simply too much. Saying that, he took away all the meals that Zhu Dajuan had intended to give himself, and even took away a bottle of Red Star Erguotu. Zhu Dajuan's face was full of throbbing pain at this time. In just a moment, the cellar had been ransacked, leaving only a little trampled pickle. Xu Sanping, on the other hand, was unimpressed and said, Dajuan, the old doesn't go away and the new doesn't come. The townspeople are all doing this for your own good. You don't have to cook for us for the next 2 days, you get some rest. Oh, don't forget to look for water and dig graves this afternoon now. Saying that, he trembled and stopped Jiang Qing, looking at the meal in his hand and gulped. That, Jiang Qing, as the village chief, I should definitely go and accompany the guests. Let's go. Jiang Qing, you old Biden, you're just craving for my food, aren't you? But it can't be helped. Who made him the village chiefs? Luo Yu and Xia Qingyu looked at each other and secretly followed. Important guests are bound to be hosts na. Chapter 148, What are maids kept for? At Jiang Qing's home, Lin Dong had a chat, and he also roughly understood the situation. Xu Dajuan has been the first to build a small 2-story building in the village since he became popular and made money. The villagers of Gula village then became red-eyed. In various names to Zhu Dajuan borrowed money and did not pay back. And Zhu Dajuan, good-natured, but also because the village chief is its elders, can only silently bear the bitter fruit. The saying that the grace of the bucket of rice and the hatred of the rising rice is well reflected in Zhu Dajuan's body. The villagers who borrowed the money began to intensify their efforts, doing everything possible to suck blood from Zhu Dajuan, until the end of the world. These villagers who have long since developed the habit of idleness, are still looking up to Zhu Dajuan, and even accustomed to it. But in Jiang Chun's perspective, it becomes that Zhu Dajuan has become superior after he became famous, locking the door every time he visits his house and not being polite at all. Although their Jiang family's house was built with Zhu Dajuan's money, Jiang Chun still labeled Zhu Dajuan as ungrateful because the Jiang family had a great favor for the Xu family. As for what favor, don't remember. Jiang Chun huffed. Uncle, do you think Zhu Dajuan deserves to die? He deserves to die. Lin Dong nodded. His biggest mistake was reincarnating in your Gula village. What do you mean? Chang Chun cocked his head. It's nothing, MDSB. Don't think too much. I'm praising you, said Lin Dong with a smile. Hey, thanks uncle. Although this matter sounded quite infuriating, Lin Dong obviously didn't intend to meddle in it, and the reason why he stayed here was to wait for the maids to wake up from their sleep, so that they could go and take care of the mutated beasts on the ancient forest mountain in front of them, though he could have stowed the RV and pushed it sideways to walk across. But is it necessary? What are the maids kept for? Yes. Not long after, Jiang Qing and the village chief Xu Sanping returned. Ha, let your guests slow down. The dishes are almost cold. Xu Sanping nonchalantly sat down at the other end of the table and urged, Jiang Qing, hurry up and serve the dishes. Your guests are hungry. I think it's because you're hungry. Jiang Qing haunted in his mind, but still managed to hold up a smile and set out the meal. Jiang Chun was overjoyed. Wow, today's food can be Xu Sanping laughed. Xiaoqun na, there are adults in it. You yourself casually clip some dishes to go inside and sit down. Jiang Chun deflated his mouth and left with full reluctance. Lin Dong looked at the dirty iron basin and his eyes twitched. Jiang Qing opened the wine and poured it. Hey, Un Gong, let you wait for a long time. This cup of wine, I drive. I don't drink. Lin Dong directly refused. Yeah, it's true that you can't drink while driving. Xu Sanping had long been craving for wine, and as soon as he took the glass in front of Lin Dong, he smothered it. With that, the chopsticks all danced out of phantoms, and in just the blink of an eye, they finished off most of the dishes. Jiang Qing took a look. We're happy, also hurriedly clipped the food into the mouth and stuffed it vigorously. Lin Dong picked up his chopsticks and silently put them down again. Jiang Qing was a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say because he had been scared by Lin Dong. Xu Sanping, on the other hand, was only concerned about boring his head with dry rice and wine, and had forgotten about Lin Dong as a guest. The only sound left in the house was the sound of dry rice. At that moment, two figures appeared in the doorway. You guys are. While Jiang Qing was still puzzled, Xia Qingyu's eyes lit up and she quickly trotted in, both knees directly kneeling on the ground. Master, I'm back. The tone had never been so gentle. Xu Sanping and Jiang Qing froze on the spot, looking at Luo Yu, who stood in the doorway as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, and then at Xia Qingyu, who was wrapped up tightly, and their heads went down. Lin Dong laughed. Which one of you? These three words, like a thunderbolt, split Xia Qingyu frozen place. An excited heart instantly sunk to the bottom. Hastily removing the thick dressing from his face, he revealed a stunningly beautiful face. Jiang Qing instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and even the dying Xu Sanping had the feeling of being in love. Good. What a beautiful woman. Master, it's me, Qingyu. Lin Dong pulled out his ears. Oh, what is it? Xia Qingyu kowtowed with red eyes. Master, my supernatural ability. I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have betrayed you. Please give Qingyu another chance. I promise that I will never leave my master again. Forget it. Not interested. Lin Dong lazily refused. Jiang Qing would like to say, you're not interested, I'm interested. How can you refuse such a beautiful woman? Xia Qingyu forehead knocked the floor. Master, I know that yesterday let you down. 1,000 mistakes are my fault. My power is all given by you. My future is all given by you. Without you, Qingyu alone cannot support it at all. You can chastise. I said. Not interested. Lin Dong said indifferently. How you live in the future, that's your business. It has nothing to do with me. As for me, I've been a disgruntled bastard for a few years now, and I've had enough of it for a long time. You think I'm gonna be mad at you for betraying me? No, I actually don't even have the desire to be angry with you, because you, like them, are just maids in my eyes, not my woman. I even went the extra mile and had the kindness to let you live. You should be grateful instead of shamelessly coming to dirty my eyes. Looking at the meal that had long been cleared, Lin Dong asked, have you guys finished eating yet? Jiang Cheng and Zhu Sanping nodded dumbly. Why don't you pack up and get the hell out of here when you're done eating? Oh, okay. They didn't dare to stay here to eat melon and hurriedly left with Jiang Chun. Xia Qingyu still wanted to stay, but saw Lin Dong change a table of meat skewers, and asked directly, I don't want to hear you say so much. You and ask your heart. You came to me because you ran out of power? Or did you come to me because you couldn't leave me from the bottom of your heart? Think before you answer. Naturally, Xia Qingyu was violently stunned. The words reached her mouth, but she couldn't say them. She wanted to say that it was in her heart that she felt she couldn't leave her master. But who would believe such words? One does come to pray for forgiveness in fear because one is out of power. But then, wouldn't he or she be using the master as a toolman? Pandering when you need the power and kicking it away when you don't? It's no longer a toolman. It's a grudge seed. But deep down, there was a vague feeling that this was not the case. A mix of conflicting and complex emotions left her at a loss for words. Proud and cold. The big star has never looked herself in the eye. Luo Yu frowned as she watched. This Xia Qingyu can't do it either? You can't even cheat? Answering questions honestly and then citing yourself to get a boost is the way to go. But looking at Xia Qingyu, whose eyes were silent and empty, Luo Yu knew that this person could not be counted on. Your name is Lin Dong, right? I want to trouble you with something. I hope you can help. Linden, tell me about it. Can you help me boost my powers too? I need the strength. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Chapter 149. We're very good at talking here. Luo Yu walked in and sat across from Lin Dong and took a deep breath. I'm sure. I need the power. Lin Dong smiled. This should be Xia Qingyu's pitch. Big stars do have a lot of heart. Bad enough. Okay, come with me then. Luo Yu was puzzled, but still followed Lin Dong's pace towards the village entrance, leaving Xia Qingyu alone kneeling on the ground in a heavenly battle. Once in the RV, Linden woke up the maids and dropped food on the table. Don't go to sleep. Eat something to pad your stomachs. There's an event this afternoon. However, the maids shook their heads in unison. No more food, master. My stomach is still full now. Lin Dong, tramp, you filthy girls. When Chen Yuncher saw Luo Yu, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, you're not that. Luo Yu grunted coldly. It's the one you screwed over. When I'm done raising my power, I'll settle the score with you. The maids all laughed badly in unison, and Luo Yu was dumbfounded. Xin Shuyao, master, what's the afternoon activity? Lin Dong pointed at the ancient forest mountain outside the car window. It is said that there are numerous mutated beasts on the mountain, so you guys go and clean it up. There's a reward for the most kills. The maids' eyes instantly lit up and they left with vigor. Luo Yu looked at the wreckage in the car and frowned slightly. Why does it have to be here? That said, what do you have to do to raise your power? Lin Dong closed the door of the caravan and turned on the do not disturb mode. Jibad smile. It's easy. After Qin Shuya took the lead and got off the car, she looked at the ancient forest mountain in the distance and stretched her waist beautifully. This mountain looks close, but the road is covered with snow. Let's go to the village and ask someone for directions. With the leader of the group taking the lead, the maids were extraordinarily harmonious. After all, they had all worked together for a single goal last night. Enter the village of Gulu together. Soon, a group of extremely good and beautiful maids created a big stir in the village, and the villagers came on the scent. When did so many fairies come into our Gulu village? If I had one, I'd be straight for life. Oh, come on, they're attracted to you? What's the point? That you're older, that you don't shower? These are all beautiful women that you can only see on TV. This is the first time I've seen them in reality. Mad. It's worth dying today. Good wow. Dead handsy. I said why did you run out halfway through your meal? So it's because you're looking at these demonic yes. So get back to me. Hurry up. Hey, daughter-in-law spread my ears. I'll just take a look. Just one look. Xin Shuyao casually found an old man and went up to him, asking, hello, may I ask how to get to that mountain in front? Upon seeing that the beauties were going to Gulin Mountain, The villagers were quiet. Old man, what are you doing there? There are a lot of mutated beasts in there that ate a lot of people in our village. The villagers responded. Yes, don't go there. You'd better stay in our Gulu village. We're super nice and well-spoken here. You're going to super love it here. Qin Shuyao smiled sweetly. I'm just asking for directions. Otherwise, shut your mouth. Once again, the crowd was silent. This was fierce. The old man sighed. The road to Gulin Mountain is not easy to walk, and we dug some traps along the way. If there is no one to lead the way, Qin Shuyao's brows were furrowed, contemplating whether or not she should just open her demonic form and fly them over. At this very moment, Zhu Dajuan went out with a despondent face carrying a hoe, and seeing that the villagers were all gathered here, his face was not worried as he walked around. The old man's eyes lit up. Hey, I have an idea. Big army, did Zhu Na, come here. Zhu Dajuan came with a reluctant face, and was also violently stunned when he saw Qin Shuyao, a group of heavenly fairy-like beauties. The old man pulled Zhu Dajuan with gusto. This is Zhu Dajuan from our village. Let him show you the way. After all, he dug many of the traps. Seventh uncle, I still have things to do. Zhu Dajuan turned his head and wanted to leave. The old man was immediately furious. Asshole. These fairies are from the benefactor car down. That is the benefactor of our Gulu village. Did you forget again that our Gulu village knows the benefactor? Fine. I'll take them. Zhu Dajuan couldn't stand it anymore. The maids thanked and followed. After seeing Zhu Dajuan leave with his men, someone ran and asked in a low voice, Uncle Seven, there are so many wild beasts in Gulin Mountain. If you let Zhu Dajuan go, in case he is bitten to death by the wild beasts, what are we going to eat in the future? The old man blew his beard and grunted coldly. Are you all losers? Just pointing to the great army a man made? If he dies, he'll still have his wife. The villagers were offended by these words. Come on, that woman Feng Hui. Her hair is long and her heart is small. Count on her? Forget it. She wouldn't let us eat at lunch. It was outrageous. And Xu Xiaofeng the child is also. I took some pickles at noon. That kid actually pulled me. When I was a child I also hugged him low. Zhu Dajuan's family are ungrateful guys. In the midst of the discussion, Xu Sanping and Jiang Cheng also came over, and the crowd hurriedly greeted them. Village chief, you have to help talk to Feng Hui. If this goes on, the reputation of our Gulu village will be tarnished by their family. Xu Sanping pondered for a moment. Well, it's time to go and talk about it. Folks, let's do it together. He was also disliked by Feng Hui at noon, and he still held a grudge in his heart. The crowd swarmed to Zhu Dajuan's house. At this moment, Feng Hui was packing up her things with a sad look on her face. Seeing that the villagers were coming over, she hurriedly protected her son behind her, with a wary look on her face. What are you guys coming over to do? Xu Sanping frowned. Feng Hui, what are you packing for? Feng Hui smiled miserably. Do what? Of course it's to leave this man-eating hellhole. The crowd was alarmed. No, your family can't leave. What are we going to do if you leave? Feng Hui was already dead at this point and said silently, what do I care if you all die? All of you are idle, and you only bully our family's army when you have hands and feet. My Dajuan, he's honest, and you guys just intensify your bullying. Anyway, I've had enough of this. I'm going to take Striker away and never come back. Xu Sanping's beard swung up in anger. Asshole, you are not allowed to go. Have you forgotten that when you and Dajuan got married, I was still your witness? How can you be so ungrateful? I'm ungrateful? Feng Hui instantly exploded. I'll give it all up today. Xu Sanping, I've never seen such a shameless old thing like you. You're still Dajuan's real uncle. How can you be like this? Specializing in helping outsiders bully your own nephew? Dajuan father died early. After making money back to the village, the first thing is to build you a house, buy healthcare products, take you to the medical examination to give you medical treatment. You're good. You brought the whole village with you to suck the blood of the army. It's not me who's ungrateful. It's you. It's all of you. Xu Sanping straight feel both ears like explosive thunder general buzzing. On the spot 2 legs stirred, fainted. Chapter 150 Morning and Blackening. On the countryside road, Zhu Dajuan was uncomfortable and led the way ahead. Although he had seen many beautiful women in the entertainment industry, he was still very uncomfortable being alone with so many beautiful women at the same time. The maids, on the other hand, recognized the former big internet star. Brother Dajuan, you've made a lot of money by becoming popular, but you're still willing to stay and live in your hometown. This character is quite rare, Ling Shui joked. Zhu Dajuan naively scratched his head and smiled. My roots are here, and I'm not used to living in the city, so I just came back to live. Besides, I also know that it was pure luck that I became famous. People can't be so lucky all their lives, and being grounded and rooted in the land is what I should do. My wife is also very supportive and has taught my son never to be fickle. Xin Wanyu nodded her head repeatedly. This realization of Brother Dajuan is really rare now. reminiscent of themselves, but also an ordinary family background. When they met their husbands Wang Shang, coupled with the work is not bad, they are self-conscious of the superiority of the people. The attitude of Lin Dong is very mean. Liang Jihan smiled and said, then brother Dajuan and sister-in-law have quite a good relationship? A touch of gentleness surfaced on Zhu Dajuan's naive face, and he just smiled shyly and scratched his head. In a short time, the girls, who had bypassed the trap, arrived at the foot of the ancient forest. Listening to the cries of wild beasts coming from the mountains and forests from time to time, Zhu Dajuan's face turned slightly white. Fairies, I forgot to ask, what are you doing here? Qin Shuyao laughed. This doesn't need brother Dajuan to worry about. You hurry back. Later on we'll catch a few beasts and send them to you, as a reward for helping us lead the way. Too late, a two-headed coyote came charging out of the mountains. Ah, run! Zhu Dajuan's face changed drastically, but before he could raise his leg, he only felt a flash before his eyes. Hey, I'll take care of this one. Chen Yunshi couldn't wait to try out her current abilities, and her figure flashed as she rushed towards the two-headed wolf. In Zhu Dajuan's stunned eyes, the innocent and lovely-looking young girl even leaped to the middle of the two heads of the two-headed wolf, and the small hand that looked weak and powerless clamped down on the two wolf heads, and then violently pulled out. Two wolf heads were pulled out bloody. Zhu Dajuan's eyes were wide open. Was this a movie? So brutal. Qin Shuyao laughed. If brother Dajuan has the strength, he should drag this corpse back. Maids, each of you choose your direction. I'll supervise and provide emergency support. For the master's reward, punch it. The figures of the maids instantly disappeared in place, leaving Zhu Dajuan frozen in place, looking at the wolf corpse without knowing what to do. Then with an excited face, he dragged the wolf carcass and sold it back. These fairies must have been sent down from the sky to kill those mutated beasts. Our Gula village is saved. At Zhu Dajuan's house, Xu Sanping is suddenly so angry that he faints, and the villagers are in disarray. Bad. Feng Hui, you actually made the village chief angry. I'll see how you'll explain it when Dejun comes back. Feng Hui also panicked and hurriedly shook her head. No, it can't be. You guys quickly save him, said the man rushing to check on the situation. Villagers are also very enthusiastic to check Xu Sanping's situation. The crowd was crowded. The villagers who couldn't get stuck in, on the other hand, turned their attention to their homes with a wicked grin on their faces, seeing garlic and red peppers still hanging on the walls, and tiptoed to pick them. Seeing this, Xu Xiaofeng cried and blocked it. Don't grab it. That's all we have left in the house that's edible. Geez Pete, get away from me. Pushing with all his might, Xu Xiaofeng lost his balance and staggered back. The back of his head hit the corner of the table, and his head fell to the ground on the spot. The crowd, however, was still scavenging so vigorously that several people even stepped over him without realizing it. Panicked and sweating, Feng Hui suddenly looked up and spotted her son in a pool of blood. His eyes were instantly dull, his head was like a thunderbolt exploding, and his ears were buzzing. Little Peek. Feng Hui let out a mournful scream and soldiered through the crowd to pick up her son's body. Little Feng, what's wrong with you? Don't scare mommy. The voice was full of tension and trepidation. It was only then that the crowd realized Xiao Feng's body, and the villager who had pushed him down hurriedly stuffed the loot into his cotton clothes, feigning ignorance. Ahem, Sister Zhu, look at this. It's all Xiao Feng's own carelessness. I'm sorry for your loss. Feng Hui's eyes were red. I'm sorry for my condolences, Nima Gobi. You bunch of executioners, I'll fight you. Taking a rolling pin from the table, he charged at the crowd. A stick went down. The rolling pin snapped in response, and the smashed man's head instantly sprouted blood, but there was no serious harm done. But it didn't stop him from raging. Mud, dare to hit me? Go to hell. One pushed Feng Hui to the ground and choked her to death. The scene became even more chaotic as the villagers swarmed and scattered, and many even stepped on Xu Sanping's body. The old man was woken up by a hard stomp. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Zhu Xiaofeng, who was collapsed in a pool of blood, and Feng Hui, whose eyes were white from being pinched, and his head was instantly confused. Go die. Let you hit my old man. Villagers have been on the head. Hard to pinch Feng Hui to break the air. After killing Feng Hui, he slowly came back to his senses and fled in fear. Hey, take me away. Xu Sanping's leg was stepped on and he couldn't stand up at all. It was all you could do to sell the climb out. I don't know how long it took, but when I was finally about to climb out of the gate, Zhu Dajuan came back. Honey, look what I carried back. Zhu Dajuan's smiling face froze on the spot. Into the eye look. The second uncle Xu Sanping lying in front of their own home. His wife's hair disheveled lying on the ground foaming at the mouth. His son fell in a pool of blood. In an instant, Xu Dajuan felt like his entire body was going to explode. Obviously only left for an hour. How come now? Xu Sanping, Dajuan, you're back. Don't worry about your wife and child. Quickly help me up. 2. Uncle. Zhu Dajuan's eyes were scarlet as he gritted his teeth and asked, "What's going on with Feng Hui and Little Feng?" Xu Sanping's face was in disbelief. "How are you talking to me? It wasn't that I brought the villagers to your house and told Feng Hui not to leave. She was all pissed off at me, and when I woke up, they were like this. Oops, you hurry up and help me up. So many people died recently. If they die, they die." Boom! Zhu Dajuan's head was about to explode as unspeakable anger swept through his body. With a large hand, he grabbed Zhu Sanping by the collar and shouted angrily, "What do you mean dead is dead? They're your nephew-in-law and grandchildren. Do you have any humanity left? Say, who the hell did it?" Zhu Sanping returned the angry shout. "What are you yelling at me for? Feng Hui is ungrateful and actually wanted to leave us behind and go on her own. She deserves to die." "Dead? Deserved?" Zhu Dajuan's veins were glazed over, his joints white with anger. It was a moment of complete insanity. Tugging Zhu Sanping, he headed for the house. Hey, what are you dragging me for? I'm your elder, you asshole." Zhu Sanping cursed, but was shocked to see that Zhu Dajuan picked up a kitchen knife. "No, you don't." Pust. With a chop, the chopper was embedded dead center in Zhu Sanping's neck, and blood gushed wildly. Zhu Dajuan had already lost his head and pulled out his kitchen knife, slashing one after another. Chapter 151, Zhu Dajuan, the shark who went crazy. It was not until Zhu Sanping was chopped into pieces that Zhu Dajuan managed to stop. Looking at the bodies of his wife and son with tears streaming down his face, they all deserve to die. They all deserve to die. For a long time, because of his good heart, he was able to endure even how he was bullied and cheated by the villagers, simply because he felt that this was his roots. But now, this root, it's completely rotten. Nothing more than sucking blood from himself, and even killed his wife and Xiaofeng, always honest Zhu Dajuan. At this moment hated everyone in Gulu village. Carrying the kitchen knife that had been cut until it curled around the edge and blood was pouring out, he rushed out. The first one. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the knock on the door, the owner opened the door in confusion, and seeing the bloody Zhu Dajuan couldn't help but say in confusion, "Dajuan, what are you looking for me for? Why don't you hurry up and dig?" "I dig Nima." Zhu Dajuan was furious and raised the kitchen knife to chop. Second home. An old man was roasting a fire, crossing his legs and eating his meal slowly, tasting a sip of wine every now and then. "Well, the food is cold, and we're out of firewood, so I'll ask Dajuan to get me some when he gets back." Full of reluctance, he dumped the uneaten meal, and just as he turned his head, he saw a bloody figure standing in front of his house. Without a word, Zhu Dajuan raised his sword and slashed. Third home. Zhang Yulin feverishly sneaks the snatched chili and garlic to his wife. "Hide it all. It's mine when I get my hands on it." My wife bristled. "Why do you have to be so sneaky? This is what Zhu Dajuan owes our family." Zhang Yulin whispered. "Keep your voice down. I just accidentally killed Zhu Xiaofeng. I'm afraid that Zhu Dajuan will get mad." "So what?" The wife didn't care. "So many people have died in our village in the past few days. What's wrong with having one more son? My cousin was bitten to death by a mutant spider the day before yesterday, and I didn't freak out." Zhang Yulin thought about it. "That's true. Oops, this world yo." Before the words fell, they saw Zhu Dajuan carrying a knife with a fierce expression, walking towards their house. Asterisk. The Grand Army? You're a. Zhu Dajun rushed over, pouncing like a vicious wolf. Zhang Yulin hurriedly stumbled and dodged away, saying in shock, "Dajuan, why are you so mad? I didn't just push your son, and he died. Don't you dare blame me." Zhu Dajuan's hideous expression instantly became even more hideous. "You're the one who killed him. Die for me. Raise your sword and slash wildly." Zhang Yulin was unable to dodge for a moment and was hit in the arm, bleeding, but it didn't split it because the chopper curled its blade. Zhang Yulin sold to be scared out of it, pulled his legs and ran, shouting as he ran, "Folks help, Zhu Dajuan crazy." But Zhang Yulin's wife was so lucky, legs trembling and shrinking in the corner. See, Zhu Dajuan twisted his head to look at her, on the spot was scared to cry, hurriedly rushed into the room and took out the chili and garlic hidden under the bedding. Zhu Dajuan dumbly received, "A heart has long been broken. They're going to kill my wife and kids because of these things? Obviously. I was the one who raised you all before. Dajuan, I've returned the stuff to you. You let me go. Go to hell." Raising the chopper and chopping, Zhang Yulin's wife was cut over on the spot and the chopper was chipped away. Unexasperated Zhu Dajuan and rushed into her kitchen, found the bone knife, continue to cut non-stop, before going out, continue to find the next family to settle accounts. Zhang Yulin covered his arm and screamed after leaving his wife to escape. "Quickly come someone nah." Zhu Dajuan went crazy Soon, some other villagers came out of the door and were suddenly puzzled at the sight of his misery. "What is it?" More and more villagers converge over Zhang Yulin, this only a little sense of security, crying, "Zhu Dajuan crazy, I do not know where to provoke him. Carrying a knife came to kill me. You see to me cut." The villagers were outraged. It's too much. Zhu Dajuan is ungrateful even if he's ungrateful. How dare he hurt people? Does he still deserve to be a member of our Golo village? Could it be because his son is dead? So what? His son fell to his death on his own. It's none of our business? What about his wife? That's Feng Hui's own fault. That's right. Xiao Zhang, don't be afraid. Let's join together and see what he dares to do to you. A crowd of villagers clamored for Zhu Dajuan to settle the score, and many of them even went home, took out various farming tools, and gathered. Has been cleared of snow on the cement road. Zhu Dajuan out of a bloody road. A cotton suit as if soaked in blood. Dripping. The blood and water quickly condensed, and Zhu Dajuan straight away felt so cold all over his body, but it was nowhere near as cold as the heart. This road, which was built with its own money, will today become the road of death for the villagers of Gulu. The villagers rushed over together, and when they saw Zhu Dajun, who looked like a demonic god, they were scared and stopped in their tracks. After all, his current state was a bit appalling. Zheng Yulin hid in the middle of the crowd and yelled, Zhu Dajuan, don't make the same mistake again. Hurry up and put down your sword and surrender. I was wrong? Zhu Dajuan smiled miserably. Yes, I was indeed wrong. I was wrong from the start. When the crowd saw that Zhu Dajuan was so aware, their nervousness eased. My biggest mistake was that I shouldn't have lent you guys the money in the first place. And I shouldn't have been so honest and kind in the first place. Let you suck blood from me and eat my flesh as a matter of course. And now, digging into my heart, you're making me inhuman. I'm going to make you all dead. With a furious shout, Zhu Dajuan charged out with his sword, rushing towards the nearest man. He stabbed him in the neck, blood spraying his face again. The scene scared a lot of people on the spot. The women covered their mouths and backed away. Zheng Yulin was horrified and hurriedly shouted, what are you still waiting for? Waiting for them to kill us one by one? Those villagers with hoes in their hands then snapped out of their surprise and picked up their tools and smashed them. However, Zhu Dajuan didn't know how to dodge at all, and just kept stabbing one after another. If your arm is broken, you kick it, and if your leg is broken, you bite it with your teeth. Zhu Dajuan profoundly interpreted what was called madness at this moment, completely disregarding his own safety. After tearing a piece of meat from the corpse, he bit into another person. But he was an ordinary man after all, and was quickly beaten up and unable to get up. Those villagers were treating him as if he was a mutated monster at the moment, beating him over the head without mercy. It's like a trend of not stopping until you're dead. And Zhu Dajuan was glaring at them with dead eyes. Awa! Is the scene that intense? Suddenly, not far away, Lin Dong appeared, carrying Luo Yu, who had long since fainted. On her shoulder, her delicate body was wrapped in a blanket, revealing only her snow-white jade arms. Even in her unconscious state, Luo Yu's expression was still full of scorn. Chapter 152, The Awakening of Heretical Abilities. The Burning of Gulu Village. Maid 9, Luo Yu. Circumference, 36D-17-34. System rating, 86. Current strength, level 6. Maid set, none. As Luo Yu had wished, it was raised from level 5 to level 6 under Lindong's hard work. I just don't know why, but it's clear that she's helping her, and she's not happy about it, and she's desperate to kill herself. Luckily, he was strong enough to knock her out. The world is going to hell in a handbasket, doing good and being hated. A group of villagers at the moment also fought red eyes. See, Lindong suddenly appeared, a man carrying a hoe called, "This is our Golo village own business. Do not want to die to the old man to roll." Bang! Before the words left his mouth, a bloody hole suddenly appeared in his forehead and his body collapsed helplessly. The other villagers were shocked. He has a gun. Lindong blew the muzzle of the golden sandhawk and grunted, calling the old man in front of me. Tired of living? Jiang Qing hurriedly said, don't be impulsive. This is the benefactor of our Golo village. Our Golo village knows how to return the favor. We mustn't do anything to the benefactor. Then he came with a fawning smile. Your Excellency, there's a scum in our Golo village. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Lindong pointed at Zhu Dajuan on the ground with his chin. What is this for? This, well, Jiang Qing stammered. I don't know why, but Zhu Dajuan suddenly went crazy and chopped up everyone in sight. So we had to beat him up in order to protect ourselves. Zhu Dajuan sprawled on the ground and quenched a mouthful of blood and cursed. Let go of your Muaz bull ********. Jiang Qing, you killed my wife and child. Woo woo. The man who had always been resolute and strong, at this moment even cried out in aggravation. He hated himself now. Why he was not even capable of taking revenge. Jiang Qing looked embarrassed. Gong, don't listen to him, he's crazy and delirious. Zhang Yulin, who was hiding in the crowd, was staring leisurely at the gun in Lindong's hand, whispering to the people around him, hey, this guy is an outsider. He has a gun in his hand. We don't feel safe or not. A few physically strong villagers looked at each other with a ferocious gleam in their eyes. They thought their voices were low enough, but to their surprise, they were all heard by Lin Dong. A playful smile appeared on his face. Not bad for Gullo village, knowing how to repay kindness? Jiang Qing nodded his head hurriedly. Yes, knowing how to repay is the tradition of our Gullo village, and our folks, they do the same. That's great. Lin Dong nodded. Then I saved many of you, so how will you repay me? Jiang Qing was embarrassed on the spot. Didn't I invite you to dinner at my place? At this time, a few strong men who had been abetted by Zhang Yulin surrounded them with hoeing tools. Jiang Qing was horrified on the spot and hurriedly pulled them back. What are you doing? This is our benefactor. Not because of anything else, but he knew very well that Lin Dong was super capable of fighting. After all, a boar that fierce was easily killed by it. However, those people couldn't listen to them, and said sorrowfully, Un Gong, our Gullo village sincerely invites you to be our guest, but you have a gun in your hand, and we don't have any idea in our hearts. Why don't you hand over the gun? Linden laughed and clapped. What a nice village of know your enemy Gulu. I think you can change the tradition a bit. Why don't you call it ungrateful, graceful, repaying grudges with virtue, and backstabbing Gullo village? I've decided to make my payment with the lives of your entire village. Now, you can start running for your lives. Originally, he wasn't interested in meddling in Zhu Dajuan's affairs, but how dare they hit their heads? That's wonderful. A couple of strong men looked at each other and picked up their hoes and smashed them. Boom! Lin Dong's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura that was like a gale, and those few strong men were blown over before they could even get close. You guys, oops, don't run away yet. Jiang Qing saw Lin Dong unleash his killing intent and turned his head to run in anger. The other villagers fled. However, Lin Dong did not rush to chase after him, but instead looked at Zhu Dajuan on the ground. At this moment, Zhu Dajuan's eyes, which were originally as if his heart was dead, suddenly lit up. Benefactor, I beg you, help me to take revenge. My wife and children were all given by them. I'm not interested in helping others take revenge. Lin Dong said indifferently, then took out an awakening serum from his pocket. I can give you a chance to inject this. There is a less than 50% chance that you will awaken your powers, but there is an equally greater than 50% chance that you will die. So, come. Zhu Dajuan's eyes were filled with hatred. Good. A man. Lin Dong smiled and injected the serum into him. In an instant, the majestic and violent power impacted all the limbs and bones, accompanied by great pain. Every inch of his body felt as if it was being repeatedly stabbed by needles, and his limp tiger body trembled violently. But Zhu Dajuan did not say a word. Tiger teeth clenched, eyes full of red blood. His head was filled with the tenderness of his wife and the sweetness of his son, but they died at the hands of these blood-sucking leeches. Take revenge yourself. Take revenge with your own hands. The aura on his body began to climb in pitch as a wisp of flame began to surround him. This serum was from the Yin family after all, with a unified flame attribute. After a few minutes, the pain faded, and Zhu Dajuan struggled to get up from the ground with LV6 on his head. His willpower was comparable to Xia Qingyu when he was awakened. The broken bones and injuries on his body were also slowly recovering due to the strong life force of the alien. Clenching his fists, Zhu Dajuan's eyes were ferocious as he felt the majestic power in his body. Many thanks to the benefactor. I'm going to take revenge. He jumped up, but because he had not yet adapted to the powerful force, he crashed headlong into a house. The villagers in the house were horrified, and before they had the chance to beg for mercy, they saw Zhu Dajuan's body erupt with wild flames that instantly swept over them. In just a few moments, they were completely carbonized away. Zhu Dajuan looked at the flames around him with a fierce smile and rushed out, going after the others. Lin Dong, on the other hand, carried Luo Yu and followed without slowing down. A small number of villagers were frightened and hid in their homes, locking their doors tightly, and shivering as they heard the explosions outside and looked out through the cracks in the doors, only to see Zhu Dajuan covered in flames, choking the slowest runner, Zhang Yulin, with one hand. Dajuan, don't kill me. I'm wrong. You've already killed my wife. You can't kill me again. When your father died, I was still. Zhu Dajuan didn't listen at all and just pinched his hand, letting the flames sweep through Zhang Yulin. Zhang Yulin let out a heartbreaking scream as he was burned and struggled endlessly, but in just under half a minute, he was burned to ashes, with a one-stop shop in place straight away. You're not wrong. You're just scared, Zhu Dajuan whispered, the villager cowering behind the doorway, the flames in his pupils coming closer and closer. Chapter 153, Eating a Melon and Turning Yourself into a Melon. Linden followed behind, watching with a straight grin. It's true, you can't bully honest people too hard. Zhu Dajuan's killing methods are very plain and simple. Catching one, incinerating the person hard into slag, then catching and burning again. Being able to abuse them one by one and never put up large AoEs is awesome to watch. By himself, He killed the villagers fleeing in all directions. Because of the terrain of Gulu village, the direction out of the village was blocked by Lindong, and many people could only flee in the direction of Gulin Mountain. Panicked, he fell into a trap. Who the hell dug this trap? Save me from this trap, Tatsu, don't leave me behind. Have you forgotten that when you were little, I even bought you candy? Daddy, I broke my leg, don't leave me. Zhu Dajuan, I am your father's cousin's third aunt's own nephew. We are relatives, you can't kill me. In times of life and death crisis, the bad roots of the villagers of Gulu are shown to the fullest extent, and the neighbors, relatives and even loved ones around them become their tools to stall for time. This led to the fact that before Zhu Dajun could do much chasing, a large area fell in the snow, and one of them screamed and cursed. Some of these people hadn't been able to hold out until Zhu Dajuan came, and they died extremely twisted deaths because they touched the poisonous snow and were poisoned. But the Jubilee army apparently didn't even spare the corpses and burned them all. Instead of fleeing with the army, Jiang Qing took a detour through the village and eventually returned to his home and hiding. At this time, Jiang Chun still didn't know what had happened, and was squatting next to Xia Qingyu to look around. This sister is so pretty, but why is she kneeling in our house? Dad, you're back. This sister, Xiaochun, hurry up and pack up. Let's run away. Your uncle Dajuan has gone crazy. Jiang Qing's face was pale. Jiang Chun immediately pouted. What's there to be afraid of? I've been zapping his little man all day. He's died hundreds of times with me. Don't be afraid, Dad. I'll deal with him. Jiang Qing's head was full of black lines, and he slapped him on the back of the head. Don't ing beep. You want to die, don't pull your old man. Hurry up. Oh, Jiang Chun then reluctantly went back to the house to clean up. Jiang Qing, who was in the midst of a busy and overwhelming schedule, then suddenly noticed Xia Qingyu, who was kneeling in the living room of his house, as if she had lost her soul. Why is this woman still here? Eyes dribbling around, suddenly took out a kitchen knife, after swallowing his saliva, set it on Xia Qingyu's neck, while the latter was as if she didn't realize it in general, letting the blade touch her snow-white jade neck. Jiang Qing thought very clearly, now even if he escaped with his son, where could he escape to? Outside, there was poisonous snow everywhere, and horrible mutated beasts, and only Gulu village was slightly safer. This woman is Lindong's person. If we take her as a hostage, maybe. The loud screams and roar of flames finally woke Luoyu up. She looked up, her head still on, to see a flaming man grasping a man, burning him mercilessly as he hurled curses or begged for mercy. Then a sharp pain came from his body, and his mind recalled that he was in the caravan and was given by Lindong. Yo, awake? Linden laughed. Luoyu looked at the nightmare-side face that was deeply engraved in her mind, and her pretty face instantly grimaced. Lindong, you go to hell. A rose quickly took shape in Suo's hand and slapped at Lindong's face. How could she not expect that she was smart for a lifetime? But she was actually fooled by that stinky Xia Qingyu, and she foolishly took the initiative to send herself to the door? It's just going to blow up in my face. However, Lindong was faster than her, and on the spot, in the system interface, he adjusted it to level 1. The rose blossom in his hand winked and dissipated. Where are my supernormal abilities? Luoyu was terrified beyond belief. She finally did understand why Xia Qingyu had turned into that miserable state. This Lindong, not only could he give her a power boost, he could also take away power. Lindong slapped her on her arse. How do you talk to your master? Luoyu's pretty face turned red as she angrily shouted. Bah, Luoyu, even if I die, will never submit to a demon like you. Because she was without her powers, Luoyu had felt the extreme cold and her entire body shivered. Yeah? Then forget it. Lindong shrugged his shoulders, and before Luoyu could understand what forget it meant, he suddenly felt his body empty. It fell heavily into the snow. The bare jade arms, small feet and face were all stained with heavy snow. What are you doing? Luoyu was shocked and hastily slapped the snowflakes on her body. She is more than anyone knows the horror of the poisonous snow, although she has gained her powers from the poisonous snow. But more than once I have seen, the powers think they are immune to the poisonous snow, make a death jump into the snow, and then they died. It doesn't have any immunizing effect. Are you still a man? Taking up my body even if it's not enough. You still want to kill me? Luoyu broke down and cried. The thought that she would turn into a mermaid in the sewer. The whole person panicked. Lindong spread his hands. You're the one who doesn't want to submit to me, so I'll let you go. Get lost. Luoyu furiously grabbed the ball of snow and threw it at Lindong's hand. If I die, you won't be any better off. Even if I die, I'll watch you come down to accompany me. Luoyu's face was incomparably hideous. He was just eating melon to the head. How he got himself into it. Lindong smiled and patted the snowflakes on his body. I'm sorry, the only one who will die will be you. Now you have 4.5 minutes left on your clock. Do you have any last words? Luoyu, my last words are, you shall not die. The two just stood there in a stalemate. Detected Maid Luoyu poisoned. Is it a one-click antidote? A beep came from the system at the right time, and Lin Dong ignored it for the moment. As time passed by, Luoyu was frozen and shivering, glaring at Lin Dong with a deadly glare while her heart sank, simply because Lin Dong was just too calm, and even had the leisure to smoke a cigarette, without a single bit of worry about the poison. On the contrary, I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, but a tingling sensation was already faintly coming from my body. Raising her hand to look at her arm, Luoyu's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. A mass of green spots quickly surfaced and already had the tendency to form pustules. Not only her arms, but her face and body, too, had developed a few bruises, and the tingling sensation was getting stronger. You still have 30 seconds left, Lin Dong kindly reminded. This time, Luoyu completely panicked. She wasn't afraid of death, but couldn't accept such an ugly death. Why? Why wouldn't you be afraid of poison? 28 seconds. Answer me. 25 seconds. Do you have a way to cure the poison? 20 seconds. Luoyu trembled her hands, her joints white, and sold her scratching with a pleading face. Please, Lin Dong, I haven't offended you and you took my first time. Let me go, okay? Lin Dong looked at her lightly and laughed. 15 seconds. Don't. I don't want to die so ugly. Lin Dong, I'm willing to submit. I don't want to die so ugly. 10 seconds. Lin Dong, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Luoyu's spirit had collapsed, and the pustules on her body had begun to swell, looking very gruesome. 5 seconds. Lin Dong sneered and counted down. 4, 3, Chapter 154, All for the Power. Poof. Luoyu knelt down powerlessly, her forehead knocking into the snow as bean-sized teardrops rolled down. I'm sorry, master. Please forgive me. I'm willing to submit to you with all my heart. At this moment, all of her so-called pride and cleverness came to nothing. 2. How do I know? Will you be the next Xia Qingyu? Lin Dong acted very indifferent. Won't. Absolutely not. I swear to heaven, if I dare to betray my master, I will be at the mercy of his chastisement. Luoyu hurriedly took a stand. Now, where was her mind for betrayal? But the 5-minute ordeal was a horrific experience never before experienced in the preceding 20 years or so, not because of the poisonous snow, but because of the man's desperate control. After his own escape yesterday, he didn't come over to chase after him, as if he had anticipated that he would deliver himself. 1. Then I'll give you a chance. Lin Dong smiled. Antidote. By the way, it brought her back up to level 6. Just as the pustules on Luoyu's body were about to rupture and the moment her heart stopped, a flash of golden light surfaced from her delicate body. After the golden light flickered, the skin returned to its original snow-white color, and the sense of extreme coldness, too, disappeared instantly. The power. It's back. Luoyu was dumbfounded, overjoyed, and hurriedly kowtowed continuously. Many thanks, master. Thank you, master. Even with the return of her power, she had absolutely no desire to fight back at all. Lin Dong smiled and squatted down, his big hand stroking her hair. Well, good girl. If there's a next time, I'm afraid it'll be even worse than it is now. Oh, no, there will never be a next time. I will listen to my master all my life. Luoyu shook her head in terror, her fear of Lin Dong completely imprinted in her bones, pressing the cigarette butt out in Luoyu's hand. Lin Dong got up. Let's go. Keep following the drama. Luoyu looked miserable as she followed. It took Xu Dajuan nearly an hour to completely settle those villagers who fled towards Gulin Mountain. These villagers stumbled and fled to the ancient forest mountain with great difficulty, but they were so frightened by the roar of the beasts that stumbled in the mountain that they foolishly knelt in place and begged for mercy. Of course Zhu Dejun wouldn't let them go and burn them one by one. It's not finished killing. There are still. Zhu Dajuan, who didn't know how many people he had killed, looked a little muddled, dragging his heavy steps, and turned back to Gulo village. He knew exactly who was in the village. And now, there was still Jiang Qing's father and son. At this moment, Jiang Qing was holding a knife against Xia Qingyu's neck, and when he saw that Zhu Dajuan and Lin Dong had returned, his entire body shivered. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. Zhu Dajuan's hideous expression gave a start and looked at Lin Dong for help. Eunuch, that woman is? Lin Dong coldly said. Don't care, do what you need to do. When Xia Qingyu heard Lin Dong's voice, some light emerged from her dull pupils. Master. A mental jolt ensued, and it was only then that he saw that there was a knife being held to his neck. Roll. Open. Xia Qingyu's eyes glared ferociously at Jiang Cheng, her tone icy cold. Jiang Cheng was shocked and shivered, then raised his hand to slap him. Tetra Leti, you're my hostage now and you dare to scare me? Xia Qingyu was just about to storm up, but she had to be quiet again when the blade cut her epidermis and blood began to flow. At that moment, her eyes turned determined. The answer to the master's question, 2, has long been known. Xu Dajuan got an answer and continued to lift his steps. Jiang Chun was like a small adult at the moment, pointing at him with his waist crossed and shouting angrily, Zhu Dajuan, you are the sinner of our Gula village. Do you still want to kill my father? I won't allow it. Zhu Dajuan's footsteps once again lurched. Jiang Qing was in a hurry. Son, don't be a fool. Get your ass back here. Dad, don't worry. I'll abuse this kind of scum at will. Jiang Chun turned back in triumph. Look, he's too scared of me to move. Looking at Jiang Chun, who was the same age as his own son, but spoke such vicious words, Zhu Dajuan's face was gloomy. You say I'm a sinner in Gula village? What sin have I committed? Jiang Chun pouted. My dad said that if you have money and don't lend it to our family, that's a sin. Who made you richer than our family? Who told you to be rich and still fool around? To actually take money out to build a road? That's deception. And, enough! Zhu Dajuan interrupted with a stern shout, his tiger eyes glaring at Jiang Qing in death. You're a bunch of cannibalistic vampires. He was powerless to argue anymore. These people were, at their core, hopeless. The child's words and behavior were naturally taught by Jiang Qing, whose little legs had already begun to wobble. Jiang Chun was startled by Zhu Dajuan's roar. You dare to be mean to me? Wait. After saying that, he ran his ass into the house and then took out the rag doll. I'll stab you to death. I'll stab you to death. Zhu Dajuan's eyes were already able to spit fire at this moment, and the picture of himself on that rag doll was zapped into a sieve. Jiang Qing was numb with fear and shouted sharply, Xiao Chun, throw those found objects away. Jiang Chun looked puzzled. Dad, you didn't buy this for me, and you posted the picture. You told me to tie it. You, Jiang Qing is really numb. There is no use so pitiful. That, Dajuan, kids love to lie. Don't listen to him. We really picked this up. Unkong, this woman is your person, right? As long as you let the army let our father and son go, I promise you, no harm will be done. Boom! Zhu Dajuan directly raised his hand and sent a pillar of fire straight at Jiang Chun's face. Jiang Chun immediately let out a miserable scream. Flames swept through his body, and with the ragdoll clutched in his hand in death, he tossed and turned, wailing and crying in pain. Son, Jiang Qing was heartbroken, and had the presence of mind to go and pick up his son, but he didn't even dare to let go of the hostage in his hand. In just less than 10 seconds, Jiang Chun's struggling body was completely motionless. The flames scorched his body, and the doll was similarly burned pitch black, emitting a pungent odor. Jiang Qing's eyes were bloodshot, his tiger body was shaking like a sieve, and his lips were biting blood. He struggled for a long time with his eyes closed, which led to an ugly smile. Dejun, look, you've already killed my son to vent your anger. Can you let me go? Zhu Dajuan coldly said. I can't. Jiang Qing completely panicked and grabbed Xia Qingyu. Hey, don't you say nothing, he's going to kill me. You beg for mercy. Taking a deep breath, Xia Qingyu looked straight at Lin Dong. Master, I've figured out the answer to that question. Lin Dong raised his eyebrows. Oh, then what's your answer? Xia Qingyu, I came back to you for the power. Luo Yu was stunned. If you say so, it's only strange that the master can forgive you. Lin Dong smiled. That's right, I like honesty. Taking another deep breath, Xia Qingyu revealed a rueful smile. Master, I don't dare to lie to you. I spent the first half of my life being dominated by my family and having my blood sucked by my clansmen, and in order to control my own destiny, the quest for power became the only longing in my life. I still won't give up my pursuit of power, because I know clearly that power is the only thing that keeps me alive. Master, I will continue to follow you and pray that you will raise my power for me. After saying that, taking advantage of Jiang Qing's momentary inattention, his body fiercely crouched down, and the blade sliced through the perfect cheek. In Luo Yu's horrified eyes, he grabbed the snow on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 155, Breaking and Rebuilding, Xia Qingyu's Second Awakening. This scene truly shocked everyone present, including Lin Dong. This woman is crazy. Luo Yu's entire delicate body shivered. She had just felt it herself, the fear of waiting to die. And the scene of being covered in bruises and pus rags is going to make me puke just thinking about it. But she's so desperate that she's shoving snow into her mouth? You might as well just let Jiang Qing send you away with a knife. After Lin Dong was slightly stunned, a smile surfaced. Want to bet? Xia Qingyu was in this way, demanding that faint and insignificant chance of awakening, just to be able to return to him again. She was telling Lin Dong that it was my fault that my master had stripped me of my power and that I deserved it. But I will prove to my master that I, Xia Qingyu, will always do whatever it takes for power. Stay with your master forever. To be honest, Big Star does have the craziest approval of all the maids. Crazier than even Mr. Sheen. Jiang Qing's entire body had become a muggle in fear. The kitchen knife fell to the ground, trembling and not knowing what to do. What should we do if the hostage is actively seeking death? Wait online. Zhu Dajuan's eyes were filled with admiration and appreciation. She could take the initiative to contact the poisonous snow for the sake of her benefactor. while she herself didn't even subconsciously think of this for the sake of her dead wife and child. I'm not as good as you. Everyone present waited in silence. Xia Qingyu's gaze was full of persistence, but her slightly trembling petite body still exposed her inner unrest. Once the 5 minutes arrived, Xia Qingyu's body did not emerge with green spots, much less pus, and her body's aura began to slowly surge. Lin Dong pulled up the maid interface and realized that her level was steadily increasing. Level 2, Level 3, Level 8, Level 9, Level 10. In the end, it stayed at Level 10, and the aura on her body was already terrifyingly frightening. A head of black hair completely dyed white, originally showy and gentle face, became more and more cold and lonely. The aura pulled full. The ferocious and wild extreme cold aura erupted, and the surrounding temperature continued to drop from -30 degrees Celsius, and Jiang Cheng, who was the closest, was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. Shu Dajuan even took a few steps back, his face horrified. One's own fire system's supernatural ability, under such this extremely cold breath, actually had the tendency to be frozen. This woman was really terrifying. Well, second awakening is a process that omits some of that. Lin Dong stroked his chin. Like when Jiang Zhu awakened through poisonous snow, she had a high fever for 3 days before she actually succeeded in her awakening, whereas Xia Qingyu only made it through for 5 minutes, perhaps related to the fact that she was a shifter before, already possessing the physique of an awakened person. However, Luo Yu was not able to do so again, and after the same awakening through the poisonous snow, she touched it again and almost died of poison. So the lethality of poisonous snow was still high, but if the awakened person came into contact with it again and was lucky enough to survive it, he or she could easily break the bottleneck and go further. After all, Xia Qingyu had been level 9 before, and now she had risen to level 10 herself. So there are limitations to the serum that the Foundation is studying, but the success rate is still guaranteed. The power came back and also surpassed the peak, and the kind of violent emotions that made people's head go up also completely dissipated. Xia Qingyu spread her face and smiled. I, finally, made it. With an icy expression, he turned around and stretched out 2 fingers, swiftly inserting them into Jiang Qing's eyes, hardening them and exploding the eyeballs. The extremely cold breath then poured into Jiang Qing's body along his fingers. The ice sculpture exploded into slag. In this world, only Master can beat me. Others, no. Xia Qingyu once again reverted to that cold and colorful ice queen. Shu Dajuan smacked his lips as he watched. This woman's killing methods were much more brutal than his own. Xia Qingyu came straight to Lin Dong's body, tore off the thick cotton clothes on his body, revealing the snow-white crystal and ice armor, and plopped down on his knees. Master, Qingyu was willing to stay by Master's side for the rest of her life, without leaving. Lin Dong laughed and squatted down. His big hand pulled her hair and whispered, "Originally, I still had a lot of backstops to torment you, but you're too smart, so I didn't use any of my means. The Master is a bit upset on how to do?" With a bright smile, Xia Qingyu raised several layers of ice prison in place, wrapping herself, Luo Yu and Lin Dong, solidly in it, and then the ice armor on her body exploded into pieces. "Master, you can feel free to chastise Qingyu. You don't have to be polite." Outside the ice prison, Shu Dajuan scratched his head. The ice prison completely blocked his vision. He couldn't see anything. Then he went back in silence, took the bodies of his wife and children, went to the back of the mountain to dig a pit to bury them, and took a bottle of wine alone, and wept at the 2 small graves. It wasn't until nightfall that the trio returned to the RV. Luo Yu's pretty face flushed red as she cursed at the already disembodied Xia Qingyu. "Stinking, you're punking me over and over again. When my strength surpasses yours, I'll make you look good." After saying that, his head lolled and he fainted. Xia Qingyu, on the other hand, had long been unable to speak, and had similarly fainted. Shu Dajuan returned to the open space in front of the caravan and kowed out heavily to Lin Dong. "Many thanks, Your Excellency, for giving me the strength to take revenge. From now on, I, Shu Dajuan, swear to follow Your Excellency to the death." Lin Dong smoked his cigarette and shook his head and laughed. "I don't need a man to follow me. If you don't have a place to go, then go to Jiangcheng, look for Master Jean of the World Society, and tell him that I told you to go." Shu Dajuan froze and nodded heavily. "Good, I'll listen to Ngong. Then you go." Lin Dong waved his hand and started to drive people away. "I'm sure that after going through this, you also know what your problem is. I admire your kindness, but it was your kindness that indulged the villagers, so your wife and child died. Do you understand?" Shu Dajuan's tiger eyes turned red once again. "I understand. The source of the mistake is ultimately me. You understand?" Lin Dong rolled up his eyes. "Although you are at fault, but as long as you have the power, then all the mistakes are someone else's. If you had the guts of Xia Qingyu, you might have awakened a long time ago. Who of them dares to bully you? A slap to whoop them to death." Daju and Zhu? Lin Dong laughed. "Under the end times, there is no good or evil, Only strength and weakness. Enlighten yourself. Shu Dajuan took one step and turned back 3 times, leaving with a face full of confusion. Not long after, Qin Shuyao returned with the beast-killing maids in tow, and everyone except Qin Shuyao herself was covered in blood. Seeing Lin Dong waiting for them, she came running in a hurry. Master, it's true that there were at least nearly 1,000 mutated beasts on the ancient forest mountain, just as you said, but they were all killed cleanly by us. Lin Dong nodded his head, and when he looked at Qin Shuyao, his head was filled with black lines. At this moment, the beautiful teacher was holding a small white wolf cub the size of a palm in her arms. Rare. Qin Shuyao smiled and said, Master, I picked up a mutated little white wolf in the mountains. It's so pitiful. Oh, can I keep it? Chen Yunshi rolled her eyes. You tore its mom and dad apart. Can it not be pitiful? Whatever. Just don't let it on my car and bark, Lin Dong asked with a smile. This time, who comes first? Chapter 156 Strange Stone. Evil Spirit Rakshas's Belonging. The maids glanced at each other, and Shin Wanyu stepped forward with a bright smile. Clearly, she was the first. Qin Shuyao, I have statistics on the number of kills for several of them, and Wanyu killed 453 of them, so she is indeed number 1. Chen Yunshi pouted unhappily. It's not fair. People haven't adapted to the new power yet. Or else. Otherwise. Where is that much or else? Shin Wanyu smiled smugly and pulled out a palm-sized stone that emitted a burning red light from her bosom. Master, I just happened to pick this up and my combat power increased quite a bit. That's why I took first place. What is this? Lin Dong was puzzled and took the stone. It was warm in his hand, like a warm baby. Suddenly, Lin Dong's expression was stunned, because he felt as if his power had suddenly become much stronger. Shin Wanyu rubbed her nose. I don't know. I just happened to pick it up at a mutated python's lair when I killed it, and at that time I realized that my combat power had increased quite a bit. Lin Dong called up the maid system interface and found that Shin Wanyu's level was still level 10. The level hasn't changed, so the purpose of this stone is to buff it exalted? Throwing the stone to Shin Wanyu, Lin Dong looked at Qin Shuyao. Try practicing against Wanyu. Don't transform. The two women stood still, their terrifying auras bursting out at the same time. Drink! Shin Wanyu was the first to attack. Throwing a punch, Qin Shuyao raised her hand to resist, but was shocked to find that the power was somewhat unexpected. It was important to know that she was 5 levels higher than her opponent, and in her normal state, she could completely and easily suppress the fight. Again, Qin Shuyao came to be interested and fiercely sparred with Shin Wanyu, and under the night sky, there were constant booms. Lin Dong stroked his chin and muttered darkly. In addition to strength, speed has also increased, and the degree of increase is quite impressive, at least doubling Wanyu's combat power. Although after Qin Shuyao got a little more serious, Shin Wanyu was already no match for the buffed Shin Wanyu, who should have a combat power of level 11 for every level up. Combat power doubles, but the boost to himself when he held the stone just now didn't seem that strong. It seemed that the higher the level, the smaller the boost available, but being able to double the combat power of the level 10 Shin Wanyu was already quite terrifying. This thing, it's enough to make the lower ranked exalts realize a qualitative leap. Nature is still amazing. No wonder. Liang Jihan, this kind of stone should be emitting special rays, causing the body's alien energy to be activated to a rather active state. In the end, Shin Wanyu was whacked with a large mouthful of blood and flew out backwards, and the PK came to an end. Lin Dong clapped his hands. That's enough. This time Wanyu's discovery is quite interesting. Next it's time to give you a reward. Shin Wanyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and with her eyes wide open, she began to undo her buttons. Lin Dong, put away your filthy thoughts. Not this kind of reward. Oh, Shin Wanyu looked downcast. She only wanted this kind of reward. Soon after, her pretty face was violently stunned as she felt what appeared to be an additional strange presence within her body. Boom! With a thought, in an instant, a blood-red cloud gushed out from his body. The maids had their eyes popping up. This is a new suit? Unlike Qin Shuyao's demonic black mist, this red mist was like a blood mist, carrying a strong evil aura. Ling Shui and the few of them straight away felt that the blood in their bodies was agitated, and they had an uncomfortable feeling that they wanted to break out of their bodies. Shin Wanyu Evil Spirit Rakshasa Edition. The black hair turned into a demonic blood-red shawl. The head also possessed demonic double horns, a pair of red wings behind her back, and her temperament was incomparably evil. Scarlet armor covered her entire body, just like a female martial goddess who walked out of a river of blood. A few of the maids had their eyes glazed over. Wah! Ling Shui's mouth watered with gluttony. This is too beautiful and valiant. Shin Wanyu's entire temperament changed dramatically, and her charm increased infinitely. Thank you, Master. Shin Wanyu was simply thrilled. Who says this reward is bad? That's a great reward. He was the second person to own a suit after the team leader. A moment of excitement. Lin Dong nodded his chin towards Qin Shuyao. You two fight with your suits on, I'll see. The two women restood. But at this moment, their appearance changed greatly. Qin Shuyao opened her demonic form, while Shen Wanyue was in her Rakshasa form, one red and one black, a very vivid contrast. With a wave of her small hand, what appeared in Shen Wanyue's hand was a blood-red longsword, and she flew up with a spread of her wings, and Qin Shuyao did not show any weakness. The huge demonic scythe appeared in his hand and slashed forward. In a flash, the entire space shook and swirled with wild winds. The clash of swords did not produce the expected large explosion, but instead tore through the surrounding space. Jiang Zhu's eyes were glazed over. What a terrifying power this was. Shen Wanyu smiled lightly. Evil spirit blade. In the sky, countless blood-red longsword shadows appeared, violently stabbing forward. Qin Shuyao didn't panic in the slightest, continuously waving the scythe in her hand. Hellfire fury. Bursts of black and red flames melted the longsword. The two women fought in the dark. So excited. In the sky, the red and black light is like two meteors. You catch up with me, like a certain domestic big IP production of The Shame of the National Comics. Alright, it's okay. Suddenly, Lin Dong spoke out to stop it. Only then did the two women drop down with intent. The two women had gone through no less than hundreds of moves, and Lin Dong had gradually figured out the wonderful use of the two suits. The Hell Demon set has a more spirited and fierce attack, while the Evil Spirit Rakshasa set goes the way of dexterity, with the accompanying blood aura harassment. The two are indistinguishable from each other in terms of boosting combat power. The reason why Shen Wanyu was able to hold out for so long was mainly because Qin Shuyao was letting go of the water, and only the crazy batch of beautiful teachers were truly at the peak of their battle power, and the two women were almost close to their own battle level in their transformed state. Being able to cross close to 20 levels of battle boost, that's way better than some warm baby rock. Dog system, can you understand anything? Can't you see that the maids are catching up with me? Hurry up and swipe out more rewards for strength enhancement. After taking care of the maids' rewards, Lin Dong took the maids to the car. His sister Xiaoyu this is. As soon as Chen Yunshi got on the car, she saw Xia Qingyu in a miserable state and couldn't help but smack her lips in shock. This was even worse than the corpse of the Jade Girl that he had seen at the Mirror Lake Spring. The owner was simply livestock. Luckily, he didn't make a fool of himself and follow along with the mutiny, or he would have been out of luck. The maids were skillfully driving, packing up the caravan, and serving Lin Dong for dinner in a well-organized manner. Departure. Target. Seal City. With a wave of Lin Dong's hand, the caravan slowly drove towards Gulin Mountain. Chapter 157, Retarded Overlord. Online Whoring. Jingnan City. After a series of hardships and dangers, Yun Mengli, with Xia Beichen and the 6 children from the Tianqin orphanage, finally arrived at the Yun family. As for the Yun family head, Yun Badian, after learning that his son was killed by Xia Beichen's sister, he was furious on the spot and vowed to kill Xia Beichen to avenge his son's death. Yun Mengli forced her to die, which saved her from a big battle. Uncle Yun, I know you have hatred for me, but I am Xia Beichen. Even if I am the only one, as long as I am given time, I can rebuild a Xia family. Xia Beichen, who had come to his senses, once again regained that overbearing general temperament. The corners of Yun Boshen's eyes twitched. Then how are you going to rebuild it? Xia Beichen waved his hand. I need the Yun family to help me pull strings and contact the foundation. Everything is focused on improving my strength. Then the Yun family will provide me with $1 billion worth of supplies, and I will recruit talented aliens. Stop. Yun Badian interrupted with a wave of his hand. Why would my Yun family give you $1 billion in supplies? Xia Beichen was full of confidence. Because I'm Xia Beichen, the CEO of Xia's group, and the leader of the top 10 outstanding young people in Zhangcheng. This face of mine is worth $1 billion. Cloud break. Mud retard. Yun Mengli advised from the side. Dad, you have to believe in Brother Beichen. He'll definitely be able to do it. You can hold your tongue. My brain hurts. Cloudbreak rubbed his brow. He only had this one precious son and one precious daughter, and as a result, the two of them all died on the Xia siblings. Originally, he was quite optimistic about Xia Beichen, but as a result, this time he took a look at it, and it was completely retarded. His sister, Xia Qingyu, is a character, actually able to kill her relatives hand to hand. The vigor is there. But you killed my son. What's wrong with that? So tell me, if I gave you $1 billion in supplies, how would you repay me? Repay? Xia Beichen was stunned. Your Yun family has such a large industry. What else do you need me to repay? Yun Boshen's forehead veins popped up. So you're planning to whore yourself out purely on a face? Solved the case. Finally know why his sister want to exterminate the family. This group of dog bastard is sucking blood into the habit. Xia Beichen pondered for a moment. It seems to be a bit excessive. Let's put it this way. After I revitalize the Xia family, I will ally with your Yun family. Our two families watch each other's backs, help each other out and share benefits, and we will surely grow bigger and stronger and create another brilliant future. A mouthful of old blood was almost spewed out by Yun Badian. So you want to whore yourself out? Take my supplies to build up power, allied with my Yun family, and still have to help you? Now, to give you two choices, either help my Yun family to do something, and I can forget about your sister killing my son. Either that, or I'll waste you and get out of my Yun family. He was already too lazy to pull any punches with this retard for fear of getting infected. Yun Monli was anxious. Dad, why do you refuse to believe? Don't you say anything, Yun Badian roared, looking at Xia Beichen with increasingly unkind eyes. Originally, my own little cotton-padded jacket was quite well behaved and understanding, but it was all because of this retard. All infected her. If it wasn't for the fact that Xia Beichen's rank strength was really good, he really wanted to slaughter him on the spot. Xia Beichen frowned. Uncle, I sincerely want to talk about cooperation with you. Why do you have to be like this? Cloudbreaker, the current you is not qualified to work with me. I said, submit or be wasted by me. One or the other. The atmosphere in the hall was instantly sullen. Xia Beichen's eyes were filled with struggle, and after a long time, he sighed. Do I have a choice? I can only listen to Uncle's arrangement. In fact, the heart has already made up its mind. Since you refuse to help me, then I will use their own experience in the workplace killed for many years summarized, as well as their own strong charisma, and gradually nibble away at your Yun family's talent for my use. At that point, you'll be on my shelf. Cloudbreaker coldly grunted, counting on you not being that stupid. Now, here's a task for you. Seal City has my Yun family's clan brothers over there, and 3 days ago, they completely lost contact. In the past few days, I have also dispatched quite a few people from my clan to check out the situation over there, but all of them have no news. Now, I'll give you 10 shifters, and 30 trained security to accompany them. Go to Seal City and see if he's dead or alive. I want to know about him. Is the city sealed? Xia Beichen frowned. It was still quite far from the Yun family, but since he had given himself such a strong force, yet it was his chance. Good. No problem. When he finished, he went out to gather his men and prepare to go. Yun Mengli scrunched her neck and quietly tried to slip out, but she was called back by Yun Badian. Mengli, it's still too dangerous out there. Just stay home honestly. Ha, Dad. Yun Mengli's face was bitter. She and brother Beichen had only stayed for a few days before they had to separate. Her heart was naturally not happy at all. Yun Boshen's old face slammed. This time it's luck that you're still able to come back. If you encounter danger again, how can you let Dad stand it? Your brother is gone, and you're the only daughter Dad has left. Okay, goodbye. Yun Mengli agreed with full reluctance. Yun Badian looked at the 6 timidly standing children at the door inside. Mengli, I know that you have a good heart, but now the situation is also clear to you. Our Yun family is not an orphanage. These children. Yun Mengli hurriedly pulled out the serum from her pocket. Dad, these kids we must stay. This is Lin. This is what I stole from brother Beichen's enemy, Lin Dong, as a bargaining chip for my daughter to beg you to keep them. If you don't like it, I'll smash these serums on the spot. The young girl's pretty face was full of determination. This was something that brother Lin Dong had explained well, and he himself had to do it even if he said so. Cloudbreaker looked at the serums and glared at the butler. The butler took the serum and took it out to be tested, and not long after, came back and whispered a few words in Yun Boshen's ear. Yun Boshen's face changed. His eyes suspiciously looked at Yun Mengli for a moment, then sighed heavily. Alright, then let's keep them. Anyway, raising a few of them won't waste anything. Yay, Dad, you're the best. Yun Mengli was so happy that she jumped up and down and took the children to arrange for a place to stay. The only 2 people left in the living room were Yun Badian and the butler. Are you sure that all of these serums are our Yun family's fire-type awakening serums? The housekeeper nodded. 1,000 times true. It was exactly what the young master took with him when he went to the Xia family. Yun Badian stroked his beard. It seems that Mengli didn't lie. That Lin Dong is the real culprit who overthrew the Xia family? After he had his women destroy the Xia family, he got my Xia family's serum and happened to be bumped into by Mengli and the girls at the orphanage. It's just that I'm curious as to how someone with such a dark mind could have had the serum stolen by Mengli. And you just happened to steal only 6? I always feel like there's something going on here that I'm not being told. Chapter 158, Strange Sealed City, Capital of Blood Mist. 3 days flashed by as Lin Dong trekked forward with his maids. It seemed to be a true attempt to fulfill Lin Dong's wishes. Over the past 3 days, the system had continuously brushed out the option of power leveling up, which resulted in, when he left Jiangchang at level 31, he was already at level 61 by the time he arrived in the vicinity of Fengchang. Since his own level had been raised, the maids naturally couldn't be left behind. With the exception of team leader Qin Shuya who had reached level 30, all the maids had been pulled up to a uniform level 25. In addition to this, the beauty and wellness program is in full swing. Among them, Xia Qingyu, who had already scored 88 points, seemed to have suddenly awakened certain strange attributes, with a level of enthusiasm comparable to that of Shinwanyu, and now the little pride of River City, the first to score 90 points. 90 points seems to be a watershed, and the current Xiaoqingyu has become somewhat of a scourge. Knit your brows and smile with a queen-like powerful aura, so people cannot help but produce a kind of dusty sense of blasphemy. However, in front of Lin Dong, it was passionate and charming, and the two styles were intertwined. As for Xiaoqingyu, who had reached level 25, she felt more and more how stupid her decision of betrayal had been in the first place. The only way to do that is to follow your master. But she wasn't satisfied. Her goal, the position of leader of the second group. According to the master's intention, the Devil's group was already full. She, Chan Yunshi, Luo Yu, and that Mu Ningyi, who the master called Jie Pucha, would be the members of the second group, and when one more was taken in, the second group would be up to 5 people. At that time, the master will hold a tryout for the leader of the second group. Xiaoqingyu is determined to win this position. This is Feng Chang? Shinwanyu, in the driver's seat, looked at the distance with some consternation. In her impression, Fengchang was a big city. No matter the area, the level of urban construction and the number of population, it far exceeded Jiangcheng, and was one of the first-tier big cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Before the end times there was a lot of traveling, but now the sealed city, from a distance, could only see a red mist, and could only just make out a portion of the tall buildings. The entire city, all of which seemed to be shrouded in a layer of red mosquito netting, contrasted sharply with the surrounding sky of white snow. It looks so dangerous. Well, this time, Luo Yu will follow me in. The rest of you, find your own place to play. Lin Dong's eyes lit up. This kind of eerie place was the most fun. With that, he drove all the maids down and stowed the caravan in the system space. These days always engage in 18 bands. Now it is the sage mode. Just bring a Luo Yu to serve himself tea is enough. The maids immediately pouted. Ha, master, you're leaving us again. What a mess the maids were in the last time they disappeared for a few days. Lin Dong squinted at them. The second group's temporarily under Shu Yao's jurisdiction for now. Whoever dares to mess around for me again. Humph. The maids shrunk their necks and could only look at Lin Dong with a face full of reluctance as they led Luo Yu away on foot. Let's go. There's a small city to the north of Seal City. Let's go there and wait. I'm afraid Master will be playing for days. Qin Shu Yao led the maids away. Master, this layer of red mist, it seems to be blood? After approaching Seal City, Luo Yu said with a light sniff of her nose. The closer he got, the stronger the smell of blood became, and one couldn't help but feel a slight wave of agitation. Lin Dong nodded. It seems that there is a special existence here that is not found in Jiangcheng. With our strength we can easily immunize ourselves, but for others, entering the city, it was as if a dark red filter had been added before his eyes, and his vision was obscured so much that he could only see within 100 meters. The weird thing was that the temperature inside the city was high, like 10 degrees above zero or so. At this temperature, the zombies should have all come back to life. Could it be that the zombies did this? Lin Dong secretly guessed. After traveling for 10 minutes or so, the vegetation along the way was quite lush, with tall buildings covered in dense creepers. How come there isn't even a ghostly figure here? Luo Yu was slightly nervous. It's just too weird here. There wasn't even a body on the ground. There were rusty abandoned cars everywhere, and the streets and walls were covered in dried blood. Just at that moment, 2 black shadows in the distance came running rapidly. One person in front of him, bone thin, as if he had inhaled too much, was now running wildly with a face full of panic and scattering. Behind him, a man was red-eyed and equally skinny and bony, and was chasing furiously with a knife. Help me! Quickly save me! The man who was being chased saw Lin Dong and Luo Yu and hurriedly shouted for help. However, Lin Dong watched in silence. Pust! He was eventually caught up and stabbed in the chest. Surprisingly, there was no heavy bleeding as expected, but instead just a few drops. Luo Yu's face changed. This person, the blood level isn't right. Judging from the amount of bleeding, the blood in his body was already 1 in 10, and it was reasonable to say that in this state, a person would have died a long time ago. But he can still talk, and he's obviously not a zombie, right? The man in pursuit licked his dry lips and carefully drew his knife and removed the dirty bandage from his arms to stop the bleeding with skillful movements. Lin Dong Luo Yu was very curious. You killed a man and stopped his bleeding? What kind of operation is this? It was only at this point that the man chasing the man looked up and noticed the 2 Lin Dongs, his scarlet eyes instantly brightening up. What a beautiful woman. Your blood. It must be delicious? After saying that, he licked the blood on the knife and laughed as he came in for the kill. Luo Yu's face was filled with disgust, and with a lift of her small hand, she dislodged the dagger in his hand and backstabbed him in the process. The tip of the knife went through his back. However, what was even weirder was that the man didn't die right away, but instead covered the blood in his chest with a face of pity and stuffed it into his mouth in a big gulp. Can't waste. Can't waste. The scene was beyond oozing. Lin Dong was even more curious. This person was an ordinary person by all accounts, but he didn't die immediately after receiving such a fatal injury. The heart had been punctured, had apparently stopped beating, but he could still jump. You need blood badly? Lin Dong asked, judging by the fact that he bandaged corpses to prevent excessive bleeding, and even sucked his own blood. He was demanding blood to a morbid degree. Vampire possession? But who's a vampire who doesn't even want his own blood? The man craned his neck with a maniacal bloody grin. Who doesn't need blood when you come to the capital of blood and mist, ha? Then his head suddenly tilted and his scarlet eyes dimmed, considered finally dead. At the same time, at the heart breach, a black object the thickness of a small thumb fell to the ground, and after writhing for a moment, the blood attached to it was completely sucked dry by it. Luo Yu squatted down to check with a face full of disgust. This is tree vine? Scarlet-colored vines. Chapter 159, The 7 Deadly Sins? Luo Yu picked up the blood vine branch with a constipated face. It was slippery in his hand and wriggled like an earthworm. That's a new species, hey? Could it be some kind of plant mutation? Lin Dong stroked his chin and scrutinized it. By the way, master, that person just now, although he looked weak, his power was not small. Could it be related to this blood vine branch? Luo Yu suddenly said. Lin Dong pondered for a moment. It should be. He's just an ordinary person. This blood vine branch not only parasitizes and sucks blood, but it can even provide power to a person and maintain their vitality. It's a bit interesting. Let's kill this one first. As if relieved, Luo Yu dropped the blood vine branch and stomped on it. The strange thing was that such a tiny bit of blood vine branch possessed a volume of blood comparable to the size of a glass bottle, and the shoes were instantly dyed red. Luo Yu's pretty face instantly became bitter like a twist. This was too disgusting. Lin Dong looked around. There's a mall over there. Go in and change your shoes. Neither of them noticed that after they left, the creeper on the wall actually slowly extended vines that rolled up the two bodies on the ground, shrunk back and disappeared. Once they entered the mall, the two of them were even more surprised to find that no one was actually robbing the supplies and food in here. Those non-vacuum-packed foods were moldy and had weird red hairs growing out of them. The vacuum-packed ones, on the other hand, were intact on the shelves, and the entire mall was largely free of signs of looting. You know, the Zhangcheng side of the fight for a little bit of food. Shopping malls, such places are even more hard-hit areas. A living meat grinder, it's too weird to settle down here. After changing into new shoes, the two left the mall again and moved on. The closer they got to the main city center, the concentration of blood mist became deeper and deeper, and the eerie atmosphere became more and more intense. There's movement in front. Go check it out. Lin Dong vaguely heard human voices. It wasn't until they stepped out on a street corner that the two were surprised to realize that the scene before them was generically kind of exciting. In front of them was a square where hundreds of people were gathered. There were women rolling their eyes on the ground, being bullied by men. Others wore large gold chains and several rings of gold watches on their wrists and were fooling around with excited eyes. Ha 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 ha, I'm rich, ha ha ha. As soon as the words fell, someone sneaked a knife and stabbed him, snatched his gold chain and gold watch, and then the same day, others took knives from each other, stabbing me and then later feasting on each other's blood with their hands. Your blood stinks. Off. No, let me have another taste. Just a tiny one. Others lay on the floor in kudzu, their eyes dull and drowsy. Some even cut off the arms of those around them, grabbing them and eating them in large mouthfuls. There were all kinds of strange shapes, each with a red glint in their eyes, a bizarre and bloody scene. Luo Yu straight away felt like her breath was suffocating. It's simply hell. Lin Dong, on the other hand, observed carefully and muttered, 7 deadly sins? Each shows a different kind of vile humanity, arrogance, jealousy, rage, laziness, greed, overeating and astringent desires, all of which are played out here. A woman, or a beautiful woman. Not long after, someone spotted Luo Yu's figure, and his eyes instantly went straight, letting out a shout. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn to the red aura. Woman, ho ho ho, woman, it's mine, she's mine, fresh packets of blood, definitely outsiders, don't even try to grab them from me. Lazy to move, beautiful, can you come to me to move yourself? Ha 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 ha, this man is also great, he's mine. In an instant, other than those affected by the original sin of laziness, the remaining people were like zombies, charging towards this side in extremely strange postures. Lin Dong said indifferently, leave one for me to ask about the situation. The others, kill them all, but don't cause a big explosion. Yes, Master Luo Yu revealed a sardonic smile. These people actually spoke out to molest themselves. They should be killed. After all, a fierce man who blows up 10,000 people at the drop of a hat is no slouch. Boom! The figure stomped out explosively, and with a lift of his small hand, countless flower petals flew out, instantly piercing through a person's head. But the man didn't fall. he just cocked his head and continued to charge. Luo Yu's brows knit tightly. Blood vine branch again? What a nuisance. The petals were then controlled to strike into the heart, controlling the power of the explosion and shattering the heart and the blood vine branches within it before the body finally fell to the ground. However, this scene didn't scare off the crowd. Instead, a number of overeaters were separated and rushed to the corpses to tear and drink blood. The rest continued to charge as if they had no idea what fear was. Luo Yu's brow furrowed in disgust, and with a cold snort, she controlled the roiling flower petals to go on a killing spree, deliberately sparing a man from rushing towards Linden. He. What a tender little handsome boy. You are mine. No one can snatch you away. A woman with a slim figure and a pretty face stared at Lin Dong excitedly and licked her lips. She was quite popular just now, with people standing on her belly, and she didn't expect to have the stamina to rush over. With a sudden flash, Lin Dong's figure appeared right in front of the woman. Hands gripped the woman's arms and pulled violently. Fizzle. Both arms were ripped off hard, and blood spurted out. However, the intense pain didn't cause the woman to suffer. Instead, she showed excitement. Ah, it hurts. I love it. With the blood vine branch around, she wouldn't die at all. Lin Dong smiled. Answer my question and I can make you hurt a little more. I want it now. I can answer with my body, the woman said, actually coming up with her bloody body. Lin Dong, muddy pervert. I thought I was sick enough, but I didn't realize there were masters. Whose ministry is this? Pulling out the frozen fish, the sharp tail sliced across the woman's neck and the head flew high. However, even then, the woman still didn't die. The headless body was still coming at him. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot sound came. The bullet swept past Lin Dong's ear and hit the woman's heart straight on. The blood vine branch exploded, and the woman then fell to the ground and did not move. Linden frowned and turned around, only to see at the mouth of the alley, a figure that wrapped itself all over, tall and round, obviously a woman. The visitor put away his gun admonishingly and said faintly, "Didn't scare you, did it? The sound is pretty good." The woman then noticed Luo Yu, who was killing everyone in the square, and said in an urgent tone, "Quickly go. These people are all from the Blood Dragon Gang. She's one of yours, right? You killed their people. Tisk trouble," he said and rushed up. As the distance approached, Lin Dong realized that although the woman's face was obscured, the pair of eyes were frighteningly bright, with pupils that resembled a bright starry sky. This must be a superb one. You quickly get her back. Come with me. The woman's tone was urgent and she looked a little nervous, pulling up Lin Dong and running. Lin Dong turned around and whistled, and Luo Yu immediately put down his kill and chased after him. The woman led them around the alley and through a house, into the tunnels. Chapter 160, Illuminati, Bloodshed. After entering the tunnels, it was another 7 turns that continued, even into the subway corridor, before the woman finally caught her breath. Phew, it's safe here for now. Lin Dong looked around. The place was dimly lit, but there was a torch stuck in the distance from time to time for illumination. The three of them just continued on through the subway passage. What's the deal with those people on the ground? Who are you? Why are they unaffected again? The woman faintly said, "My name is Tang Yi. The people on the ground, they've all been taken over by the Blood Dragon Gang." It turns out that Seal City, in its early days, experienced conditions similar to those in River City, where snow blocked the roads and everyone was at risk. But after the rain, everything changed. I don't know where that blood mist came from. Quite a few people around me have suddenly become violent and murderous, and even began to suck blood, turning into the inhuman, ghostly appearance you see. I was unaffected because the blood mist didn't enter here, so I was spared. And those people on the ground, it was because they breathed in too much blood mist that they turned into that ghostly appearance. The blood mist contains a large number of parasitic roe deer that grow blood vine branches inside the heart, which we call the vine man. Lin Dong nodded indistinctly. No wonder this woman had covered herself so tightly. Then this Blood Dragon Gang. Tang Yi, it was only recently that we found out that these people are not all scattered. They are organized. The Blood Dragon Gang is the force in this area. They are very strong, and quite a few outsiders have recently been controlled by them and turned into vine men. You are also outsiders, aren't you? You are also lucky that you haven't breathed in too much blood mist. Otherwise, saying that, he came to a stop at a wall and groped and pressed a few times on the wall, surprisingly revealing a secret door. You guys are also shifters, right? Don't be surprised. In our Illuminati, we have an earth shifter. He's the one who designed this culvert and switch. After saying that, he picked up the torch next to him and walked in. Lin Dong Luo Yu looked at each other and followed. The Illuminati? Go over there and take a look. The dive continued for another 30 meters or so and finally came to an open space. Surprisingly, there were quite a few people gathered here, discussing something, and the leader was a middle-aged Mediterranean man. Seeing Tang Yi return, the man said in surprise, "Tang Yi is back. It seems that this outing was somewhat rewarding." He then nodded to Lin Dong and Luo Yu. Tang Yi, this is the president of our Illuminati. I'm responsible for going out every day and seeking out outsiders to avoid being parasitized by the blood vine. The main idea of the Illuminati is to drive out the blood mist and restore the light to the sealed city. The man came and shook Lin Dong's hand. Hello, my name is Zhang Gui. Welcome. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Did I say I wanted to join? This Illuminati is awesome. This Zhang Gui is level 4 and there are 3 other level 3 exalts. Tang Yi, however, was an ordinary person. Zhang Gui lost his smile. Then I won't force myself. This brother, you've seen the situation of the sealed city. It's impossible to survive anywhere else in the city except for our place. Unless you want to turn into a monster like the Vine Man. Tang Yi, take these 2 away. And please ask this brother to make sure not to disclose our trail after he leaves Seal City. A burly man with extraordinarily vigorous body hair beside him grunted coldly. Tang Yi, don't bring any cat or dog here. Ask first when rescuing someone. If you give away our whereabouts, are you going to make the entire Illuminati pay for your mistake? Luo Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. You're dead. Tang Yi's bright eyes surfaced with some anger, but they quickly dimmed. Yes, I'll be careful from now on. Both of you. I'll give you a ride out of town. Lin Dong gave the burly man a deep look and smiled as he followed Tang Yi. If you have a way out of town, why don't you leave? Tang Yi sighed. Leave? Where can one go? Although we have never been to other places, we can understand that even if there is no blood mist, I am afraid that there are still countless killings. Besides, those of us who have a lot of family, friends, and loved ones, have been turned into vines, and we're going to get them back. Tang Yi's eyes flickered with unwillingness. Lin Dong, then do you have a way to undo the blood vine parasitism and remove the effects of the blood mist? That's the 7 original sins. Tang Yi sighed and shook her head. No, Lin Dong. So what are you guys doing here? It's better to get out of the city and settle down before you think about it if you're worried all day. It was at this point that an explosion suddenly came from the tunnel. Rumble. Zhang Gui's face changed. There is a foreign enemy. Prepare to meet it. The people of the Illuminati quickly went on alert, each holding a knife with a wary expression. And Tang Yi immediately pulled out her gun with some tension in her wide eyes. The entire dome of the underground space began to collapse. The burly man let out a roar and pressed his hands to the ground. Earth and stone reinforcement. The dome stabilized with a flash of earthy yellow light. Quickly, kill out. This place won't last long. As the strong man shouted, Zhang Gui immediately led his men to rush towards the tunnel. The next second, however, the tunnels filled with a red glow. Bursting blood fury. A feminine voice rang out, and blood light instantly erupted within the narrow tunnel. Zhang Gui's figure was blasted back by the explosion, coughing up blood. However, the others inside the tunnel were not so lucky, and were instantly blown up with their arms and legs flying about, wailing, damn it, getting hit in. Everyone, close in on me. Zhang Gui gritted his teeth and stood up, covering his chest. That earth-strong man's tiger eyes coldly glared at Tang Yi, as if to say, it's all your fault for bringing anyone here. It's over. Tang Yi's eyes had begun to redden as she felt the gaze. At that moment, a figure covered in blood red stepped out of the tunnel entrance. It was a man with a slim figure, wearing a red dress that looked particularly demonic, and his face was painted with eerie thick makeup, with a head of LV6, and he looked at Lin Dong with a stunned dismay. It's so fierce. It's not the foundation, is it? You guys are quite good at hiding, killing so many people from my blood dragon gang. This time, let's see where you're going to escape. Zhang Gui's mouthful of steel teeth were almost crushed. Bloodshed. I'll fight you. Before the words fell, the blood fiend's finger lifted, and several blood spikes flew out in lightning, pinning Zhang Gui to the wall on the spot. Hush. It's so obnoxious to make a lot of noise. Bloodshed's finger was placed on his lips, every action revealing a girlishness that gave Lin Dong goosebumps as he watched. Soon, the tunnels were once again flooded with a group of red-clad vine men, each holding a can of red spray and spraying furiously at the badly wounded or corpses on the ground. Soul Man Zhang Gui were unable to see that this was compressed blood mist, was planning to turn this point of the Illuminati, all of them, into vine people. In just a few moments, those people had indeed turned into vines, and even the corpses were alive again, with bloodshot eyes. The burly man shouted angrily, Bloodshed, if you don't want to die, hurry up and take your people out of here, otherwise, I'll let go. It was he who was maintaining the hole in the ground from collapsing. Once he let go, a full 70 to 80 meters of earth pressed down, and the alien would not survive. However, Bloodshed only smiled daintily and coldly, then let go. Chapter 161, I Hate Pussy. The burly man was stunned. Why wasn't he afraid? Only one person came out from the bloodbath team with LV4 on his head and the same hands pressed on the ground. Steel rock. In an instant, the surrounding earth wall was covered by a ring of sturdy granite, and the earth that was about to collapse was completely rock solid. I know you, Li Hong. Earth alien Bloodscream smirked as he came to sit at the table. If you're willing to submit to my Blood Dragon Gang, I can consider giving you a squad leader. Li Hong got up, covered in rock armor, and spat on the spot. Bah! You Blood Dragon Gang! You turned my wife and children into vines. I, Li Hong, will never rest with you. Bloodshed played with his red nails to himself and said indifferently, is that so? That's a pity, since you don't want to. Then, suddenly with the point of his finger, a blood bead flew out, piercing through Li Hong's head on the spot. The rocks on his body faded and his body fell heavily to the ground. Soon, someone brought a blood mist and sprayed it violently, and in a short while, Li Hong stood up again, his face full of struggle and unbelief. I have to be redundant. I really don't know what you're trying to do. Bloodshed smiled grimly. I'm with you. Fight. Up. Li Hong still wanted to fight with Blood Fury, but he couldn't move his feet at all, as if his body's instinctive consciousness was telling him that Blood Fury was his honored chief and should never be offended. Soon, an extreme craving for blood instantly swept through the mind. Go ahead. You go and finish them off yourself, ordered Bloodscream. Li Hong's face immediately changed drastically as he laughed and rushed towards Tang Yi. It's the woman's fault that she's in this state. Brother Hong. Tang Yi was shocked and wanted to raise her gun to shoot, but she couldn't. However, Li Hong didn't care about that much. All he could think about was getting her killed, and his huge fist came crashing down. After all, Tang Yi couldn't bear to lay a hand on one of her own people. Bean-sized teardrops slid down, and she closed her eyes and waited for death. Snap! Surprisingly, Tang Yi did not feel any pain and slowly opened her eyes only to find that a large, strong hand helped her block the fist. Lin Dong was expressionless. I wanted to kill you just now. Li Hong was shocked, but his whole body was in the state of earth and rock. This kid actually caught it easily? Then a stiff, violent shock hit, and for just a moment, the thoughts came to a complete stop, because he was shaken into countless small stones and fell to the ground. In the future, when you encounter one who wants to kill you, remember to kill him first. Lin Dong clapped his hands and faintly said to Tang Yi. Tang Yi's petite body was powerless and limp on the ground. Hong Yi didn't do it on purpose. He was just controlled by the blood vines. Actually, Lin Dong, none of my business? Whatever his bitterness, if he curses me, I'll kill him. Tang Yi was speechless. Bloodshed was also slightly surprised and couldn't help but clap his hands. Wow, I didn't think there would be experts here. Lin Dong followed suit. Wow, I didn't think there were any pussies here either. Bloodshed's white face was instantly gloomy and murderous. Are you mocking me? He was a pussy, but he would never allow anyone to call him a pussy. It's a reverse scale. If you touch it, you die. Lin Dong spread his hands. What else? Is it hard to believe that I'm praising you? Seek death. The blood fiend instantly became furious, and the red figure was just about to get up, but he was suddenly pressed down by a hand. This was because Lin Dong had already, at some point, appeared in front of him. Why are people so vegetable and pretentious nowadays? I hate sissies the most, Lin Dong said indifferently, then pressed the blood fiend's head dead center, raised the frozen fish high, and slammed it down. Snap! Bloodshed's head was instantly smashed into a burst watermelon. This scene appeared too suddenly, and the crowd was greatly shocked. The vines swarmed up, but were stopped by Luo Yu with a smile. You can't affect the master. After saying that, with a lift of his small hand, countless petals accurately stabbed into the heart of each vine man, blowing up the blood vine branches. The vine people fell to the ground in droves. The people from the Illuminati were already numb with fear at this moment, and Zhang Gui's eyes were even glazed over. These two guys that Ting Yi brought back, so fierce. The blood fiend did not die immediately even after being shot in the head, but instead turned into a puddle of blood and water, quickly escaping Lin Dong's side and slowly coalescing into a human form. At this moment, the blood fiend's face became even paler as he looked at Lin Dong in disbelief. This guy, he's a little overpowered, isn't he? Totally unresponsive myself. However, Lin Dong didn't rush after him, but sat on his butt on the stool. Tell me about the vine man, and the blood mist out there. Where did it come from? Bloodscream narrowed his eyes. Friend, I don't think you're from the Illuminati, are you? This is our Blood Dragon Gang and the light. Lyndon, did I ask you to say this crap? The low tone carried an undeniable aura, and Bloodscream's heart skipped a beat. Licking his lips, Blood Fiend said, perhaps you can kill me, but we follow the great Blood Dragon Lord, and even if we die, it's nothing more than returning to the Blood Dragon Lord's embrace, and you'll never want to know these secrets from my mouth. Lin Dong nodded his head and got up. I had forgotten that you guys were aroused by the blood mist to the 7 original sins and had no fear. He's not afraid of me, so naturally he won't say anything. Bloodshed's face changed. What do you want to do? Nothing, just want to try. Lin Dong revealed a wry smile. You guys really won't be scared? The blood fiend's face changed drastically, and he was about to turn into blood and water to escape on the spot. Lin Dong pulled out a bullet, and with a flick of his finger, the bullet flew out and hit him. In a blink of an eye, The blood fiend who was about to be transformed into blood and water once again reverted to his corporeal state, staggering to the ground with his stomach covered. What kind of bullet is this? The powers are completely blocked. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. You don't have a foundation here? This energy-suppressing bullet was precisely the product of the foundation, and Luo Yu, who had been blocked from her powers before. As soon as the three words foundation came out, Tang Yi's delicate body in the corner trembled slightly, and then immediately calmed down. Bloodshed? What foundation? Never heard of it. Well, never mind if I don't know. Lin Dong shrugged his shoulders, grabbing Blood Fury's neck as he twisted his head to look at Zhang Guo. Do you have a single room or something? The scene may be a bit gory later. I'm afraid I'll scare the kids. The blood fiend's supernatural ability was sealed, and the blood nail that pinned Zhang Guo automatically dissipated and fell to the ground, covering his wounds. Zhang Guo dully said, there. With that, someone was soon groping at the walls and a secret door opened. Thanks a lot. Lin Dong politely brought Bloodshed inside and the dark door closed. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Suddenly, miserable screams erupted from inside. I won't say anything. Nope, you didn't ask anything either. Yay ho 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 ho. Asterisk 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 at hashtag percent at UN asterisk percent at. Kill me if you can. Kill me. Kill me. Even through the dark door, the crowd was shivering from the uninterrupted screams. Luo Yu, on the other hand, smiled and comforted. Don't be afraid, everyone, my master is just a bit playful. No death. Crowd. Half an hour later, Lin Dong walked out covered in blood, holding a 10-centimeter branch of blood vine in his hand, grinning. It seems like Fujin really doesn't get scared. Fun, he said as he crushed the blood vine branch. Zhang Guo couldn't help but curiously glance inside, and on the spot, his face turned pale and he twisted his head to vomit furiously. Chapter 162, I'm just here for a tour. Lin Dong twisted his head and took a shower, changing into clean clothes, his head thinking non-stop. This blood vine can be even more domineering than poisonous snow. Poisonous snow turns a person into a zombie, a state of complete insanity, while the Fujin retains his sanity. Nothing more than being agitated to the top by the 7 original sins. A new type of zombie? Was this blood vine mutated by itself? Or was it a product of the Foundation's research? It was just a pity that the Vine Man really didn't know what it meant to be afraid. And even after the Blood Fiend had been abused like that by himself, he was just bent on death and refused to say anything. But don't tell me even if you don't, before you lose the fun too soon. After coming out of the shower, Lin Dong returned to that harmless appearance. It was just that the Illuminati people were shrinking even more at this point, not daring to look directly into his eyes. Tang Yi ran over and bowed deeply. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, our Illuminati would have to be given away by the Blood Dragon Gang. Lin Dong waved his hand. You're welcome. You also saved me once. Too clear. Tang Yi, you're so fierce. Are you sure it's me saving you and not me meddling? But also greatly relieved from then on. It seemed that Lin Dong did not care about this. Lin Dong was curious. Why do you cover your face all day? Take it off and let me take a look. Tang Yi was stunned and covered the scarf on her face. I'm ugly. I covered it up for fear of scaring people. So don't look. When she said that, Lin Dong wanted to see it even more. Take it away or I'll kill all the Illuminati. Luo Yu hemmed and hawed, and the entire underground space was filled with flower petals. Tang Yi? This guy, is he good or bad? Why does he flip out at the drop of a hat? Okay, don't get excited. I'll just show you. Tang Yi took a deep breath and slowly removed the scarf. Lin Dong's face straightened. Only Tang Yi's skin was as white and moist as snow. Her bright eyes and teeth, and her entire facial features were paired together with a sense of extreme beauty. Unfortunately, it was ruined by the scar on his face. A scar on the left side of his face stretched from his neck to the corner of his eye, like a twisted centipede. Lin Dong sighed in his heart. It was a pity. It's a waste of such a great body and beautiful eyes. Though once registered to the Maids system, such scars can be healed with a single click, or a few visits to the Serum application can be good enough. I can't do it. The scars are too dramatic. Tang Yi's pretty face blushed slightly. Am I ugly? Lin Dong nodded. It's quite ugly. You'd better cover it up. Tang Yi, wanting to be angry but not daring to lash out, he could only deflate and put the scarf back on. Zhang Guo smiled sarcastically and walked over. Brother Lin Dong, please forgive us for being so presumptuous before. Dare I ask, what are your plans for the back? Lin Dong, I don't know. I'll go out again. And if I come across the lair of the Blood Dragon Gang, I'll shoot them to death. Zhang Guo hesitantly said. I know that Brother Lin Dong has great ability. This small sealed city cannot stop you. Just those vine people. Most of them are ordinary people were turned into this way by the Blood Dragon Gang. Can you, when you make a move? Can't. Lin Dong indifferently refused. No one can tell me what I'm going to do. You have a desire to save lives, so do it yourself instead of hoping on others. I just came here to travel, not to be a savior. Zhang Gui was speechless and could only nod his head silently. Tang Yi, on the other hand, raised her hand and said, I know where the Blood Dragon Gang's headquarters is. Why don't I take you there? This is still trying to use his own hand to eradicate the Blood Dragon Gang. Lin Dong nodded. Alright then, lead the way. Tang Yi nodded to Zhang Gui and left with Lin Dong and the others. Zhang Gui sighed deeply as he looked at the messy underground space and the less than 100 Illuminati members left. Everyone pack up and get ready to move. No matter if Lin Dong can eradicate the Blood Dragon Gang or not. We can't stay here. The crowd nodded and quickly got busy. Half an hour later, when the crowd had finished straightening up, Zhang Gui was just about to leave with his people. Suddenly, the underground space shook loudly once again. Could it be another enemy attack? Zhang Gui's face changed drastically. Ka-chow ka-chow. The domes and walls of the underground space, one after another, began to crack, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Run! Zhang Gui was horrified, and with a wave of his hand, he took the lead in running towards the passage. The soil layer suddenly broke open and a root as thick as a bucket suddenly attacked. Even with Zhang Gui's reflexes, he was unable to dodge and was pierced through his chest on the spot. This is. Zhang Gui's eyes were filled with red blood. Having been stationed here for so long, he had never seen anything like this before. In the next second, the blood and flesh in his body rapidly flowed away, and was actually sucked away by this root, and his body rapidly dried up. Zhang Gui looked back unwillingly as all the remaining members of the Illuminati cried out and fled in all directions, trying to avoid the attack of the rhizome. But he couldn't even dodge a shifter, let alone those who weren't as good as him. One by one, they were stabbed through and through, sucking out large amounts of blood before being wrapped into mummies by the vines that extended from the roots. Not only the living, but even those vines on the ground didn't escape being pierced. In his dying moments, Zhang Gui seemed to see one of the thickest roots, and on top of that root, there was a knife mark. For some reason, the slash marks were vaguely familiar. I am not unwilling. In the end, Zhang Gui's eyes were also surrounded by vines and he completely lost consciousness. Then there was another rumble as the roots retreated into the earth and the entire underground space collapsed, burying the place as if nothing had happened. On the ground, the sky grew darker and darker, and as night came on, the red mist appeared to thicken and visibility deteriorated. But strangely enough, it wasn't dark inside the city, and this red mist had a strange illuminating effect even though it obscured the view. Tang Yi walked very cautiously against the corner of the wall, entering a convenience store every now and then, taking out mineral water to wash and re-wash the towel covering her mouth and nose, for fear of inhaling too much blood mist. Lin Dong laughed at this, but he didn't care about her. Just how powerful are you? This blood mist doesn't seem to have any effect on you at all. Tang Yi scared. It had been out for 2 hours, and Lin Dong and his woman showed absolutely no signs of being affected by the 7 original sins. Lin Dong spread his hands. I'm tougher than you can imagine. That said, how far is it? It's getting dark and I should all be in bed. Early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. Didn't your mom teach you that? Tang Yi pulled out a map from her arms and compared it for a moment, saying, almost there, the Blood Dragon Gang's headquarters is up ahead. As soon as the words left his mouth, he hurriedly brought Lin Dong to hide. On the streets, countless fine people seemed to be holding a parade, converging in large numbers and advancing towards the front. Originally affected by the 7 original sins, they were at the moment like walking corpses, advancing row after row in a very disciplined manner. Chapter 163, Vine Gathering. Blood Sacrifice. Lin Dong stroked his chin full of curiosity. With this state of theirs, it looks like the Blood Dragon Gang is going to hold some kind of ceremony? Hey, do you think we can blend in disguised as a Fujin? Having a party or something is my favorite. Tang Yi was dumbfounded. It's not that no one has ever had this idea. Disguising the appearance of the Vine Man is a good solution, but once you cover your mouth and nose you will be suspected. You two can disguise. Lin Dong nodded his head with gusto. Let's do it then. Is it just a matter of changing into red clothes and wearing a pupil? Tang Yi. Indeed I can. But, Mr. Linden, can I ask you something? He said and bowed deeply to Linden. Lin Dong frowned. Tell me. I can help you in passing without disturbing my pleasure. Tang Yi's eyes lit up. Great. My sister, who was also turned into a Vine Man by the Blood Dragon Gang, is still a high-ranking figure of the Blood Dragon Gang. Can you let her off the hook when you exterminate the Blood Dragon Gang? As long as my sister is safe and sound, I, Tang Yi, will be willing to work as an ox for you in the future. Lin Dong, your sister? What does she look like? What's her name? Her name is Tongue Frost. She's my twin sister. Tang Yi. Tongue Frost. Your parents were quite casual in naming you guys. Do you have any other sisters named Tung Shan? That's my only sister. Does she have a scar on her face? No. Well then, you're a sister I'll save. Twins, no scars yet. That wave is indeed worth saving. After changing their clothes and putting on their pupils, Lin Dong and Luo Yu, the two of them, quietly blended into the Vine People's team, while Tang Yi hid according to the agreement and waited for their news. The ranks of the Rattan people grew larger and larger, and even on multiple streets, densely packed Rattan people began to converge. Luo Yu's pupils shrank as she whispered, "Master, the number of Vine people here is already no less than 100,000. Lin Dong nodded his head. Several nearby neighborhoods were covered with Vine people, numbering more than 100,000. For a while, the curiosity about this Fujin party grew. Soon, the Vine people spontaneously stopped, and Lin Dong led Luo Yu to imperceptibly squeeze forward. It was only surprising to see that all the vines were now stuck at a large intersection, where a high platform had been erected, and on top of it, a large glass pool. As time passed, the trend of growth in the number of Rattan people gradually subsided, and here, it was already unknown how many Rattan people had gathered. Eerily, all the vines were silent at the moment, frighteningly quiet, with only the sound of footsteps coming from the distance, and at this time, several large speakers were also built on both sides of the high platform. Quite a sense of a concert to be held. Finally, as if all the Vine people had sensed something, they violently raised their heads to look at the sky above the high platform. Only in the upper air, a river of blood floated in, suspended and surging in the air. The appearance of this blood river caused a group of vines to cry out, "Welcome Lord Blood Dragon! Welcome Lord Blood Dragon! Welcome Lord Blood Dragon!" Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the blood river finally stopped surging and coalesced into a human shape. It was a slender middle-aged man with white hair combed into a big back, blood-red pupils, and a well-defined face that looked majestic. Again, all dressed in red, with two bat-like wings growing from his back. And it was at this moment that Lin Dong finally saw his rank. LV7. Yo wow! The overall strength of this side of Fengcheng can be much more powerful than the Jiangcheng side. Even the Foundation can't compare. The appearance of the blood dragon made the Rattan people even more energized, and Lin Dong detected that every Rattan person around him seemed to be cheering from the bottom of his bones. The blood dragon slowly descended from the air with his hands behind his back, unruffled, and at the same time, on the high platform, 3-level SXS showed up with a group of level 4 to 5 blood-clad aberrations. A woman who looked exactly like Tang Yi was among them, and she was one of the level 6 Ultrans. Lin Dong's eyes lit up slightly. This was Tang Frost, right? There were no ugly scars on Tang Frost's face, showing Tang Yi's proper beauty in its entirety. A bloody dress with a slender figure and pupils that looked like a starry night sky. It was simply beautiful to the point of explosion. The blood dragon landed on the high platform and unfolded his hands, and the cheers of all the Vine people were silent as if the pause button had been pressed. The blood dragon crosses the world. Only the blood vine is eternal. The blood dragon's voice was hoarse and low. The crowd of vines below raised their arms. The blood dragon crosses the world. Only the blood vine is eternal. XN. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of the blood dragon's mouth as Tang Shuang stepped forward at this moment and shouted, "Blood sacrifice ceremony. Now begin." Just as Lin Dong was wondering what the hell a blood sacrifice ceremony was, he was surprised to see that the Vine people around him, as if they had been instantly activated, were swarming with demons. The 7 original sins completely erupted at this moment. To the left of Lin Dong and Luo Yu, the two men nod together on the spot. To their right, a man and a woman began to tear at each other. "You biting my arm, I bit your neck." Blood and flesh crumbled out, but with a maniacal and excited smile. Those who drank each other's blood, those who engaged in 18 forbidden acts, and even those who personally ripped off the head of the person next to them, but the headless body of that head was dancing around in excitement. The scene was suddenly disgusting and scary, but instead, it looked like the two of them, Lin Dong and Luo Yu, were out of place. Lin Dong was dumbfounded. So your so-called blood sacrifice ceremony is a large perverted silver party? This can be even more explosive and ruinous than meeting Tang Yi in that square na. Luo Yu's pretty face blushed. "Master, what should we do?" There were already quite a few people who had their eyes on the gorgeous Luo Yu, squeezing their way over from the crowd. "Lin Dong, let's hug and twist around. I don't like being watched by the public." So the two hugged. Soon, there were quite a few astringent-faced Vine people, staring at Luo Yu and drooling, urging, "Brother, you can't have this beauty all to yourself. Give me a seat. I'll let Nima." Lin Dong struck out with lightning and twisted off his head. Anyway, there were a handful of killers here, and he could strike at will as long as he didn't act too much. Everyone that came up had their heads screwed off by Lin Dong. Luo Yu's pretty face blushed as she leaned against Lin Dong's chest. Following her master, she really felt safe. After screwing off the heads of a dozen or so people in a row, the rest of the Vine seemed to know that this person was not willing to share, so they went off to find someone else. Lin Dong, on the other hand, was holding Luo Yu while his remaining light was still focused on the high stage. The blood dragon nodded in satisfaction at the scene in front of him, and then waved his hand. Tonguefrost nodded and commanded something to the side. Soon, above that glass swimming pool, a steel cable connected the two buildings. The steel cable slid up, and a living man was tied by the hands and hung above them. Blood Dragon's voice echoed through the speakers. The blood meal begins. For a while, those lively vines got even more lively. Chapter 164, Blood Drink. Foundation debut. Lin Dong realized that the living people who were hanging from the steel cables were not vine people, but normal people. Their costumes were invariably similar to Tang Yi's, with their faces masked tightly, revealing only their eyes. These people were not affected by the original sin, but at this moment, their eyes were wide with horror and their bodies twisted up rapidly. The steel cables slid, and soon there were 10 living people being slid over the glass pool. Tangfrost stood on the ladder and stabbed them one by one. Their bodies shook violently once again, wailing, "Don't kill me. I'm willing to become a vine. Please let me go. Don't, let me join you. I want in. Ooh, I'm just here for my mom. Mom, help me. You are a cult. Someone will surely come to sanction you. You will surely die." But Tung Shuang acted as if he couldn't hear them, or wouldn't care if he heard them, and just bled them with an icy expression. Blood sprayed in the glass pool below and quickly pooled. Immediately after the blood drained from this batch, it was replaced by the next batch, and so on. The corpses, on the other hand, were tossed aside, and soon, another batch of vines stood up, affected by original sin, and joined the carnival series. Lin Don's brows slowly furrowed. What were they doing? Why do you need to do the extra bloodletting when it's obvious that all you need to do is strip off their facial covering and automatically inhale the blood mist and they'll turn into ratnites? Does it mean this blood? Soon the glass pool was filled to the brim, and the pungent odor of blood made you want to vomit. The blood dragon spread its wings and slowly rose into the air, grabbing a handful of fresh blood and stuffing it right into its mouth, the red aura on its body instantly flourishing. Ah, this delicious flavor. Today, all the vine people drink it freely. The vines cheered instantly. Soon, the glass pool rose on all sides, and pools of crimson blood splashed out at once, and the vines scrambled to rush up to them, dropping to their knees to lick and eat, and even those without a head grabbed and slammed them into their broken necks. Luo Yu's pretty face went pale as she watched. This is not a cult. This is hell. The reason they're bleeding is to replenish their energy? No wonder so much food in the mall went untouched, combined with the fact that the Fujinis didn't need it anymore. The blood of these living people is their food. The blood on the high platform and the floor was instantly licked up, and even the floor was clean, showing how hungry the vine people were. The glass pool closes again and the second round of bloodletting begins. Lin Dong frowned. This ritual makes even a pervert like me feel nauseous when I watch it, so it's better not to continue. Just as he was about to raise his hand to clear the screen in one move, he suddenly looked up into the sky. Marred. Again? Lin Dong cursed, picked up Luo Yu and disappeared in a flash. The blood dragon then reacted, looking up in shock. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A different sound resounded through the sky, and the blood dragon's blood-colored pupils dilated violently, only to see a rocket with a trailing flame coming from the mist of blood and smashing into the vines. Disperse! The blood dragon let out a furious cry and spread its wings, fleeing with Tung Shuang. On the other hand, the other cadres of the blood dragon gang had fled away individually. Boom boom boom. Crazy and rigid explosions rang out. Flames shot up into the sky, and the vine people around them were instantly vaporized. Dense rockets came down in a scrubbing pattern. Buildings collapsed, and the neighborhood became a bombing ground for 1,000 meters. The blazing, rushing firelight roasted the blood mist in the area, and the vision cleared up instead. The vines were completely unaware of fear and continued to scream like crazy, and were then smashed into pieces by explosions or building blocks. The scene was so gruesome and horrible that it could no longer be described as hell. A few thousand meters in a radius were hardened and blasted into ruins, and many of the vine people were not directly blown to death, but instead struggled to get up with missing arms and broken legs to continue their revelry. In the midst of the blood-stained ruins, Blood Dragon stood up with a grim old face, and Tung Shuang by his side had already been knocked out by the blast. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn it! Not long after, the roar of propellers appeared amidst the blood mist, and dozens of helicopters came into view. Below the helicopters, 2 machine guns each protruded, and bullets poured out without mercy, killing the remaining vines. Da-da-da-da. The vines had a target and were frantically trying to attack the helicopter, but they couldn't even reach it. But they weren't unconscious, and the vines who could still move spontaneously formed blood-colored mountains of people, piling up and pulling up in height, while the vines in the rear stomped and jumped violently in an attempt to rush the helicopters. Lin Dong brought Luo Yu to hide in the distance and stared with his eyebrows. Yoo-hoo! the Foundation made their debut. Sure enough, it's their style. On the helicopter, the Foundation's logo is printed. A rocket wash at the drop of a hat is fairly straightforward. The helicopter hatch opened and several armed men with flamethrowers and fierce flames scorched Fujinoyama. The blood dragon's eyes were already capable of breathing fire. Foundation, you guys again? Die for me. Wings unfurled and flew towards the nearest helicopter. It was at this moment that helicopter was suddenly seen sticking out a circular gun barrel, with a gray light rapidly condensing. Buzz! Instead of sending out rays from the muzzle of the gun, it exploded into an eerie ball of light that encased the helicopter itself. The moment the blood dragon rushed into the mass of light, it sensed that its powers could not be used, and the wings on its back disappeared as it began to freefall in horror onto the Vine Man Mountain. What the hell is this? An ability suppression field? Lin Dong sked. The Foundation managed to surprise himself with something new every time it appeared. The other exalts of the Blood Dragon Gang began to launch long-range attacks, but the distance was too far, making it difficult to form an effective attack on the helicopters, and at best, they would only harass them for a few moments. Blood Dragon reluctantly got up from the Vine Man. Without his suppression field, his powers worked again. Looking at the dead and wounded Vine people, the Blood Dragon's heart was dripping blood, and now there were only 1,000 Vine people left present who could still move. Foundation, what a ruthless tactic! In the next second, the helicopter retracted its red-hot barrel and countless white-smoking hypnotic bullets were fired. White smoke instantly filled the entire ruin, and the remaining Vine people, one after another, were put down. It wasn't until then that a group appeared at the street corner, led by a rugged man with a gas mask on his face. The level is sufficiently LV8. The armed forces, followed by nearly 1,000 men, quickly dispersed in all directions, patching up the Vine people with anesthetic injections, handcuffing them and arresting them. These were left alive on purpose to be taken back for research. The Foundation had completely surrounded this place, and the backbone of the Blood Dragon Gang immediately converged on Blood Dragon here. Only the rough man's voice was like thunder. Introduce yourself, the new deacon of Seal City, Tai Shan. Where's that renegade Bloodvine girl?